They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that could make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. I got all this potential that's deep inside of me, but they hate when you're successful cause they try to be. They sit there being judgmental because you're trying things, and they just want you to settle and do the right thing. So get a good job, don't slack off. Wake up every morning, make a good impression on your boss. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do, and when you're making money, make sure you don't spend it too soon. Fuck that, I'll do what I wanna do. I got a different path from everyone, and that includes you. Who are you to tell me how to live life? In these times it feels like nobody's right, yeah. So I'ma figure out what else we succeed, and then invest all of my time into that and proceed. I need whatever the hell could make me happy, and I don't think you have a clue what could that be. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. I think this life could be special if I get rid of the devils. They think that I am a rebel, I think they want me to settle. There's nobody on my level. They think that work is too stressful, I think that work is essential. The grind is all in your mental, and I don't think you understand what I'll go through just to be in control of my life soon. All the negativity, man, I'm immune. I don't really need a mask with all I've been through. I've been making changes for the ages. 5-10 year plans are contagious. I attack that shit, I'm tenacious. And if you ain't, get the fuck out of my way then. Got one life, I won't regret it. I will fight until I get it. I'll look back one day from heaven and say, damn, I learned some lessons. And say, damn, I had no questions. I had fun in every second, and the journey was a blessing, yeah. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. I'm changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again. Yeah, you ain't see me activated. You better hope that you never see me agitated. I think about my actions, plan them out, evaluated. That's how I end up on the top, man, I'm calculated. My mind's a weapon, my body is the engine. I'm never second guessing, I just do what I was destined. Cause I feel I got the blessing, persistence and obsession. That's how you keep progressing, I already learned that lesson, yeah. I'm changing who I am. I'm making a new plan, rearranging my life, and I won't look back ever again. You can't stop what's moving. You can't stop what's moving. I'm changing my life, and I won't look back ever again. No fear, see clear, you deserve to be great. I know it feels like things get in your way. Push through those walls and the others will fall. Sit up, stand tall, you can get through it all. I need some energy, anxiety's no friend to me. I have a short memory, I don't really remember things. That's how I move on, that's how I stay strong. A new day's on, I'll keep moving right along. And I feel like again. Living life, everyday, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Fuck me, I'm looking in the mirror, so foggy, but I've never seen clearer. I don't really think anyone can save me, and honestly I'm not really sure I want saving. I like to be my own worst enemy. There's no risk if you don't try at anything, so I'ma just keep buying everything. See you in the next life, have to be a better me. I don't think that my head's on straight, gotta flip it and grip it and go and get an x-ray. What's wrong with me? I just feel weight pushing on my chest and it squeezes till I suffocate. Better change my mindset, meditate. It's pretty cool that I'm alive and have better days. I could walk, see, hear, I should celebrate. Think I could change my mind, maybe elevate. Living life, everyday, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. I'm kinda stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I work hard or live at my pace? You're only young once, yeah that's all great, but I also want a future where I'm okay. Living life is doing lots of cocaine. Wait no, it's living with no shame. Wait no, it's sleeping in on Sundays. I guess it's different for each of us and that's okay. Well I just wanna be happy, how to get there? Glad that you asked me. I think it's different for everyone. Some of us need work, others need fun. Some of us need purpose to overcome. But try to do what you love when it's said and done. Cause there's so many differences in each of us. Trust your gut, it can show you what you want. Living life, everyday, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Living life, everyday, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need are some better days. Yeah, all I need are some better days. Cause all I want, and I pray, I believe in the better days. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. And I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
That's it, the end of the song. Next time you'll sing along. Trust me, there's nothing wrong. I just need to carry on, cause society's a myth put there to make you sit. Listen to what they give. Don't ask questions, shut your lid. Yeah, don't ask questions, shut your lid. I need to run away from this and go get off the grid. Feel like my brain is overloaded.
Trace the cracks on the floor tonight. Neon shadows dance in the broken light. A heart beats loud, but it's out of sync. Lost in the rhythm, I can't deeper. I don't know, glow, shadow glow. Pull me under, don't let go.
This hard drive contains 20 This hard drive contains 25 million pieces of malware, and this computer is about to become very very sick. What do you mean threat service has stopped? Windows Defender is completely disabled. But I guess that's what happens when you send $500 to a faceless person named Smelly, who runs a shady network that collects, develops, studies, and reverse engineers nefarious code. So why did I do that? Because if you're trying to learn about computer security, this is probably the most valuable textbook you could find. It contains their entire repository of malware samples, research papers, blog posts from security researchers, and source code. Now, of course, it's all freely available on the VX Underground website, but the $500 isn't really for the content, it's a donation to ensure they can keep building this repository, which, wait, is that actually a good thing? Well, let's talk about that. The single biggest hole in most security systems, computer or otherwise, is trust. New malware pops up every day, and defending against it is a never-ending game of whack-a-mole that is such a constant churn of zero-day exploits and unpatched vulnerabilities that it's better to just assume the worst. That is why today's episode's sponsor, ThreatLocker, uses a zero-trust approach to security. Their endpoint protection platform works by assuming that applications are guilty until they're proven innocent, meaning that users within your organization can't just accidentally open the wrong email attachment or program installer and take down the entire company from the inside, leading to a whole bunch of really bad stuff like, oh, I don't know, maybe... The very first thing I asked when this video got pitched to me was, isn't this thing kind of dangerous to have lying around? And the answer is yes, but also know these mostly aren't ready-to-go viruses. Mostly. And while they absolutely can wreak havoc on your system if you're not careful, you don't really need to worry about doing a lockbit on yourself and encrypting your whole drive. Part of the reason for that is how things are stored. Most executables are missing the exe file extension, so the system is far less likely to automatically run them, and everything else is in a password-protected 7-zip archive to prevent it from being automatically unpacked. Furthermore, many of these malwares are older, and the only real damage they can do to a fully updated system is by overloading Windows Defender's threat detection engine. That's what caused the weird behavior that you saw before. Of course, many of them are still dangerous, and once you've got them decompressed and armed, all safety is completely out the window. And also macOS and Linux. Borat Rat popped up in 2022 and was referred to as a triple threat. Includes DDoS, launch, you run. This is Linux.
Yes. Would you like me to show you any run? They do sandbox. There's so much resetting and re-imaging everything in this project.
A fun one, right?
Oh, it's just the best.
Well, interesting at least, right?
It's interesting. It's extremely scary.
I mean, it's not like you could single-handedly take down the whole company if you do anything irresponsible or careless.
Windows 10 or 11, so we'll do Windows 11
Yeah.
here. We'll run a public analysis. It's going to start uploading the file. We have 660 seconds to do this before it implodes.
Implodes. Oh, this instance just goes away in 10, 11 minutes, no matter what.
That's correct. We're going to launch borat.exe.
So if someone managed to execute this on your system, this is what would happen.
This right here is actually the control panel for it. So this is what the hacker sees.
Got it.
And what I want to do right now is I'm going to go build a client for this. So I'm going to go just quickly here build.
All defaults, yep.
Yeah, we'll choose an icon here. Let's give it the Borat Rat icon. Okay, so we are going to go build exe here. Client.exe is going to save into the Borat folder. And then what we should be able to do, and this works 50% of the time for me, is when we open up client.exe. So this will infect this instance.
This is what we would try to remotely execute on the target system.
Yeah, so we would try and remotely execute that, and you can see that we have done that. We've successfully infected ourselves. It's going to run it's going to run systeminfo.exe, conhost, hostname.exe.
Just spit out absolutely everything that we want to know about this system.
Here is everything about it, all in just this text file here, and this will get sent to the attacker. Probably as fun as it gets is in the utilities. So we can hide and show our taskbar, hide and show our desktop.
What, just to mess with people?
Yeah. Oh, mouse is the best. Swap will swap around the left and right click.
Dude, we can turn off the webcam light?
Yep. Most webcams do work with the webcam light just kind of hardwired into the camera circuitry, but some of them don't, and that's where this is going to really exploit it. The other thing this is going to do is allow you to turn on their webcam light, basically activating their camera, but not actually have to do anything. It's just a quick way of freaking them out if they're trying to make threats at you over the phone while you try and extort them for money. FOD helper, watch how easy it is to get admin. You can see permission right here. It says permission user over on the right side. We're going to hit FOD helper. It's going to restart the client.
And
oh look, admin.
That's it, and they haven't patched that yet. Okay, what are we running on? Yeah, 2021 second half. So this is pretty old Windows.
That's good. That's really good that That's still unpatched on this version, but it's probably patched somewhere else. I've not run this for real. I'm very afraid of it.
Obviously, this dashboard here, right? There's a lot of lines.
Yep.
I mean, you could have a lot of clients and you could just poke around in one anytime you want. What's surveillance do?
Oh, surveillance just lets you watch a little bit. You can remote shell, remote screen, remote camera, go into their file manager, you can record, you can get their network information, see what processes are running.
What else we got here?
Control, so you can send files to them. You can run
Keylogger.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, Keylogger is built into every malware these days. Malware is where it gets real interesting.
Oh, I just pick what malware I want.
Yeah, you want to DDoS somebody, you can do that, especially if you've got a lot of bots there. You can ransomware them, so if you wanted to just do a lockbit on someone, you can just ransomware them like that. There is a way in here to steal credentials for Discord. It steals the session token for Discord so that you can gain access to somebody's Discord and then
Start messaging all their friends.
start messaging their friends with your client.exe, which you've just made look like whatever program you want, because that's part of the whole builder. And this is old, but it's not that old. It's still active in some regards. Maybe not this exact version, but clearly there's still people using it.
And this kind of thing is only going to get scarier and scarier when Windows 10 reaches end of life, dude. Because so many people are going to stay on Windows 10. And it's not going to be getting security patches. Guys, patch your software.
The stuff that gets patched isn't what really worries me. It's the 0 days. There's so many 0 days, and there's so much money in this now, especially with all of those hospitals getting ransomwared. Anyway, good luck.
Practically speaking, there is no limit to what a creative attacker could do with something like Borat Rat. We haven't even touched on some of the basic functionality, like exfiltrating data, popping up text messages so the attacker can communicate with the victim. But how does it do so much? Well, a big part of it is thanks to the DLL files that are included. These DLLs are mostly feature plugins that are taken from a fork of DC Rat called Santa Rat. When you really think about it, Borat does look a bit like a dirty wizard or a homeless Santa, but that's besides the point. The point is, if we run the rat in a malware sandbox, like AnyRun, which we're using here, we can get some idea of how it's executing individual exploits. Take the FOD helper exploit, for example. How is it giving the rat administrator privileges with almost no effort whatsoever? Well, we can see that it makes some registry changes before launching FOD helper, but what registry changes is it making exactly? Searching through the VX drive, we can find the source code for it and see that it uses UAC bypass method 3 from options.dll. The source code for options.dll might be missing, but as we know, it came from Santa Rat, so we can check the source code for that and see that it's modifying this key in the registry. Even if we don't have any programming knowledge, just searching our virus drive for Borat reveals several articles that summarize the threat in slightly more legible terms. How can we use this though? Well, if we're a bad actor, now we know a way to get to a command prompt window with admin privileges and we can exploit that. But if we're a good actor, we know to set up something to watch that section of the registry in order to avoid this issue. That is where today's episode sponsor, ThreatLocker, comes in. If we try to run this on a protected machine, ThreatLocker will block the executable, not because it's a known virus, but because it's trying to execute at all. Our ThreatLocker administrator account can now see it within Response Center, open it up in a virtualized testing environment to ensure that it's safe, and either keep it on the block list, add it to the allow list outright, or allow it with ring fencing, just in case you're not sure about the application. Ring fencing is the act of limiting what a program can do, like blocking it from connecting to the internet, blocking it from writing to the registry, accessing protected files, or interacting with high-risk applications like PowerShell and Command Prompt. After all, malware can't get access to an administrator command prompt if it can't open a command prompt at all. Coming back to our VX Underground drive though, being able to pwn Windows, not exactly a big accomplishment. Windows machines get hacked every day. What about Linux? Here's the thing. Web servers usually run Linux, and there's a lot of things that are trying to target that. A WordPress server is especially susceptible to attacks, like the C99 backdoor. Ooh, is it demo time? WordPress is often used by would-be webmasters because it is relatively user-friendly, at least on the surface, and free to use, but not all of the plugins are free, technically. Because of WordPress's GPL license, all derivative works, including plugins, are required to use GPL as well. That means that they can charge money, but they also can't stop people from sharing their code. So websites that host cracked plugins aren't usually able to be taken down by lawyers. They do, however, often serve plugins with a little something extra that might make you want to pay for plugins from the official source. They can be used to host sketchy files, they can be used to ransomware your network, and once a backdoor is installed, other malware can be uploaded and potentially executed. Want to show us how it works?
What I've done is gone ahead and just added our backdoor into one of the
most generic websites of all time.
Yeah, this is a default theme. The way that this could be kind of replicated in real world, other than just through infected themes or plugins, is also through mismanaged upload credentials. So if you've got user uploads, they can potentially make this happen. And this is what the backdoor actually looks like. So you can see that here we're going to localhost into the themes folder, and we're just running this simple PHP file. And now we have access to everything.
Wait, what? Okay, so hold on a second. So my server is serving that website.
That's correct.
And you took advantage of a misconfigured upload permission setting.
Yes.
I just uploaded this file, and I have this.
Yes.
So this could be used to do any number of things. Let's say that your website was hosting, a cool mod for something, or a cool, useful little application. I could go in and I could replace the file with something completely different. And if they don't bother to actually check the checksum that I publish on my site, although I could of course overwrite the checksum as well, then they could download a completely different file, execute that on their computer, and boom, they're infected.
And since everything is usually done with not the greatest encryption for PHP websites, usually, especially WordPress, the encryption on passwords is not great. You could just go in, grab the database, and then use, I don't know, your RTX 4090 at home to crack the passwords. Kind of like in the Wi-Fi cracking video.
Right, you should check out that video if you haven't seen it already. Equally scary.
Honestly, that's a little bit less scary than some of these things, because people can steal your Wi-Fi credentials, but this will allow them to do stuff to you from anywhere.
Sure, but if they're on your network, then it's just so convenient.
At least you know they're nearby, though. And that's nice.
That's true.
It means I'm not alone.
Now, PHP is a just-in-time programming language, so malware spreaders need to be a bit more creative than simply hiding it within a binary file. That's where things like base64 encoding and gzip come into play. By converting everything into unreadable text that also fits into a single line in a code editor, they can turn 5,000 lines of backdoor code into only 9 pretty lines of totally not suspicious at all gibberish. If that gibberish code gets into a publicly accessible part of a web server, either through misconfigured file upload permissions or nefarious WordPress plugins, it can be executed by anyone who knows it's there. With PHP's eval function, nefarious code can break out of the PHP container and start executing commands directly on the operating system. Now, whoa, hold on a second here, Linus. All of this seems pretty irresponsible. Are you guys really just trusting VX Underground and plugging this drive into a live system here? The answer is no, and of course not. Even though we're not using any run here like we were with Windows, our sponsor ThreatLocker would never forgive us if we just blindly gave out trust. I mean, that's the antithesis of the zero trust model. Trusting a stranger is the #1 way to get pwned. No worm or backdoor can ever match the effectiveness of a social engineering attack. So if a guy named Smelly tells you that the drive he gave you contains lots and lots of malware, you should probably believe him and take the necessary precautions. But what are they? Well, to start with, we set up our Linux machine to be air-gapped. Okay, to clarify, no system is completely immune, and it was only a few months ago that the popular compression library XZ was found to contain a backdoor, but desktop Linux is less likely to be attacked with simple automated malware. As for air-gapping, this refers to the practice of isolating a computer from the rest of your networked machines, and it can be simulated with VLANs, but if you want to be sure, I'd recommend just unplugging it. VLAN hopping isn't a huge risk these days, but it isn't impossible. Of course, if you want to step up your safety a level further, you need a malware sandbox, a virtual machine on a virtual network that is completely isolated from any other machine, and that will be destroyed the moment that you no longer need it. ThreatLocker has their testing environment feature that allows you to pass executables that are quarantined from your protected computers into their sandbox without AnyRun's overly restrictive time limit or the requirement to make your sample public. Now, we're using AnyRun for deeper dives right now simply because it allows us to upload our samples directly, but ThreatLocker's Response Center is more than adequate for 99% of use cases. The two products, the sponsored one and the other one, actually complement each other really nicely to fill different sandboxing needs. ThreatLocker is great for production environment work, while AnyRun is better suited for noodling around. Shall we noodle some more? Hey, look, it's the chief noodler himself. What are we looking at now? Ooh, Lockbit!
Yeah, we're going to take a quick look at Lockbit. So
I'm told it's shocking how simple it actually is. That's in the script. This is super cool. Is this a paid version of AnyRun?
yes,
Okay, did they send that over to us?
they did.
Hey, shout out AnyRun. Thanks.
So we're doing the same thing we did with Borat. We're going to drag it out of here, and I did not password protect this one.
Tanner?
Hey, if we get infected, I don't own the company. So here we've got just some configuration things.
Local disks true. Network shares true. Ooh.
Yeah, so I think
It makes my skin crawl just thinking about something like this getting on our network. Oh, have I clarified that it's ransomware? Well, it's a ransomware if I didn't say that already.
So now we've got our decryptor. We've got password.dll. So that's the decryption password here. If it is executed through DLL, the EXE version is a slightly different password. But
Okay.
yeah, it's
Essentially,
pretty simple.
here's the encryptor, and then here's the key that you can provide to the victim in whatever form you like.
Yeah, what a lot of people have been doing lately is accepting the payment from their victims and then not decrypting. So that is an option too.
That is a whole other level of.
Yeah. So if you were to run lb3.exe, and yeah, you've now lost everything.
That was quick.
It actually looks, you can set what kinds of files it looks for off the bat. So you can aim for databases first if you want,
Right.
which is what a lot of places have been
Going
doing.
after more of a commercial entity.
Yep.
See, this is the kind of thing we cover on WAN Show and we talk about in the news and we discuss. But there's a big difference between, sort of talking about what's out there and these high-profile attacks and just seeing how simple the tools are.
You want to know?
I could do this.
You want to know how simple some of these are? You know the WannaCry virus. That was the one that was the ransomware that was just all over the place for several years there. It got defeated when somebody went in to the source code for it, did a whole decompilation, found a line of code in there that kept calling one particular website address.
Yeah.
So they decided to buy the domain because it hadn't been registered. Apparently that domain was just being used by WannaCry as a kill switch. So they accidentally stopped WannaCry. The guy ended up getting caught by the FBI for credit card fraud that he did earlier in his life, and then the judge at judgment was like, you know what, the public good that you've done kind of outweighs whatever credit card fraud. So if you're going to commit credit card fraud, also stop the worst ransomware attacks in history.
Of course, the groups that are executing ransomware attacks, be they WannaCry or Lockbit or something else, aren't just using ransomware. They need to find a way to infiltrate their target's organization, spread it around, and remain undetected. And many of these tasks require some level of social engineering. So what might start as a phishing attack could then transition into a rat being planted, which can then be used to plant the ransomware. Borat Rat isn't its own ransomware necessarily, but rather it's a vessel for carrying many payloads, one of which happens to be Lockbit-style ransomwares. And all of this is being accomplished by several competing groups. Some are simply trying to cash in, but some clearly have other goals in mind, as there's strong evidence that many malware groups operate as part of government entities. North Korea's Lazarus Group, Russia's Berserk Bear, and America's NSA Equation Group are just a few suspected examples. So, is this hard drive only for researchers, or could somebody conceivably use this repository to create and spread malware, possibly in an act of state-sponsored terrorism? Don't kid yourself. This is on the blacker side of gray, and the only moral justification for its existence is that, realistically, the bad guys have access to this information anyway, and by shedding light on it, we're at least giving the good guys a hoping chance to counter any upcoming threats. Security through obscurity is a pipe dream, and just like we probably upset some gas station owners when we made our video on the Flipper Zero, we're probably ruffling some feathers with this one, but we feel it's a valuable conversation to start, and one that we should keep on having. The last question you guys might be asking is, what are we planning to do with the VX Underground hard drive? Well, the first thing is to put a warning label on it, maybe even a bigger one than this, and then after that, I don't know, we've actually had some really cool ideas for videos in the past that have required us to intentionally infect a system. But providing real malware to us is against the policy of every white hat organization and person that we have ever interacted with. So we have struggled at times to create, for example, an infected system to bring to a shop for servicing. If you have any other ideas, we're open to them. But for now, we're gonna fester on it for a little bit, and seeing the kinds of threats that are not only out there, but more numerous than I previously imagined, I guess we'll look into hardening our security. Maybe with some help from our sponsor, ThreatLocker.
In the middle of the night, in a huge office somewhere in Ukraine, a lone computer wakes up. After booting, it stays silent for a while. Then a new file pops up on the desktop, perf-c, an empty, extensionless file. A Windows folder opens, and the file gets moved there. Several seconds later, the computer shuts down. Not a soul was around to notice this small event. The next day, as the employees start their morning routine of coffee and gossip, something weird happens. Computers all over the company suddenly begin rebooting. But instead of the Windows splash screen, they display this, a ransom message, a demand for $300 worth of Bitcoin for every infected machine. The company's executives are dumbfounded. They argue and bicker before reaching a conclusion. The bottom line hangs in the balance. The company just can't afford to stop everything and wait for a fix. They transfer one payment just to see where that will get them. Several hours pass, nothing changes. All the machines are still encrypted. As the IT staff tries to understand what's happening, the rest of the employees get a day's leave. And on their way home, they understand that their little company wasn't alone. They became the perfect witness of the countrywide catastrophe that unfolds. Some of them visit a gas station, but can't purchase fuel. Payment systems don't work. Others choose public transport and can't get their tickets. Paying in cash might seem like an option, but all the ATMs in the vicinity are down too. Hospitals can't access their records. Utility companies can't send their bills. The Postal Service can't deliver packages. It's nothing short of a digital apocalypse. In a matter of hours, much of the economy of the entire country grinds to a halt. Nearly every company, institution, and service is down. And then it spills over the borders. International shipping, medicine, fuel companies, anything that had an office in Ukraine. The same red-on-black plague. Oops, your important files are encrypted, all across their networks, on thousands upon thousands upon thousands of computers across the world. But not the one. The computer that woke up in the middle of the office a night before the attack. For some reason, it's fine. It continues working as if nothing happened. For years, nobody would suspect how it and several more random computers all across the world were involved in the latest and most devastating cyber attack that ever happened. It's them that held the key to answering the questions about NotPetya, a weapon that showed the world what a full-scale cyber war looks like. It happened on June 27, 2017, and the world was never the same. The carefree air of the mid-2010s evaporated and got replaced with a new reality. There was no rollback. By 2017, devastating cyber attacks on Ukrainian infrastructure were nothing new. 2 years earlier, the country saw the first documented attack on the power grid, leaving nearly 250,000 people without electricity in the middle of a freezing winter. In 2016, the attack repeated, cutting off electricity for the capital, Kiev. Both attacks were different from your typical cybercriminal. This was a kill switch. Here's how it worked. The malware itself, despite the popular name, is a small file called perfc.dat. Call it whatever you want. Upon infection, NotPetya will get extracted into this file, and then it will look for a file with this name on the victim's computer as a way to check if it was already there. Because, well, there's no point in encrypting a computer twice. However, simply creating an empty file named perfc and placing it in the Windows folder would lead to the same result. The only requirement being that the file must be read-only. So, NotPetya gets onto a computer, extracts itself, and looks for perfc. Is it there? If yes, the worm stops in its tracks. If not, it proceeds to destroy everything it sees. This curiosity was first discovered by Amit Serper, a researcher who worked for an Israeli cybersecurity company, Cybereason, and was among the first to analyze NotPetya.
So I started going over the sample, and I said, okay, so in Windows, when you want the process to quit or exit, there's an API call, a function that's called exit process. So I was like, I wonder if exit process is implemented in this and what calls it.
Today, we're
electricity for the capital, Kiev. Both attacks were different from your typical cybercriminal. This was a kill switch. Here's how it worked. The malware itself, despite the
We love you. Welcome, welcome, welcome back to the show. It's always good to see you guys. Thank you for
The hotbar, the crosshair, the advancement toad, the step count.
Hard drive capacity for Western Digital is sold out for 2026. WD's CEO revealed during a company earnings call that they're pretty much sold out of HDD production capacity for all of this calendar year, with firm purchase orders from their top 7 customers. WD has also signed long-term agreements, LTAs, with 2 customers that extend Bigger Battle Mage. Is here. The Arc Pro B65 and B. Bigger Battle Mage is here. The Arc Pro B65 and B70 were announced earlier this week, and we've got a couple of spec sheets here. One for the B65.
and was among the first to analyze NotPetya.
So I started going over the sample, and I said, okay.
I gathered some questions in my Discord for my yearly Q&A. stream, and I usually have a punishment every single time I don't answer a question. I did filter out some questions, like repeats, and some that I probably shouldn't legally discuss. At the end, whatever I am left with, I must answer. And if I don't answer them this time, I've decided to eat hot sauce. That will get hotter and hotter and hotter every single time I fail to answer a question. It kind of sucked. But I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and make sure you subscribe, because next week I have an incredibly special video where I actually got to build my brand new 42U server rack. Okay, I'll see you guys then. Bye. It's time for my yearly Q&A video. We should just get this started. Would you rather suck off Bigfoot or give E.T. a hand job? Okay. Chat, I think you kind of missed the point of asking questions. You're supposed to ask, like, personal questions that you guys want to get to know me. Not that. See, the problem is I'm, like, picturing it. And I'm picturing jacking off E.T. as, like, grabbing his glowing finger. No, you would obviously only fuck Tinkerbell. True. I would have sex with Tinkerbell. Like I said, that's basically just a fleshlight with emotions. I'm picking E.T. Sorry. I'm picking E.T. Next one. What is your main drive as a content creator? What got you started, and how'd you learn to do what you do? This is a lot to unpack, because my main drive as a content creator is being able to provide for Taylor and being able to be a place that people can come to and have fun and kind of escape the world a little bit. Like, they get to come to watch my stream and they just get to watch an idiot be an idiot and laugh at it. What got me started was because I wanted to build more confidence with who I am. And I felt that putting myself out there on the internet and being vulnerable would have been the way to do that. Boy, was I wrong. The thing that also just drives me is I just love doing it. Who is your least favorite and favorite mod? I can't answer this one. I can't pick favorites. I'm not supposed to have This is not fair. Fine, fuck you guys. I'll take a shot of hot sauce. I can already tell you that this one is going to be too spicy for me. Let me just jack it off really quick so I can mix it. Oh, I almost just spilt it all over my Belle Delphine keyboard. All right, there you go. It's kind of hard to see because I can't really tip it, but there is some in the spoon. Oh, fucking, I hate hot sauce. Dude, if that's a 1 of 10, I'm answering every question from now on. Okay, next one. At what point does the bit stop being a bit and start being your personality? I'll be real, I definitely ham a lot of stuff up for the camera, especially at day job, because that's just what I do, because it's entertaining and funny and people enjoy it. I think ultimately everything is an extension of me, whether it's just exaggerated more or not. Do you know what I mean? But ultimately, I am like an actor and content creator, essentially, so I definitely ham things up because I have to. It's like my job. Do you actually have any friends? We won't judge you if it's no, since we already know. What the hell? Yes, I have friends. I have chat. What's something streaming taught you about yourself that you didn't expect? Oh, that's a good question. Oh, that I can work hard. Sure, you can argue, oh, streaming's not real work or whatever, but I put a lot of hours into it, and I put a lot of hours off camera into it, on top of having a full-time J job. Streaming taught me that I can actually work hard and put my mind to something when I really, really enjoy it. Yeah, make fun of the dude who's talking fast and slurs his words a little bit. J job, my bad. Better to slur your words than say slur words. Okay. Do you feel like you've made it to a good point in your life? I think so. I'm happily married. I hope she feels the same way. You know, I have a good job. I get to stream. I'm pretty happy with where I am. Out of all the things you've done on video, what is one thing that you regret having online for the world to see? Wow, a lot of things immediately came to my mind. Okay, it's day job related. People greatly misinterpreted the joke that I was going for when I bought the Belle Delphine keyboard. I was literally going for the fact that it's just funny to me. That joke that I literally thought was a throwaway joke at first has evolved into people like genuinely thinking that I'm like an actual degenerate, and they like literally message me daily talking about like my wife would be better off if she wasn't married to a degenerate like me, like all that type of shit, right? I still think it's funny, but I do I do regret how people ended up interpreting it. All right, next question. What's your Steam friend code? All right, the next one on the list is the Dawson's Hot Sauce Cedar Smoked Garlic, chat. All right, here we go. I'm just gonna go tongue side down, get it over with. Whoa, that's the, oh, okay. The flavor's really good on that one. It genuinely tastes really good. It's just really spicy. How good are you? How good do you think you are at video games out of 100? Like, I don't know, 40 out of 100? I'm not a god. I'm imagining 100 is Faker and 0 is a fetus fresh out of the womb, right? Is Taylor the person you lost your virginity to? Hell no. She knows this. Buddy, I've told this story before. Single moms that brought their kids to gymnastics, nothing makes a single mom happier than when you can coach their child and their child trusts you. And I'm like, hey baby, how you doing? Moving on. Would you consider moving somewhere more affordable to stream full time? Yeah, all the time. I already do this all the time. I'm like always looking at different properties and trying to figure out like, oh, could we make it work? And I absolutely could make it work right now. My friends and family are here, so that would mean picking up and abandoning all of them. It's not something I want to do. At least not right now. That could always change. Why did you get fixed and got the vasectomy? I answered this a little bit in the actual vasectomy story video. I don't want children. I just straight up do not want to have children. I do not believe that I would be a good parent just like as a role model. I have a lot of mental health issues that would get passed down to my children because they are genetic. I don't want that, and it would be unfair. How much do you pay your editors? I only have one editor. Thank you very much. Fuck, I think you finally found a question that I might have to drink hot sauce for. At least $1? I mean, technically, yes. I don't feel comfortable saying that the answer, though. Because, like, every editor's worth a different amount, and I don't want to, like, disclose, like, oh, I pay this editor this much, and then another editor's like, what the fuck? He's getting way more or way less than me. Oh, this one smells like it's gonna destroy my asshole in about fucking 12 hours. Fucking, I can feel my stomach being upset already. You know what? This one's actually not as bad. I think the reason this one hurts a little bit more is because it doesn't have as good of a flavor. The last one's flavor was really good. This one hurts more, but it's because it doesn't taste good. Are you unhappy with people keep mentioning your day job to you only because you can't have more freedom and power for decision making and you can't be more yourself there? I wouldn't say that's the main reason I'm upset. I think the problem I have with people who bring up work in chat, because it makes it hard to tell if they're here in stream because of me or if they only care about my association with my day job. Like, I want to be able to be my own creator that stands on its own 2 feet. And then people also keep asking questions over and over and over and over and over again. They try to just keep talking about certain things. And it's just like, dude, like, for you guys, it's a fun YouTube channel. For me, it's my day job. That is also very true, Nicole. I do totally understand that sometimes I might tell a story or something quickly related to it. But it's when, like, I've clearly moved on that, and people try to, like, pipe up. It's kind of like, dude, I'm not talking about that right now. I think the one that drives me the most insane, and I know some people in chat have done this, and I'm not necessarily attacking just you, I'm attacking everyone who does it. When I have done something completely random, and then someone comes in and says something like, oh, why don't you just ask your boss? Why don't you just steal it from work? Where's your helmet? It's those kind of questions that really bother me. What do you have against Nintendo? I think Nintendo continuously proves that they hate their customers. I think Nintendo gets away with so much bullshit that if EA did the same, people would be screaming from mountaintops for their head. I can't stand Nintendo. They are so fucking stupid. And the thing that makes it worse is how they get away with it. But they make cute game. Did you know that back in the 1990s, a Nintendo lawyer called video game rental rape? I am not kidding. That is a literal thing that he compared video game rental to. I cannot stand Nintendo and their attitude towards their customers and how they get away with it. Whatever happened to the game spectrum? You used to show it all the time after playing a game, and now it just seems like it's dead. Honestly, I got tired of repeating myself every time I brought it up. For those who don't know what the game spectrum is, I might as well show you, because there's a lot of new people here that haven't seen this in a while. So the game spectrum was a chart that I used as a way to organize the games that we played on stream in a way that I could rank them in a better method than just assigning a 1 to 10, because I don't believe that your 9 of 10 is my 9 of 10. I wanted it to be a dynamic system that ranked them from how much you like them to least, instead of just giving them a score, if that makes sense, right? So this number typically wouldn't be viewable. I got tired of explaining this sheet every single time, and I think I announced it too early. My dream would still to have this be a thing, whether it's a forum-based website or a YouTube channel that allows people to relate with reviewers in a way that would make them go, oh wow, I like Elijah and he ranked Blueprints here and he played Borderlands 2 and he ranked it higher. Cool, I'm gonna try Borderlands 2, right? That was the whole idea, was to be able to get a more accurate rating of a game if you related with someone. It is still a project that I want to work on. I'm just not at the point where I can right now. What's your credit card number? Los Calientes, 5 out of 10. Whoa. Oh, I saw God with that. Bottoms up, chat. Oh, that one's nothing. Oh, dude. I spoke too soon. Oh, okay. See, this one has good flavor, though. So I think it helps a lot. It's definitely... it's definitely spicier, but it's got good flavor, so it helps. What have you earned in total from just streaming on Twitch? Fuck you, asshole. Oh, God. Fuck you, I'll do it. I'm not no bitch. I'll do the next one. You want back-to-back? Queso sin, bro. The reason I'm getting this out of the way is because I'm hoping I can piggyback it off the one I just did, and then they won't be as bad, because then I'm like halfway there. This one is creeping up on me. Oh, dude, is this one like cheese? That smells like ass. Oh, that was a lot. That might have been too much. Here we go. Ew, that one's so gross. Why would... I've been watching a lot of Kung Fu Panda lately. I'm gonna try to find my inner peace, dude, because holy shit, I'm about to see God.
Oh my God.
Okay, so here's the thing about this one, right? I said I was gonna answer honestly. If I answer honestly, am I gonna be breaking NDA? No, because I haven't played Half-Life 3. Valve lawyers have called off the snipers. What is the most unfiltered thought you've had mid-stream? All right, the next one is hot Thai green hot sauce. I was gonna say, expect something like I don't remember. See, Tony, I was trying to think of one and I was like, I don't think I can think of, and then one came to my mind and I was like, ooh. Now that one's come to my mind though, I have to be honest and listen, I said I was gonna answer these honestly, and that is one that I can't answer honestly. Bone apple teeth, chat. Okay, this one was a mistake. Oh, I hate hot sauce. Get this guy some milk. I have milk, but I'm really proud that I haven't drank it yet, so I want to keep going. Whoa, did you guys hear that fucking labored breathing? I almost fucking died. I almost fucking died. For $1 million, would you rather punch a baby or sleep with a 90-year-old over the course of a year? Dude, I would clock that child so hard. $1 million? $1 million. I'd be like, how often do you goon? I don't feel comfortable answering that question, so we're gonna be drinking the Honey Badger Honey Mustard Killer Sauce. This one is apparently 99,000 Scoville units. I think not answering is worse than just answering. No, because no matter what answer I give, you guys are gonna say I'm lying. If I say I do it once a week, you guys are gonna be like, fuck. Liar. If I'm like, dude, I goon 17 times a day, you guys are gonna be like, you're sick as fuck. There's no winning. Hot sauce is the way out. Oh, that was a lot. Shit. Oh, this one's... The smell on this one is crazy, dude. Bottoms up, chat, to gooning. Okay, that was... Okay, it tasted really good. Holy shit. Oh my God, I'm seeing Jesus. Holy shit, I'm immediately crying. Oh, the more I breathe. Ah, Chat, that was nothing. It's coming back. Okay, I'm starting to come down from it now, chat. I'm starting to feel a bit better. That one was rough, dude. It was immediate. Like, I feel like the other hot sauces were like, we're catching up. That one was like, boom, hit my tongue. And I was like dead. Dude, I should have just said I jack off like 3 or 4 times a day or something. Not that that's the answer. If your stream income surpassed your job income tomorrow, what would be the very first thing you do with your newfound freedom? I would just do what I'm doing. I wouldn't quit my job. I think I've said that as long as I can manage it, I think even if my streaming income was like 4 times more than my day job, I would still hope that I could make it work in a way where I could do both. Have you had a long-term life goal that you thought would be really difficult, but was well easier than you thought? Getting merch set up was a lot easier than I thought it was gonna be because I ended up using a different service that helped. How many sub goals from last year are still in the IOU stage? Ooh, what is it? We got cosplay stream, Bob Ross stream, tattoo, and oh, Ninja's Masterclass. I forgot about Ninja's Masterclass. That's how many I have owing, I think. How much total income have you made from streaming and the new Boca-Bola store this year? I mean, it's technically a different question. We could argue that it is a repeat question because the repeat question was I did get asked how much money I've made streaming. Do you guys think this is a repeat? I can tell you, you know what? I'll tell you how much I made on the merch store. I'll give you that answer because it's kind of different. So then we kind of meet in the middle ground. I made negative $6,000. Because I still haven't recovered all the money that I spent on it. Like, I've made some money. Yes, I'm going to have some money go into my bank account. But I still owe a lot more. So if you want to help support Boca-Bola.store, what takes from and adds back your faith in humanity? I need a minute to think on this one. Okay, takes away from humanity is AI right now. I genuinely think that AI is really, really scary. I think it's unbelievably cool from a technology side of things and like how it works, and like LLMs are super cool from that sense, but it is literally wasting water. It is sucking all of creativity out of a whole bunch of things like art and games and other people's passion, and ultimately people using it to push agendas and fake things is super, super scary. And I think what's scarier is seeing any administration, and this is how I'll stay apolitical, any administration use any generative AI bullshit to push any sort of narrative. That scares the fuck out of me. I think if I had to say something that gives me faith in humanity, titties, yeah, goth women. You know what gives me faith in humanity is even after there are clear systems designed to hurt and harm and damage people's spirits, mind, and body, that there are still people who will be vocal and stand up against it or keep being who they are. I think like it's really easy to get frustrated and see how much hatred there is in the world, but knowing that there are still people out there who are getting that hatred and that will still try to fight for what's correct, even if that means just being who they are, I think that still gives me a little bit of faith that people will continue to do that. I hope that makes sense. That's my answer. What is the one stream bit or meme you started that you genuinely regret because it won't die? I don't think there's any I regret. I mean, the no balls one is pretty funny. I told chat I got a vasectomy. Now the whole chat thinks I have no balls. What are your top 10 favorite songs from 2025? My top 10 songs of 2025 that came out in 2025. Pixelated Kisses by Joji, Get Out of My Yard by Lil Darky, Swallow the Pill by Mara Emanuel, Round 2 KO, Joyner Lucas, BPD by YNG, Survive by Lewis, House Tour by Sabrina Carpenter, The National Anthem by Lil Darky, Milkshakes by YNG, and Butterfly Effect by Joyner Lucas. I mean, some of these songs are not popular, KP. Like, Swallow the Pill has 5,000 streams on Spotify. He actually has one of the most creative music videos I've seen in fucking forever. The entire video is one take from the back of a truck that starts driving. This is the entire music video. What is one thing about the influencer lifestyle that you think is a complete lie or is massively overrated by people who want to start streaming? Man, this is gonna come across like, oh, whoa, point of privilege speaking. I think people think it's way easier than it actually is, with sometimes just people fucking hating your guts, trying to dox you, trying to find where you live. Like, it's fucked. Trying to be creative and stay relevant for a long period of time. It's tough, dude. So I think that's one thing that people don't really understand until they're potentially too deep, or they discover and they're like, I can't do this. If you could pick one tech company to get rid of completely, what one would it be and why? OpenAI. Get rid of OpenAI. But even saying that, man, it's tough because like I said earlier, I think generative AI can be so cool. And so I wouldn't even necessarily want him to go because, no, I would. Fuck AI. What is one song that makes you immediately end the stream if played in the background? It would be Despacito. Despacito actually, can I be honest? That song single-handedly almost made me take my life. I genuinely could not comprehend how that song was so fucking popular. Holy shit. It like drove me nuts. So when I was in gymnastics, we played the radio. That song came on the radio every 30 minutes for like 9 months straight. And I would try, I'd be like, can we please change the station? Can someone please put their own music in? Can we please do something? No. Everyone was like, but it's the radio because it's very family friendly and all the music's gonna be PG. To this day, I feel like I get PTSD if I hear that song. I cannot fucking stand it. Name one thing you hate and one thing you love about yourself. Oh, wow. Wow. I hate the way I look. I don't know. I've made that pretty clear. I think I hate the way I look. I like to think that I'm a hard worker. So I think that I love the fact that I will put in effort and work. All right, final question, chat. What is the most useless piece of vintage tech that you own that you refuse to get rid of because of its sentimental value? Probably my Xbox 360. You can kind of see it right there behind the question. It's not really useless though. Oh, okay, most useless? Sure. So this was given to me by someone who came and visited the office. It is an IBM like magnetic disc for Archon? I don't know. It's like, I literally will never be able to fucking use this ever. At all. It's so fucking useless to me. But it's one of those things that I'm just like, it's kind of cool. I answered almost all the questions, chat. I only skipped 7. Oh my god. I only had to eat 7 hot sauce, chat. That was...
This one's gonna be fun. So the guys over at Red Magic sent me their newest gaming phone, the Red Magic 11 Pro, and today I'm gonna figure out just how good it is. I took a quick look at the website before filming this as well, and apparently you've got like triggers built into the phone, like 24 gigs of RAM, and like some sort of awesome cooling solution, so let's just open it up. Now, as cool as some of the specs on the phone might be, one thing I'm really concerned about is like the thickness of the phone. Because while the point of a gaming phone is to play games, it's gonna be your daily driver, so you want something that's pocketable. Got a booklet right here. You know, I can't figure out how to get it open, just... Wait, oh, it's on the back side, whoops. I'm taking a look at the case, and it seems like these are where the triggers are, but I don't want to spoil it yet. Let's move on. Next, we got a booklet I'm not gonna read, and the phone itself. Oh, some goodies too. USB-C to USB-C. Here's the power supply, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, Red Magic, you kind of missed an opportunity to have like a tacky sign here saying, oh, I can't pause my game, or too busy gaming. You know, that's really disappointing. But now it's time for the main event, the phone itself, and whoa, this just feels cool. I think the triggers must be some sort of haptic system because I'm not able to press them in when the phone's off. And when it comes to the thickness and the weight of the phone, I'm pretty impressed on this front because it's actually thinner and lighter than the Z Fold. I do like the metal industrial design of the phone, especially on the back as well. I mean, just take a look at the liquid cooling thing here. And also the Snapdragon 8 Elite plaque, that actually kind of reminds me of the stickers you'd see on Windows laptops. The only thing that's kind of confusing me about the design of the phone is these two outlets right here, which I guess might be for the fans, but we got this like strip right here that just says game mode. These are the triggers up here, so I don't know what this does. I guess we gotta turn the phone on to figure it out, huh? Oh, and one more thing, the phone actually comes pre-installed with a screen protector, which is pretty neat. And for a sec there, I thought the screen protector on this thing was plastic, but picking at the edge, no, they actually put tempered glass on this thing, which I love. Oh, and speaking of features, I'm taking a look in the corner of the screen, and apparently this is running at 144 Hz, which It is faster than most flagships today, but will you even be able to tell the difference? Guess I should put this thing in the case. Too late. Don't worry, the phone's still fine, but the case is a bit on the thinner side, so if you are going to use this, make sure you have a screen protector on it. Enter your new PIN. Oh, you know what, does this thing have biometrics? I don't really see anything on the lock button. Oh yeah, that's right, most flagships today use an ultrasonic sensor. I'm too used to the Z Fold with the thumbprint. Welcome to daily wallpaper? Oh no, don't tell me there's a lot of bloat on this phone. I'm really wanting it to be good. Device security. Face unlock, I'm gonna be honest, you might hate me for this, but I just don't trust it on Android devices. I'm a little uneducated on the subject, but it's just one camera there compared to like Apple's like giant sensor setup, so I'm sorry, I just don't trust it. Definitely want to use gestures on this, and that's it. Or at least I thought it was it. Yeah, I don't want any like bloat apps installed. Oh, okay, there we go. After setting the phone up, we can take a look at the Android skin it's got, and honestly, I really would have preferred stock Android, but some of the design here actually isn't that bad. What is bad, though, is the bloatware that's pre-installed in this phone, which, I mean, I guess if you want to cope about it, there's not a whole lot of it, but I would prefer none. But anyways, me bitching aside, I've got to admit, these animations are kind of growing on me. Let's poke around in the settings a bit. First thing I want to do in here is turn the vibrations up. Alright, where's the... oh wait, multi-application volume adjustment? Oh, that's just such a peak feature. Awesome job, Red Magic. If you don't know what this lets you play like music in the background while watching a YouTube video, which is perfect for a gaming phone. Next up, we got the cooling fan. Holy sh**. Dude, that scared the sh** out of me. Why does it play that noise by default? By default, every single time you start the fan on this thing, it's super loud. Oh my, what a terrible decision out of the box. I'm so glad you could turn that off and just have the fan start up normally, but there's two options. You got balance and you got like max cooling. And apparently these fins on the side of the phone are the fans, and this is the outtake right here where it blows out air, and you can tell because of the color. System update. Okay, I'll do that in a sec, but you can also see the fan color through the back of the phone, which is pretty neat. After doing all the system updates, we're on Android 16 with the Android security update from December 1st, and it's March 30th right now, so it's not the best, but you do get some support here. Now, I want to get right to gaming on this phone, but there's a few more features I want to quickly go over first, like being able to turn on liquid cooling along with the fan, the insane amount of customization you can do here, and last but definitely not least is the haptics on here, which just feel great. I can't think of another word aside from thawky. It really just feels like you're punching down on the keys physically. Now it's time to play some games on this thing, and it says the magic key opens game space, so I'm guessing that's this, right? Epic. And now it's playing some sort of a royalty-free track, and I mean, as cool as it is that the phone makes noises, I just prefer it to be quiet. Luckily, it's just one tap away, so wait, how do we add some games to this? Oh, it's the button right in the corner that says add games, duh. Oh yeah, that's right, we don't actually have anything downloaded on this. Wait, how do I leave? I guess we gotta turn off the gaming switch? There you go. Personally, I'm most excited to play this one. Of course, you gotta have your pay-to-win Supercell games. PUBG Mobile, because it's pretty much a tradition at this point. Ooh, Roblox. This usually runs terrible on Android. And here's something that'll be really fun to test. We're gonna be playing PC games on this thing with Winlator. And now we can start playing the games, but there's more menus to play around with. I'm guessing this is the plugin engine right here, and oh, this is like way better than anything you can get on Samsung. Oh yeah, crank the performance to max, auto turn on the fan, automatically activate liquid cooling. Yeah, we're gonna crank this phone up to the maximum. And there's even a setting to increase the touch sampling rate on the screen when you're playing the game. Okay, finally, it's time. Let's see how hard we can push this. Swipe left and right to pull out the game assistant. Oh, it really does just feel like a Windows gaming laptop with all the cool software that it has, but without, you know, the suckiness of x64. It's working. 120 FPS, epic, anti-aliasing, max 3D res. Can you tell I'm excited? As soon as I'm loading into the game, I hear the fans rev up to max. And we're holding a pretty stable 110 to 120 FPS in the lobby. Oh, apparently I'm the bus driver. Alright, into the ocean. And when even off Spawn Island, we're still holding around 110 to 120 FPS. Really impressive. But wait a second. Yeah, the triggers aren't working. Do we gotta like configure some setting or... oh yeah, right here. Oh, and we can customize the touchstones of where the triggers sit? Perfect. Just give me all the options. Alright, so let's set our aim button to here and our fire button to right here. Oh, you know what? I should turn on gyro. The gyro definitely makes it easier to compete when you don't have any aimbot, but because Fortnite Mobile, yeah, it's kind of hard to show on camera. Anyways, if you have gyro aiming on, you can't use the aimbot that's insane in Fortnite right now, so we're going to turn off gyro and see how many kills we can get. Because normally we'd have to play with this with our fingers to use the aim and shoot buttons. Being able to use these and use your finger to pan while moving at the same time is super comfortable. Yeah, I've got to say, I'm a big fan of the triggers, especially because, you know, who wants to carry a controller in their pocket? After playing Fortnite at all max settings, 120 FPS, you got the triggers, you got gyro, you gotta assume the thing's super hot, right? It's just warm, that's it, it's only warm. Now, the one thing missing from this is that Save the World isn't on mobile. It's not Red Magic's fault, but salty anyways. Next up, let's try a game that actually has really good controls for a touchscreen only. Now, Brawl really isn't that intensive of a game, but it will benefit from the higher touch sampling rate and the low latency network. Compared to most other phones, you actually do get the extra 24 frames a second, so I mean, if you could tell the difference, more power to you. The touch sampling is also a cool benefit, but you can also bind your gadget button to the trigger. Ooh, it's gotta be the phone's luck. Holy sh**, 4? Bear with me. Hard trash. Alright, we got mid. And more mid. Cool. Next up, let's play Roblox. One of the more intensive Roblox games I like to play, Redwood Prison Rework, doesn't have any problem running at max settings, which I can't say a lot of phones can do. However, those max settings are at 60 FPS, thanks to Roblox not unlocking the frame rate on mobile. They should really get around to doing that. Now let's take a look at PUBG Mobile. As usual for this phone, we're gonna crank it up to max. And the game runs awesome at max settings, but only issue is it's locked to 60 FPS at max settings, even though I set their frame rate to extreme. Yeah, because when I turn it down to ultra, you know, ultra, it just goes down to 45 FPS, so I would love to try to play this at 120, but the game just won't let me. So you know what? F the restrictions of mobile gaming, let's play some Windows games. First off, we're gonna try a bit of a lighter PC game with Half-Life. And Half-Life seems to be having some driver issues, so I got another idea. Now, Winlater might work for some other games, but the games I want to play, I'm gonna use GameHub Lite instead. God bless Android sideloading. Even though you are given a bunch more tools to figure out how to make it work, I just can't get Half-Life to launch even with that, so why don't we try out Counter-Strike Source instead? Yeah, that's kind of the entire downside of PC gaming on Android. It's kind of like a coin flip if your game's gonna work or not. This one does though, and when playing PC games on GameHub, you're actually not limited to 60 frames a second. At 720p and the recommended settings, we're getting around like 80 FPS. Now this is a Source Engine game that came out back in 2004, but still, the super high settings with all the translation this app's gotta do, still pretty impressive. However, when we're playing on a more intense community server, we can't seem to really break 90 FPS. And I feel like I'm repeating myself, but again, the triggers on this phone feel so good when you're playing PC games. It really does just give you that extra bit of comfort that you don't have with a normal phone. Anyways, trigger gullies aside, let's move on to Counter-Strike 2. Will this even run? And I can't believe I didn't realize this until now, but the camera on the top of the device, it's actually hidden under the screen. And holy for a second there I thought it was gonna work. Okay, after even more troubleshooting, I decided to go back to Winlater, because now when I start up Half-Life without touching any of the configuration, it actually boots this time. But the issue is you can't launch it from the shortcut menu right here, you gotta launch it from the container itself. See, now it boots without an issue. Yeah, sorry if this is kind of all over the place, I'm learning this as I'm showcasing it. Now when playing Half-Life on this phone, the frame rate isn't too stable, unfortunately. Which is kind of funny, because you think Half-Life would run perfectly on anything, right? But no, it's actually kind of more intensive, and this is the same exact thing that happens when I try to emulate this game on my Mac. I'm just doing this to showcase PC gaming though. If you want to play Half-Life on the go, there's actually a native Android port for it. And also because the native Android version doesn't have access to all these fun deathmatch servers. But hopefully now it's finally time to play Counter-Strike 2 on the phone. And it just, god damn it man, it just immediately crashes. After another couple hours educating myself on like emulation on Android using CMod, Winlater, and all that and different drivers, I just can't get it to work, so I give up. We'll just play CSGO instead. Okay, alright. I guess I'll try it again on Winlater, but that kind of leads me to like my rant here. PC gaming on Android is just really polarizing. I mean, don't get me wrong, if you have a game that works with it, like Counter-Strike Source, it's just a perfect experience here, especially with the triggers. I had so much fun playing that. But when a game doesn't work, like CS2, it makes you just want to rip your hair out and throw the phone. In summary, welcome to Android, huh? It uses the same engine as Counter-Strike Source. It's gotta work. So mobile games are solid, PC emulation is kinda spotty, but what about console emulation? And unsurprisingly, Mario Kart Wii at that resolution with all the shaders compiled was really smooth. I think that was too easy for this phone though. Next up, let's try to emulate PS3 on it. Yeah, I think this is another situation where the support for Android is just a bit too undercooked. Little Big Planet on PS3 emulation, it just kind of loads forever. And when I try to play Ridge Racer 7, it won't even start to begin with. So what about something with way more support like Nintendo Switch? Let's see how it handles Mario Odyssey at 1440p handheld. And when playing the game, we're pretty much at a lock 60. I mean, every so often it'll dip into like 58, 56, but it's not that big of a deal. Amazing performance. Now this is kind of a side note, but one thing that really started to get on my nerves when I was playing around with this thing is that you can actually use floating windows by using this dock right here. And yeah, that's cool, right? But it's only limited to like a certain amount of whitelisted apps. Why? I'm a big fan of the floating window option on One UI, and not seeing it work properly here with like any app I want, it's kind of infuriating. But in the apps that do support it, it works great. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. I went to settings, enabled freeform windows for all apps, and this is what you get with that. So yeah, not as good as the native one. So, is the Red Magic Pro 11 worth it? For the price of $800, I don't think it's bad, especially if you want to do like specialized mobile gaming on this thing. In my opinion, the main selling point of this phone is the fact that you actually get additional controls that make the games just so much comfortable without having to hold like a bulky controller in your pocket. So if you're completely fine with debloating a bit, dealing with some questionable software, and just want a nice solid Android phone, I think it's worth it. Anyways, let me know down in the comments, what other phones do you want to see me cover next? Alright, I'll see you later. Thanks for watching. Yeah, I'm actually gonna keep playing with this.
Do you ever boot up your Wii and it— No. Shut up. Do you ever boot up your Wii and it doesn't appear on your computer screen? Actually, yeah. I think that's gonna be a 100% yeah rate, because how could it? What, are you just gonna plug your Wii into your computer to play Wii games on your computer? No, you're not gonna do that because— Oh, cause emulation? No, shut up. You're not gonna do that because it's kinda dumb. And if the kids at school found out you did this, you'd be mega dumb. And what do you do when the kids at school call you mega dumb? No, you don't do that! What you do is secretly game on your Wii. What if your Wii was inside your computer, where no one had to see it, and nobody had to know? This all started in the year 1998, when I wasn't born yet. Then, in 1999, I was born. And 25 years later, I've absorbed enough lead into my blood to decide to hide a Wii inside of a computer. There are several reasons apart from shame to do this. Maybe you want to stream your favorite Wii or GameCube games on the internet in terrible quality, but you just can't stand to look at the damn thing. I don't need to go over all the reasons anyway. They're completely obvious. And to be honest, I don't really care what the best use case for this thing would be anyway. I'm just here to stick my Wii where it doesn't belong. Let's break this hypothetical marriage of PC and Wii into the major food groups. You've got your Wii, your case, your motherboard, CPU, SSD, RAM, and power supply. Plus all the other computery stuff down there. But which case, which motherboard, which CPU, SSD, RAM, and power supply? Probably not this one. For the SSD and RAM, we'll just, I don't know, throw a terabyte NVMe and some RAM I found in a puddle in there. To pick a power supply, we need to know how much power our system is gonna draw. But to know that, we need to pick a motherboard and CPU. But we can't pick a motherboard without picking a CPU. But we can't pick a CPU without knowing if we're gonna have room for a GPU. But we don't know that until we figure out where the Wii motherboard is gonna sit inside the computer. And now this is where you expect me to say, well, we can't figure that out until we pick a case. But joke's on you, I already picked it. Because at some point, you just have to make a damn decision on where to start with these things. This is the Fractal Pop Mini Air. I purchased it in September of 2024, before this project was even a twinkle in my dirty Bringus eye, because of one feature. There's like a little drawer in here. I just thought it would be a good place to hide your Wii. So we have a case. It's not a very big case, but in my line of work, I do a fair bit of stuffing things into tight spaces, so I'm not too worried about that. Holy f***. It's Mickey Mouse. Our next unknown. Where and how, and honestly, if a Wii U motherboard is gonna fit in here next to a PC motherboard. Oh, did I forget to mention we're actually playing Hide the Wii U? It's got native HDMI output, and it gains us an additional 4 games to play, so I figured, why not? Luckily, I happen to have a Wii U motherboard that's surrounded by a bunch of plastic crap right here. Before we go ripping it apart though, I figured I might as well increase its usefulness by an order of magnitude by soft modding it, and that's easier when it's still in one piece. Oh, and we also need to have a funeral for the Miis, as is tradition. Corby B, DD, Guest 2, HJ, Marv, and Mr. B. Rest in peace. Goodbye forever. That soft modding process ended up taking a really long time, mostly because of things like, it's been mere seconds and we already have crusted over snot. Cool. Why is the battery now 0? Connect the endoscope camera by what is this? The disk you attached was not readable by this computer. It's completely frozen! Come on, man! So if you want to see that whole disaster, you'll have to head over to the video on my second channel, link in description. But okay, operating under the assumption that the Wii U motherboard is gonna just kind of fit in there no problem, how are we gonna interconnect the two? You know, all the cable-y bits. Because I want this to be one cohesive emulsification of PC and Wii. Ideally, it should be as simple as opening up a program and bam, you're in a Nintendo game on your PC. No, not like that. Close that now. Don't you know they're always watching? In short, we need a way to pipe the video from the Wii U over to a window on the PC. And until Matt KC is finished with his gamepad emulator thing, the best we've got is hooking up the HDMI output from the Wii U up to a capture card that's inside of the PC. For storing all of our games, we can mount a hard drive inside of the PC case and then hook it up with a SATA to USB adapter. That should work since the Wii U can natively read external hard drives, and adapting a SATA drive to USB is pretty much all that most consumer external hard drives are doing anyway. I'm also hoping that we can find a way to relocate the optical drive over to the front, despite the fact that, you know, optical media bad! It's gonna be tricky though, since that's quite the distance to cover, and obscure ribbon cables can be pretty difficult to find, let alone find in longer lengths than the original. The final key thing that I want to integrate inside of the PC is gonna be one of those USB GameCube controller adapters, since, if we're being honest, a Wii U is mostly just a roided out Wii with an HDMI port, which itself is just a roided out GameCube with an HDMI port, and if this all works out the way I'm hoping, it's all gonna hide away really nicely with the way they did these 5 1/4 bays.
Okay, so a project like this is gonna be a shitload of 3D printed parts. Luckily for me, I've called in reinforcements from the sponsor of today's video, Bambu Lab.
I personally purchased a Bambu Lab X1 Carbon back in 2023 because, as far as I had heard from basically everybody, it was the best thing that you could get without trading in a car for the down payment. The value was just incredible for what it could do. And gosh darn it, Bambu went and became the value king again. This is the Bambu Lab A1, and that big Mother Hubbard next to it is the AMS Lite multi-material system. It prints fully wireless, it's got a textured magnetic bed, it's got an LCD touchscreen, it's got a fully automatic poop flinger! And most dope of all, it can print in multicolor. I have 3D printed a disc cracker. It goes by the name Big Disc Energy. Oh yeah! Who would have thought optical media could be so much fun? Check out both the A1 and the A1 Mini and figure out which one is best for you by using my link in the description. Oh, so much technology! Okay, so the first thing I want to test... The first thing I want to test is if the SATA SSDs that I bought are gonna play nice with this thing. They're crucial, so probably. We're gonna be hooking them up with these here StarTech USB 3 to SATA adapters. There are many like them, but the StarTech ones in particular are the most reliable in my experience. Now let's hope we can experience some more reliability here. I've been told that the front of the Wii U is where you want to plug your drive in, so we'll just stick that right there. Format USB storage device, okay. Format. USB storage device has been connected. Do you want to format? Yes, I do. Jeez, just get it on with, come on. All right, there we go. All right, now let's see if we can install a game to it. Install content. Oh, that's quite ominous. Oh, battery's dying. Who would have thunk it? Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Very legal and very cool. And she's off. Installation finished. Do we have a game? You bet your ass we do. Does it start?
Nope.
DLC is corrupted. That's fine, didn't need it anyway. It's only 672 kilobytes. I'm guessing that's kind of just like a license key that unlocks the DLC that's in the update. Okay, whatever, we don't need it. Goodbye. Can we start the game now? The ID used to purchase the software has been deleted? DRM? On my modded console? Uh-oh, noob alert, noob alert. John Bringus caught trying to boot a game without SIG patches. Game starting now.
Nope.
What? Restart. And the game works now. Ah, what did I tell you? First try. Man, rip that DLC for no reason though. Hey, ain't nobody ever said it was an easy path, avoiding optical media like the plague. So that works. Most external hard drives, like spinning hard drives, not SSDs like this, they need you to split the USB cable into 2 USB cables, one for power and one for data.
It is data.
Because the USB ports here on the Wii U, they don't provide a ton of current. But luckily an SSD doesn't really draw that much current, so it works fine on just one USB port. Makes our life a little easier. Oh, I forgot I bought styluses too. All right, but what about second SSD? This one is going to be used for Wii games. But what the f***, I hear you say? You got a whole terabyte. Why don't you put your Wii U games and your Wii games on this thing? And to that I say, yeah. Wouldn't that be cool? Unfortunately, Wii U Homebrew has not evolved to let us use one SSD. Nature had other plans. So we will be using 2 identical SSDs, one of which will be for the Wii and the other for the Wii U. And look at that, if we had one more, we could do the meme. Ah, nice, there it is. Ooh woo. All right, Wii games have been transferred. If I remember correctly, you're supposed to use the rear USB port for this. Do you want to format the device? No, that sounds completely counterintuitive. USB loader GX. Waiting for hard drive. Okay, hold on. What about the other port? That one works, okay. But it appears... Oh, it appears I'm a dumbass. It appears that we have our games. Can we run a game? Looks like it's running to me. Okay, Wii U is good, Wii is good. Well, how about GameCube? For GameCube, we've got this here USB GameCube controller adapter. It's very third-party, don't tell the purists. I think the dimensions of these third-party ones are pretty much exactly the same as OEM though, so it should be fine. Actually, what am I talking about? I'm literally the one building this. One of these USB ports is not required, but I don't remember which. So you only need to plug is one USB, parentheses, the black one. Thank you, Reddit. In goes is the black one. For GameCube, we're gonna use Nintendo. And now I think it's as simple as just plugging a controller in. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, this works great. This is fantastic. Oh, this is gonna work so well. This is coming together great. Okay, so everything works separately, but now we gotta see if it's all gonna work together. Because when this thing is gonna be all up inside of a PC case, I can't necessarily swap around hard drives and controller adapters and all that. So we're gonna also plug in the Wii U hard drive. Okay, Wii SSD, Wii U SSD, GameCube controller adapter. Can we still do everything? Oh, here we go. 2 or more USB storage devices are connected. Is this a problem? You can only use one USB storage device at the Wii U menu. Please turn off the console and disconnect the USB storage device you're not using. Okay, so that's not gonna work. What if we just hit OK? Oh. Yeah, I don't think that's allowed. Let me try that one more time. Okay, that is very much not allowed. Huh. It sounds like there is a way that we can stop the drive from being detected in a couple different ways. I have obtained the Homebrew App Store. Wow, there is a lot you can do here. System font replacer with Comic Sans. Never mind, there's nothing you can do here. This Homebrew stops the Wii U asking to format a USB. That's kind of our problem. Let's try it. Okay, only the Wii game SSD is currently connected. Wait, why are there 2? I think it's currently seeing the controller adapter as a hard drive. All right, one more time. Well, there's still 2. Okay, well, I'll just hide both of them, I guess. Wii U SSD going back in. Controller port going back in. Oh, hey, it didn't complain. Wii U hard drive and GameCube controller adapter confirmed working fine. And Wii games are still working fine. Okay, great. Now there's one more thing that whoa, why does it look like that? Oh, it's all stretched. That's weird. Okay, something is telling me that we're not gonna be able to connect the Wii SSD to the computer properly anymore. I don't know, something about that USB hide tool just doesn't sit well with me. Let me see if it's still accessible. Oh my God, there's too much crap on the desk.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, look at that. It's showing up as unallocated. Let me try and unhide it and see if it pops up. Yep, that did it. Everything's back. Note to self, unhide the drive before I go to add anything.
Oh, wait. Hold on, if the drive is unhidden now, and I go to plug it back in, aren't we just gonna get that error message? Yeah. Okay, this is not good. So what am I supposed to do? Okay, I'm pretty sure the Windows tool that had the same name, I think that can do what we just did here. So I'll have to unhide it on the Wii U, and then re-hide it on Windows. Let me see if that works. Okay, disk has been hidden. Boom, no error. Okay, those all work together quite nicely. There is one more thing though that I need to throw into this mix. A USB switch. This way I can claim that there's both a Wii U and a Switch in here. No, this is required to actually facilitate the connection of being connected to a computer and the Wii U at kind of the same time. The way this works is that one end of it goes into your PC and the other end of it goes into your Wii U. I'm sure that's how everyone else is using it at least. Then you plug in whatever you want to share between those two devices right here. But this I expect to kind of just work. You know, there's only one port, there's only one thing that's going to be able to use that one port at a time. It'll probably be fine. However, there's also this one. This one is dual port. That means there's likely an internal hub. I don't know if the Wii U can handle reading from the drives over a hub. They probably just have to be directly connected. Ideally, we can use the Ugreen one because while they are typically a sponsor of the channel, but not today, 2 ports is going to be a hell of a lot better than 1 because I want to be able to send the Wii hard drive back to the computer to add games, but I also want to send the controller adapter through so that you can use this with Dolphin or whatever. And we need 2 ports to do that. Oh no. Oh, this is cursed. USB-A for input makes sense. USB-A for output. Oh god, that means the cables. No, Ugreen, you can't do this, no! You're not supposed to do this. This is like having the AC cable that just has another AC cable on the other end. No, you cannot do that. When I was a kid, I found one of these cables at the thrift store, and I was like, hey, that seems really useful. I can plug one into my laptop and one into my desktop, and I can transfer files between them. And anyone that's tried that before will tell you that that's not what happens. You don't transfer files, you transfer electricity. Lucky for me, the only thing that stopped working was the USB port on the desktop. That probably should have killed both computers. So be careful with these cables, kids. Wii SSD, GameCube controller adapter. This goes into the Wii U, and then this one goes to my PC, which is off screen because there's already way too much stuff on the table. Powering on. All right, who gets it first? What happens if I hit the button? Oh, despite being unallocated, we did get the disc on the computer. And after flipping the switch on the GameCube adapter to PC mode, our controller is working beautifully. Okay, things are working great on the PC front. How about here? Oh no, the GameCube controller doesn't work over the hub. Oh no. Well, that's not good. All right, plan B, Sabrent. All right, are we working? No. Switch. Are we working? Yes. All right, well, that's a shame. Let me try one more thing. I also bought this USB hub. Maybe the hub that's in the Ugreen switcher is just not compatible. Maybe this one is. I'm telling you guys, I thought of everything for this. Hub into switch, GameCube controller adapter into hub. What are the odds? 0. Wait, we're on B. A. No way. Wait, that works? Huh. Okay, well, it's a good thing this video was not sponsored by Ugreen, or that was about to be a really awkward conversation. Okay, next. Can we plug the Wii SSD into the hub as well? And... oh, it got past the USB initialization? No, it didn't. It didn't. I thought it did, but it did not. Well, that's a shame. But it still works on the switcher without the hub, right? Yes, okay. All right, well, that's unfortunate. It just kind of complicates the setup a little. Okay. Proof of concept complete. And this was the easy part. I am having some thinking thoughts at the moment. These are not our final components. Hell, I haven't even chosen the final ones yet. So here is our Wii U motherboard, and I gotta figure out where it's possibly gonna go. What I'm gonna focus on to figure that out is the DVD drive ribbon cable port. I don't know how long of a cable we're gonna be able to run, you know, because like signal integrity and all that. So I want that connector to stay down here toward that void. That's where the DVD drive is gonna go, so we gotta keep that run as short as we can. Which means we can have the motherboard some kind of way like this, or we can flip it around and have it kind of like this, or we could flip the orientation and then slot it down here. That connector is still decently close like this. We could even shift it forward a bit. That gives us enough clearance to plug all of our ports in. Whatever GPU we put in should still be able to breathe enough. And the airflow from the GPU might actually be enough to cool the entire Wii U. I'm not even kidding. These things don't really draw that much power. However, if we do it like this, it's going to completely block off the bottom PCI Express slot. That means we'd have to go with a USB capture card, which is fine. They're just as good as PCI Express ones nowadays for the most part. And then what if we did this?
We could flip it again upside down. Now you see that looks kind of cool because of that silver backplate. I like how that looks. I really like how that looks. However, that might starve our GPUs. Yeah, they're really close to the fans. Okay, well, we can test that later. We don't even know what GPU we have yet, so it's really hard to try and plan this without the right components. I don't think it's really feasible to try and put the board here because we can't really, you know, the distance to plug into like the HDMI stuff is real slim. I know they make like really slim connector cables and we could maybe do that, but I don't know, not really sure about that. You know, we could do something kind of stupid like this. The airflow's completely gonna go to shit, but you know what? It does fit, and we do get a lot of clearance to plug in our HDMI. God, that airflow though. The Wii U would be very cool. Everything else would be very not. If it turns out we can actually extend the DVD drive cable pretty far, we could even put it up here. That would be kind of interesting, but that cable would make such a long run. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think our best bet right now is putting it down here right under the GPU. This has its own considerations because it's gonna block off some of the ports down there on the motherboard, like the front audio and the IO and all that crap. But there's creative solutions to that. And this puts the connector where we need it to be. Plenty of room for hooking up these rear ports. Cooling is going to be interesting for multiple components, but I'm pretty confident we can figure that out. So I think for now, this is how we're gonna do it.
If we're gonna commit to mounting the Wii U's motherboard at the bottom like this, we're gonna have to set some expectations for the PC's motherboard. It has to be micro ATX, because, well, the case is micro ATX. The PCI Express slot for the GPU has to use the topmost slot on the case. We don't have enough clearance for the GPU to sit any lower than it already is. We need a USB 3 connector to hook up our internal USB devices. And it has to be USB 3 since the capture card needs that extra bandwidth. That USB 3 connector, though, cannot be located at the bottom of the motherboard. It's just such a gigantic connector. There's no chance we'll be able to fit this thing in here with the Wii U motherboard down there at the same time. And lastly, be pretty and white.
Just like me.
Narrowing it down to 3 potential motherboards, I think our best bet is gonna be the Aorus B650M Elite AX Ice. And they seriously missed an opportunity to reverse these two and just call it the B650M Ice Axe. The USB 3 connector is at the bottom, but it's a 90-degree angle one, so it shouldn't cause any problems. I've never built an AM5 PC before. Whew, this thing is bougie. We'll use this Ryzen 5 because it's a CPU. For the GPU, the requirements are pretty simple. Be white and be slim, yet lengthy enough to not die of asphyxiation. The best thing that I can find that takes up less than 2.5 slots and costs less than a week of rent is the ASRock Radeon RX 7600 Steel Legend. It's not really a screamer by any means, but come on, we're already putting a Wii U/Wii/GameCube into this thing. How much gaming do you need? Admittedly, an Intel Arc B580 would have been kind of cool, but those are currently residing in Scalp City, which makes no sense because nobody's gonna pay for a scalped budget GPU. People just take that money and then just go get something better. Wait, people are buying these? What do you mean? What do you do? Just go get this Chode 4060 or something for that money. What the? We've just about got a whole computer for our Wii U. Only the power supply is left now. The biggest consideration for our power supply is the same as any old PC. Buy something with enough watts to power everything in the computer. But considering there's a Wii U in our computer, we also have to factor in the power that's going to be drawing.
And on that note, how does one plug a Wii U into a PC power supply? I mean, they don't exactly have 120 volt AC outlets on them. I mean, okay, well they do, but that's an input, smartass. Well, lucky for us, PC power supplies output most of their voltage as 12 volts. See right there, 12 volts and a whole lot of amps. And if you look at the adapter for the Wii U, this is also outputting 12 volts. Wait, what the f? No, it's not. Since when were these 15 volts? Oh, no, it was the Wii. The Wii is 12 volts. Well, this complicates things. So we can't plug the Wii U into the power supply if the voltages don't match. And that was kind of my whole plan.
In my disarray, I decided to contact an expert by the name of Shank Mods, who's known not only for making some of the greatest console mods of all time, but also he was in my car once. And his expert advice? Just send it. So to conduct this experiment, basically, we're gonna take this power cable, chop off the Wii U end of it. Don't worry, it's third party, its life doesn't matter. Wire it up to the variable power supply, and then set her to 12 volts. I would trust Shank with my life, much less my Wii U. Hello? I am having a third-party moment. And... oh. Hold on, what if we turned on the Wii U? I need a faceplate. I will stick the fan in there for good measure. Power on. There's no light on it. Usually the light is red if it's getting power, but it's not on. What if we just... no? Really? Hold on. Unplug. Adjust this to 15 volts. That's what it's supposed to have. Oh, yep. Then look at that. There's our red light. All right. Well, that's sad. Time to get the boost converter involved. The boost converter's job is simple. Make more volt out of less volt. And how does it do that? You're gonna have to find another channel for that one, buddy. You know it's nice when it comes with a manual. So this is supposed to be as simple as just taking our 12-volt wires and sticking them in here, and then turn on our power supply, and we'll see what we got coming out. Okay, that's 26 volts. So that means we're gonna have to adjust our little thingy here. Oh, we gotta go way down. All the way down to 15, just about 15 right there. Good enough, 15 volts. Then we plug in our Wii U power cable, and then we grab our Wii U. This is kind of terrifying. Also, if you've never seen this monstrosity before, I'm shooting this out of order, so it'll make sense at some point. Okay, in we go. This is either gonna power our Wii U or completely fucking kill it. And... huh? Good sign? Oh, it turned off. Bad sign. Oh, wait. Hold on. This makes sense. I forgot. You can't pull that many amps from this power supply. It kind of sucks. Okay, we'll move it over to the real deal then. We'll plug it into an actual computer power supply. This baby can do 14 amps on the 12-volt rail, so I think we'll be okay. Please don't blow up. We're still at 15 volts. Okay, let's try it. And... fans on. I think we're good to go. All right, cool. I guess this boost thing is gonna work. Bringing this back around to the original predicament, what power supply are we buying? Our PC is calculated to draw around 430 watts, and the Wii U's power adapter is rated for 15 volts at 5 amps. Multiply those together and you get 75 watts. Add that to the PC's total, and our combined Wii C is gonna be demanding at least 505 watts. And that is a lame number. A 500 watt power supply won't be enough. 550 is cutting it too close. And if I'm buying a 600 watt, well, I'm already here. Might as well go 650. I expertly picked the first one that didn't look like a fire hazard, and now we have a Corsair RM650. I think this model's been around for like 12 years or something. But you know what they say, old but gold. Am I right? Get it? Because it's 80 plus gold? Well, because it's 80 plus gold. Because it's 80 plus gold. Well, did you see? It's 80 plus gold. Well, it's 80 plus gold. Oh, man. This is such a shame. What a nice motherboard. It's gonna feel so bad when I f this thing up somehow. Our graphic designer spec memory. First. Okay, that's actually hella useful though. No need to consult Manuel on the memory positions. The CPU. I'm pretty sure this thing is supposed to be like bad value or something, but to be honest with you, I just need a warm body to occupy the motherboard. Newegg had it for like 20 bucks more than the 7600X, I believe it was. I figured, what the heck. I can skimp on a couple 4x4s for a week. Ooh. Oh, that's very pretty. What a weird looking CPU. It's smaller in person. I thought it was gonna be bigger. Hold on. So here's like a classic AMD CPU, you know, the A10-9700E, absolute classic. But the substrate is the exact same dimensions just about, but the IHS on the new one is so much smaller. I don't know why I thought this, but I thought that like this whole entire IHS was gonna take up the footprint of just like the what do you call these? The tentacular bits. Hold on, this one says remove. On all the Intel ones I've done, you kind of just leave that there. Wait, what is that? There's no way, dude, there's no way. Oh, okay, we're good. Just a little piece of black smegma. I was getting a little pissy there for a second. This thing took a while to show up. I don't remember if I finished my thought, but on all the Intel LGA systems I've built, this, you kind of just put the whole thing down and the black thing pops off. You don't have to remove it. So we're just gonna do that. Will it pop off? Yes. How can I apply my thermal paste in a way that will piss the least people off? I'm just gonna do one of these. Do a little bit of spreading around. There we go. That looks good to me. Oh, I didn't even show you guys the cooler. We are going with the Apponix App 1V. I've never heard of this brand. It might be very bad, but look at it. It looks kind of cool and Wii-esque. Oh, this thing is kind of huge. Holy crap, this is enormous. This is way bigger than I thought it was gonna be. Okay, this is huge. So it's kind of just your tower cooler and your fan. Wait, is this metal? This is metal!
And your lungs.
What? Okay, this is kind of dope. I thought it was gonna be cheap and small and not very good, but I actually really like this. This is cool. God help you if you ever have to replace the fan. Oh, it came with its own scraper. Garbage I found on the floor should work just as well. Take the hard mode sticker off. On we go. Very nice. Ah, that wasn't too bad. This actually looks really cool. I'm really glad I went with this cooler. Hopefully it actually cools. Let's give her a test boot. And I believe these fancy new Ryzens have built-in graphics. And we'll give her a little... And there it is. Look at my boy, all independent and stuff. He don't need no GPU. Whoa, even the BIOS is white. I've never seen a BIOS with such little seasoning. There's even a search in... What the heck? Gaming. Oh, this isn't a gaming motherboard. All right, well, save, yes. Now I get to put it in the case. It is all put together, and I gotta admit, it looks pretty damn cool. This CPU cooler is just, oh, I love that thing. There's our beautiful ass rock GPU. Its job is to sit there and look pretty and don't get too hot. I think it'll probably do that just fine. So I built it just like a normal computer right now because I can either build a computer or mod a computer. I'm not multi-talented like that. I can't do them at the same time. So hopefully this thing works so then we can get to installing all the other Wii bits. And oh, there we go. There's our white BIOS. Beautiful. I have precariously placed the Wii U motherboard under the GPU upside down. I wanted to see how hot it's gonna get. Ooh, buddy. That's a little too roasty toasty for me. And that's without the CPU really doing much of anything. So, we're not gonna be able to do plate side up, unfortunately. It looks so cool and it reflects the RGB and everything, but like, that's pretty hot. It just keeps going up. I've come to my senses and realized that the GPU that's going to be above the motherboard is not a good cooling solution, because the fans on the GPU are not always spinning. And if this is on but the GPU's being lazy, this doesn't get cooled. That's not going to work. But we need a cooling solution that is going to be no taller than the heatsink itself. That leaves us with one of my favorite kinds of fans, the gaming turbine. But there is currently one problem with this fan. Yeah, it's a bit loud. In order to tame the beast, we're gonna have to limit the voltage on this thing. For this thing to be at a manageable noise level, it's gonna have to run somewhere down around 4 volts. And see, that's not too bad. Nice and quiet. It also puts out enough airflow though that should still more than cool this thing. Remember, the stock fan was this. Yeah, this radial fan will be fine. I wanted to run the fan even lower, like 3.3 volts, because that's a very easy voltage to run this thing off of, because the Wii U motherboard has a handful of voltages that it provides. I think it's 15 volts, 5 volts, 3.3 volts, and then like 1 volt. And we gotta figure out which one of those voltages to run this thing off of. 3.3 is nice and quiet, and we're still getting a decent amount of airflow. But the problem with 3.3 volts, watch this, I'll turn it off, and then I'll turn it back on. See, look at that. It can't kick over. But if we bring it up to 4 volts, that's enough to get started.
So our nearest neighbor to 4 volts is 5 volts. To go from 5 volts to 4 volts, we're gonna need some, where are they? Some resistors. I'm no electrical engineer, but I know if you put 2 of these together in series, these are 4.7 ohm resistors, it will drop the voltage from 5 volts to 4 volts. Those things are gonna be a little roasty toasty because they're gonna take some of that voltage and just turn it into heat, but that's all right, we didn't need that voltage anyway. So if we twist these boys up together, stick one end in the fan, stick the other on the power supply, we can now run this thing on 5 volts, but not quite as loud as normal 5 volts. The reason we're using 2 of these in series, by the way, is because they can deal with the heat a little better. I think with just 1 resistor, it was gonna get a little too hot. Now we just gotta find a 5 volt point on the motherboard and we'll be good to go. Finding 5 volts here should not be very hard. We're just gonna turn it on, connect our negative terminal to the ground plane on the edge here, and then kind of just start poking stuff. We should find 5 volts near USB ports because USB is 5 volts. And I could just tap directly into a USB port, but I was hoping to find something a little bit closer to the heatsink. So let's touch this big old thing. Oh, that's what I was saying earlier. There's our 3.3 volts. What about this big boy? That's a 1.5 volt. This one? Hey, there's 5 volts. Okay, so we'll solder our fan to the edge of this giant component here. And hopefully that's not something that I shouldn't be doing. And just like that, we've got a nice little cooling solution for our Wii U. Oh. Why is that so loud? That's not supposed to be that loud. Oh, it's smoking. Okay. Hold on. Huh. So, what? Oh, it was our resistors. Oh, they could not handle that. Okay. Okay, well, yeah, never mind with that. We're just gonna take that back off. Huh, okay. Well, that sucks. I don't really know what to do now. I don't really want to pull 5 volts from the USB ports. The USB current on the Wii U is really limited. Hold on, what kind of voltage do we get out of the regular fan port? Okay, the stock fan runs at 5 volts, but clearly our resistors can't handle that. That's really weird. It worked on the variable power supply. Why did it go literally up in smoke this time? The few electrical engineers that are watching this mess, I would love an explanation for that. I'm guessing my resistors do not resist the correct amount anymore. Oh, no, they do. Okay, what if I just stuck that in the fan port? I'm just gonna kind of touch it in there. Oh, well, that seems like the right speed. Okay, note to self, this was likely obvious to everyone but me, but maybe plug the fan into the place where the fan is supposed to go and not into a mysterious component on the motherboard. I've held it here for about a minute now. Our resistors do not appear to be smoking. They're not even hot. Okay, that will do. Now we've got a good fan setup. With this thing mostly planned out, we can get down to dealing with some of the smaller parts of this build, like the cable for the optical drive. I guess small is kind of mean. It's really average sized. And since this build is going to be above average, we're going to need to extend that cable. Putting Wii U DVD drive extension cable into Amazon is not going to get you anywhere, and stretching it isn't proven to work. So what's the move here? Well, I took a bunch of measurements of the cable, and I was able to determine that it has 28 pins, is 14.5 millimeters wide, and has a pitch of 0.5 millimeter. Pitch meaning the spacing of the pins relative to each other. And this kind of cable is called an FFC cable, which stands for Flat Flexible Cable Cable. So if we change our Amazon search to 28 pin, 0.5 millimeter pitch FFC cable, well, look what we have here. This cable right here is everything ours measured up to be, and most importantly, contrary to popular belief, it's got the thickness. Unfortunately, it isn't even 6 inches long, but despite our similarities, this cable is still our best shot since it's the only one with 28 pins on here. I also picked up this 8-inch 30-pin cable that came with this coupler. A 28-pin cable will technically fit into a 30-pin connector. There's just going to be a little bit of room on the sides, so you probably shouldn't do it. And that cable actually showed up before the 28-pin one did. So, I let an intrusive thought win. What is a 30-pin cable, if not a 28-pin cable that just needs a little trimming? Oh, I can hear it. No way, it actually reads it. I thought that was way too sketchy to work. And then I found this super long one on AliExpress, so never mind. The front button panel cable is the same story, except this time I did the tried and true method of sticking some random crap that I had laying around into the socket, but lo and behold... Oh, what? It just works? There's no way that just works. It just works! I originally bought these cables to hook up USB ports to the prison laptop. Who would have thought that they would be perfect for hooking up a Wii U faceplate? Just in case this cable is too short though, I was also able to find a 12-inch version, which is probably what we're gonna end up using later. In order to get the DVD drive mounted up, we're gonna have to convert it from the Wii U optical drive mounting standard to the PC 5¼ bay mounting standard. The fitment is just barely off, so we're gonna have to make some spacers that fill out the slot better, as well as move the mounting holes to the right place for a PC DVD drive. I've got some of these countersunk M3 screws lying around, and they're the right length, but definitely not the right thread. It's okay. You love this. And now we have a nicely fitting drive for the worst media format. The GameCube controller adapter is next, and taking it completely apart down to the PCB is gonna let us save some space, since we have to fit like 100,000 things on this faceplate. Measuring the distance between objects while trying to roughly float them around in 3D space is one of the most difficult parts of projects like this. Even with pretty precise tools, your first measurement is almost always gonna be crap, and you're gonna have to iterate over your design several times before you can get it just right. I got the controller port mount pretty damn close on my first test print, but the clips that hold the ports in place were just a fraction of a millimeter off, and it made them fit too loose. Luckily, the Bamboo printers are so damn fast that I can just work on revising and adding new features to this part while having another one ready for testing when I'm finished. And speaking of iterating, there were a whole lot of iterations trying to get the mount for the buttons from the front of the Wii U just right. The power, eject, and sync buttons are all nicely packaged into this housing, and I figured instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, I would just reinvent the entire business side of the faceplate. Holy shit, what a mistake. This was really fucking hard. This has the potential to suck because it's still just an approximation of the real thing, but you bet your ass it beats trying to measure the exact position of all these tiny little walls. I'll admit, I had some doubts that this printer would be able to make 0.5 millimeter thin walls that didn't instantly crumble. You know, 0.5 millimeter? Yeah, that's the thickness of your fingernail, by the way. But no, look at this. These are great. It actually did amazing. And not too bad for a bed slinger. The sync button is weird in that it doesn't have an electronic button in this housing. The actual sync button is on the motherboard. And I'm not making a medieval rope and pulley system to get the physical press here to end up there, so I'm just gonna make my own sync button. We're gonna need access to the buttons on those USB switches as well, and we're gonna do that by creating a little 2-button module in the same fashion as the sync button. That was terrifying. The SD card adapter mounts up nice and easy with a little bit of double-sided tape, and it gets sandwiched in with this plate. And that right there is a mostly completed faceplate. This has been by far the biggest time sink of this entire project, and it is quite possibly the most complex thing that I have ever designed. It's true that making it so that everything can be unscrewed and removed and replaced really does complicate things, but have you ever had to unglue glue? Speaking of making things easier to take apart, I bought this little pre-crimped mini JST connector kit to easily connect the front panel buttons to wherever they need to go, but to also be able to easily disconnect them when I need to pull everything back out again. And because of them, now our USB switches can be remotely switched from the front panel. They've also got that nice floppy wet spaghetti feel. It's not sponsored, by the way, just a cool product. Thanks, Alec Hawk. To get the sync button working, we're gonna need to do a little bit of irreparable harm to the Wii U motherboard. With some scalding hot air, we can desolder the existing sync button to reveal 3 solder pads? What the fuck? You know, buttons usually only have 2 connections. I have no idea what alternate universe buttons Nintendo is using here. But if we want to wire ours up, we got to figure out which 2 of the 3 solder pads correspond to a sync button signal. And there's probably a correct way to do this, but I mean, there's only 3 possible combinations of wires that the button could be. So I don't know, I mean, fuck it, we'll just touch them together until something desirable happens. In our case, the right pads were 1 and 2. Tie the wires off to this hole right here for strain relief. Solder up a JST connector to pads 1 and 2. And boys and girls, the buttons, ports, and switches on our faceplate are now all functional. Wiring and routing all these cables all over the place was an incredibly pleasant experience as someone who loves it when his life fucking sucks. I'm not gonna go over all the connections in here since you kinda got the gist of it earlier when I was doing the proof of concept, but there were some real interesting and real stupid issues that I encountered along the way, mostly USB ones. Remember, we can't use any of these USB 2 headers down here because they push the motherboard too far out, so that leaves us with that single right angle USB 3 header and this Type-C header.
we're gonna have 3 internal USB devices to connect, and also the pair of USB ports on the top that I want to keep functional. That gives us 5 USB devices that need plugging in. The USB 3 header on the motherboard is good for 2 ports. So with that plus the Type-C header, we only have 3 internal USB ports to work with. Hub time. I knew going into this that there would be some Type A plugs involved from the capture card and the GameCube controller adapter and the Wii game SSD. So that's why I'm using an external USB hub internally and not an internal USB hub internally. Those things also just give me the creeps. I don't know. I don't like them. I ripped the hub's face off to fit better and then mounted it up with a few zip ties because I cannot be bothered to make a fancy 3D printed bracket for this one. In order to actually hook up our hub, we're gonna adapt its Type A port to the motherboard's USB 3 header with this dual female USB A to female USB 3 header adapter. We sure as hell don't need this PCI bracket thing, so off that comes. And 2 zip ties later, we now have 2 internally mounted USB Type A ports. Using that same adapter but gender bent, we can adapt the top panel's USB 3 header cable into a couple of male Type A plugs. By plugging those into our hub, we now have functional top panel USB ports. The USB switches for the Wii game SSD and the GameCube controller adapter can occupy those other 2 ports, which leaves us with 1 free root port that's directly connected to the motherboard. Since this port is not connected through the hub, this port's going to be the fastest one available, so it's going to go to the capture card. I'm just going to slide this EVGA XR1 Lite all nice and snug among the cables from the USB switches that are mounted with my most embarrassing 3D print of this project right here, and then connect it up to that last USB port. What a fucking disaster. That hub is also going to need external 5-volt power, as well as the GameCube controller adapter, and 12 volts is going to need to get run to the boost converter. SATA hard drives, being the needy f***s they are, also happen to need 5 and 12 volts. So if we chop the heads off a couple of SATA plugs, strip a whole bunch of wires, and tediously attach a bunch of connectors, we can make this adapter to siphon the power that's supposed to be going to a SATA hard drive for our own stinky, unnatural Wii U purposes. Hey, that's kind of like what we do to cows. So everything is more or less hooked up now. The GPU has not been installed because it's just gonna complicate this thing even further. We do not need that right now. Boost converter is hastily mounted up right there. Funky little fan grill thing in the back is preventing some of the USB cables from trying to get annihilated by the fan. Oh, wait, why is the LED on? Computer's not on. Power on? Oh, so the LED is just on all the time? The computer appears to be powering on. Okay, it's pissy about resolution or something. I'm not worried about it. Let's throw a keyboard on there. You know which one. And then ideally, you would do your capturing in like OBS or something. Just for now, we will use the camera app. Okay, the camera app is pulling from the capture card. And now we just turn it on. Good luck, buddy. Don't blow up. Oh, gamepad just turned on. And we get video? No way. The DVD drive's going, I can hear it. Watch this, we can even spit out the disc. Yep, there it goes. And there it is. Oh my goodness, and there's the gamepad. We're booted! This is wild. Okay, there's one thing not working yet, and it is the SD card adapter. So this is a whole thing. It turns out I had to route it between the bottom of the case and like the DVD drive top, and it was not long enough doing that, so I put another little one on, but that isn't long enough to get to the slot, just barely. So that has to get figured out still. So for now, SD card's just in there. I'll deal with that later. But what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna load up the regular Wii menu. I'll load up USB loader. Can't find the hard drive. Okay, so then we'll switch it. Wasn't that one? Okay, we'll switch it. Okay, switches are working great. Man, I don't know what's going on. No matter what I did, no matter how I cycled the hard drive to the PC, to the Wii and back, I unhid the partition, nothing would get it to show up. I swapped out the cable, didn't work. The only thing that's getting it to work now is using a USB extension cable to the Wii U, going directly to the SSD. And now it works. I don't understand, we tested this earlier. Okay. I unplugged and replugged the SSD and it just works. Cool. Problem solved. Okay, now I want to test to see if the GameCube controllers are working okay on the PC. This controller absolutely fucks, in case you were wondering. So we hit this switch, press this button, adapter detected, input registering. You know what? I think everything works.
Ugh, now I actually have to finish it.
I want to still be able to connect the Wii U to a TV or monitor directly for a lowest latency video option, so I'm going to go from the capture card's HDMI pass-through to this HDMI panel mount plug. By dremeling out the PCI bracket from one of the USB 3 adapters from earlier, whole lot of new table lore with that one. We can fit this up to the back of the PC with 3D printed bracket number 473.
I'm comfortable with where the faceplate is at now, so I think we're gonna do a final print in this pearlescent white filament. And since my A1 has the AMS multicolor system, I can print text directly onto the face of the print to give each button and switch a label. And for the labels, I was thinking this nice blue filament. It reminds me of the same shade of blue that a bunch of Wii era stuff had on it, you know, this blue. Except I'm not, because you can barely read this light on light. What was I thinking? No, screw the blue. We're going high contrast. White and black. That's better. Okay, just about done. However, it has been a very long time since I've put the graphics card back in, and I want to make sure that everything is all good in the graphics department. Because we've got the little HDMI bracket bobber thing there that might hit this thing. I hope not. This thing barely makes it with the Wii U sensor bar port right there. I still got to figure out a solution to these antennas, but that's not a now problem. So is everything still good in this Wii U hood? Oh boy. No. No! It hits the cover for the power boost converter. No. Oh, just barely. Oh, wait, I made this adjustable. Okay, adjustable is a strong word. Why make things with precision when you can kind of just guess and then call it adjustable later? Is that it? Oh. Oh, that's it. Oh, gotta yank out the gaming cables. Oh, come on, we're so close. These things haven't seen sunlight in a while. Why are you being so difficult to get at? It could not possibly be because I just shoved all of the power supply cables in the corner. No, absolutely not. Oh, there we go. Connect that back up. Connect that up. That light's not supposed to be on. I'm not gonna worry about that though. HDMI in the gaming port. And we got a computer. But do we have a Wii U? We'll just open the Wii U plate. Power on? Nope. Power on? Nope. Hello? Power on? Nope. Okay. New fun issue. If I had to guess, it would just be because of this guy. Am I right? No. What the hell? Okay. Power cycle? Oh, Christ. Yeah, that was shorting on the thing. Oh, boy. Man, I really dislike these antennas. How about now? Yep, that was it. I'm gonna be lucky if this thing isn't bricked. What do we got? What do we got? No. No. This is a little uncomfortable. Okay. I'll take that. That's good. That's fine. We're good. Holy crap, I thought I was about to have to say I'm glad I caught that on video. I don't want to have to catch that on video. I want it to just work. Okay, I need a spot for these antennas pronto. Everything else works. Shut down. All right, little bonus quest while we're here. Does the side panel still go on? Oh. Man, if that was glass, I would be so fucked. Can't really tell from the video, but oh yeah, she's got a baby bump. Probably should take care of this like raw PCB and little metal parts poking through though, because I'd be surprised if that was not making direct contact. We'll just kinda, yeah. This is the NASA way to do it. And there we go. Problem beyond solved. Man, that GPU's middle fan is so screwed. I kind of want to run 3D Mark and see what temperature it gets up to now. And it looks like we've got a GPU temperature of, oh, that's not bad, 62 degrees Celsius. I knew it. I knew this was going to be a good card to get. Look at that cooler. That is a big ass cooler for a 7600 non-XT. Absolutely mint. New cooling duct, this time with these little anchor points on it. We're just gonna stick that in there, attach the highly sophisticated mounting system. And now the reason for these anchor points is so that we can put the antennas somewhere. The whole motherboard and all that is gonna get covered up anyway, so I don't really care how this looks. Kinda put that there. This one can go here. Oh, it's beautiful. Another elegant solution from yours truly. I am encountering a very strange new issue. So I'm using my phone with a hotspot for the Wi-Fi on this thing just to show you what's going on. If we go to connect to the internet, nope, not gonna happen. However, if we take the phone and we put it right there, so it connects now, but it's taken a really long time to do it. It's been trying to do this for like a minute. However, if we then take the phone and we put it right here, okay, it's still taking forever. This worked better earlier. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you is that all of my antennas being zip tied to that thing. Oh, hey, look, it actually worked. But having to keep the Wi-Fi source, like 4 inches away, I don't know if that's reasonable. Okay, I did a little bit of research on BitBuilt. It turns out that the Wi-Fi module is the 2.4 gigahertz one, and plugged into that module is the white and black antenna wires. The black antenna is taped to the side of that fan, and I'm not really sure what it does because I freed the white wire. And now look at this. Phone's over here, connection test, and look at that, we're gaming. So that white wire needs a better home. Shouldn't be that hard to figure out. Alright, I've been sticking the antenna around the case in random places, and other than literally just hanging it out the case, right under the cooler for the CPU here seems to be the best spot for it. I think it wants to be outside of the case as far as possible, and the cooler is the closest thing it's gonna get, because I gotta mount it to something. But if we run a connection test and then quickly kind of throw it right roughly there, this is easily the fastest connection test out of anywhere in the case. And this is to my home Wi-Fi. This is not to the hotspot. So I guess we're gonna have to mount this under the cooler. And there we go. Problem solved. Yeah, right, who am I kidding? That didn't work at all. I noticed a very bizarre phenomenon where if I held onto the antenna with my fingers, the connection would get better. And I think it's because the solder joint to the ground there got loose and completely disconnected. There's actually 2 wires running through this wire. There's the signal wire and the ground wire. You can see the signal wires in that little translucent jacket there. And I think the outer ground shielding got loose. So let me try and resolder that. Antenna repaired. Time to do a speed test on the only speed test website that works on the Wii U. Test my download. All right, what do we get? 5.2 megabits per second. You know, something tells me that's probably normal for this thing. And you know, I'm sick of moving this thing around. I think I'm just gonna hang it out the back. That'll be fine. You know what? The Wi-Fi works. I'm gonna take it. Plays Wii, Wii U, and GameCube games natively. Plays any PC game you can think of natively. It can also emulate the console that I just spent the last month putting inside of it, but hey, out of respect for me, we're not gonna go there. Was it worth the effort? I'll let you know when the AdSense revenue comes in. You know, if I had a nickel for every time I did a bizarre Wii project on this channel, I would do this to them. Oh, I turned it neochrome. He's laughing at you. The skull is laughing at you. I hate circular currency! I'm glad to say there finally exists a PC built entirely with Scott the Woz in mind, and I'm glad I built it. Join me next time when I game on a magnifying glass or something. I'll see you in the next one. Go buy a Bringus shirt. Oh, wait, hold on. Bringus magnets, coming soon to a Bringus store near you. They're not out yet. These things take time. I'll see you in the next one.
Hello, gorgeous people. 2023 is over. In fact, it has been for 2 months now. So I think it's about time that the Best of Bringus 2023 releases. This is a compilation of some of the best parts of all of my videos throughout 2023. The video is going to be pretty roughly cut just because I'm editing the final footage, but it should be good. 2023 was a ridiculous year for me. It's the first year that this whole YouTube thing really even got off the ground at all. I got my first 100,000 subscribers last year. I got my first 1 million view video last year. It was just awesome. And that's all because of you guys. And I cannot thank you enough. It has literally been my childhood dream to do this. So again, thank you. And without further ado, I present to you Best of Bringus 2023. Future regret never looked so yellow. So it seems like you guys really enjoy watching me suffer through Linux on atrocious PC hardware, considering a cumulative 4.7 years of human life was spent watching it. What do you mean, insert USB now? Failed to trigger the exploit. Wait, what does it mean? I don't understand. And now we don't have enough.
Dedicated wham.
Oh, there we go. Hey, look at that. It's Belize. Oh, we're in black. What's happening? Oh no. Hello? He's dead. We killed him. The tried and true method of mashing the enter key a billion times made it get past the error. So now we're here. The Sony PS4 is now a really shitty Steam Deck, complete with no touchscreen, no battery, no portability, and no performance. So yeah, this thing is kind of like the odd homeschooled cousin of the Game Boy Advance, I would say. Leapfrog battery acid. Who wants it? Wow, that terminal is straight up blue. Excuse me? It's asking for the password to the Leapfrog? 500 gig mechanical, 5400 RPM drive in the Mac Mini, so my mind is actually blown right now that I'm installing Windows on a Mac Mini because I couldn't use Linux properly on my PS4. Also, I can play RetroArch on a Leapfrog. UBI device does not have free logical erase blocks. No idea what that means, but it says rebooting the host. What made the 3DS so great anyway? Well, it sure wasn't this. You know, as long as you don't care about having a 3D screen. Additionally available in doorstop form factor, or DFF for short. Backwards compatibility with the DS, some cameras for messing around. Early adopters who paid the launch price for the 3DS back in 2011 were referred to by Nintendo as 3DS ambassadors, which I suppose is a better name than sucker. See, the 3DS has a GBA port right here, just... Wait, no it doesn't. Everything is running great. Get it? Because Knuckles is running here. He's running. Knuckles is... But the whole time I was testing Game Boy Advance games, I used a traditional emulator. And you know what?
I don't care that you can run GBA games natively.
But goddammit, if you need to run more than Danny Phantom Attack of the Killer Garage Sale on Nicktoons Collection Volume 3, to be honest, I don't know if this relationship is going to work out. Look, it's everyone's favorite comment. It can run Doom, it can do it. So now I'm sure no one will ask if it can run Doom in the comments, right? Right? For some reason, Space Cadet Pinball is here on the 3DS. Why? Why is this here? Why do we do this? Why do we want this? Not just Space Cadet Pinball. Why do we want any of this? Why do I want to play SNES games and GBA games on my 3DS? Why do I want to play DS games from an SD card when there's a perfectly good way to do it right here? Why do I have to modify and mess with everything I get my hands on? And why won't I enjoy using it otherwise? Is it because I'm just a cheap bastard who refuses to play games the legit way if there's an option to save me a buck? Or is it something more? Am I just not okay with being told no? And this is the way I rebel? Am I doing this just to spit in Nintendo's face for no real reason other than just because I can? Or am I doing this because I'm in love with the process and modding and the whole journey of it? And the end result doesn't really matter to me. After I install custom firmware or a soft mod or a jailbreak or whatever, and I load up all my games and install my favorite homebrew, do I even intend to do anything with it after that? Or play any of those games I installed? I mean, there's a reason you guys always see me playing through the tutorial or the first level of every single game on here. Is hacking a game console and installing all the games I always wanted as a kid and then never playing them my way of how other people will go and collect all their favorite childhood toys as an adult, put them on a shelf, and then never touch them ever again? No matter how many consoles I mod, or how many times I play the first level of Super Mario World and then quit right after, Will it ever be enough? Why can't I just be content with the hundreds of games I already have? Why aren't they enough? Why is it more fun for me to install the same games over and over again, but then never even play them? Why do I enjoy seeing this screen more than this screen? When did it become less about playing the games and more about obtaining them in the most convoluted ways? Should I even call myself a gamer at this point, or am I nothing more than a penny-pinching data hoarder with a nostalgia addiction? And does it matter? Brothers, sisters, animals, I come before you today with a specific mission. You don't really have to worry about it because I'm the one going on the mission. What might that mission be, you ask? Oh, $7.99 Value Village laptop. It's about to become a Steam Deck, because what else would I do with it? I got this laptop for $7.99 from the place where all good electronics come from, Value Village. Yep, look at that, comes right off. I don't know if it's Value Village's doing or whoever donated this, but the hard drive is just gonzo, which is it's actually a really good thing. Not for me, but you know, for whoever donated it, because if I got my hands on their data, like, game over. For them, not me, don't get me wrong. So we're gonna be throwing this 500 gig Samsung SSD in there from what was once a server. You know, yeah, this is a server. Yep, this is fine. As an agent of chaos, we're gonna flip a coin on this one. And I don't have any coins on hand, so we're gonna flip a DS game. Guitar Hero side up, we use tape. Back side up, I become chaotic evil. It's okay, I didn't need to take it out ever again. Oh god, I hope it's not AMD. Alright, moment of truth here. Oh, you know what? You know what's in there? I can't say it because we don't get to see it. It's covered by shielding. Holo ISO installer copy to RAM. Huh? Okay, I would click that, but I'm gonna continue on the main story quest for now. Welcome to SteamOS right there. You wanna know why this worked? Because I got the old good luck charm. Bruh. I faintly see a mouse over on the capture output. Okay, this is the power adapter from the Toshiba. 19 volts, 6.32 amps. We lose a volt, but we gain amps. I'd say that's a net positive. Thank you for your service. This is horrible. Actually, like, do not do anything you see on my channel. But you know what? It's working, I mean. But admittedly, I will be upsetty spaghetti if my apartment catches on fire. Bro, it's still boot looping. I just destroyed this power adapter for no reason. I need to write the image for it directly to the SSD. And, yeah. Okay, how awful is this gonna be? Oh, that actually wasn't too bad. You want to install the Glorious Egg Roll variant of Proton for Steam? I'm going to take the resolution down. iPhone disconnected. What?
The day Google released the Google Cardboard, you bet I shoved my phone in that stupid little box and I had a grand old time. What do you think, I'm some funny internet man or something, huh? I'll show you a funny internet man. Oh, wait. No, I can't. Look at this guy right here. The Meta Quest.
Oh. Why did you do that?
Take it back.
Take what back?
Call it by its name, damn it.
Call it by what?
The Oculus Quest 2.
What?
We do not say Meta in this household.
Between now and then, a lot of life has happened. I've just needed to downsize here and there. Even now, I don't, like, really have the proper room to do room scale VR. And I know what you guys are thinking, so I'm just gonna come out and say it. Yeah, it works at Quiznos. Does this right here look like a guy who's getting bogged down nitpicking about tracking stations and stuff to you? No, this guy's having a great time. Keep in mind though that there are no Google Play services here and some games just straight up will not work without it. And I did try to look this up myself, and in my search I came across this video.
VMOS Pro is an Android virtual machine app that allows users to run a separate Android operating system within their current Android device.
And I guess this is an app that will run Google Play services in a virtual machine. And not only would this solution probably run horrible, but then the guy in the video goes on to say,
VMOS.com. Yep, it's the one with the funny Chinese characters.
So I did not do that.
just want to like shake his stupid little reptilian neck. I had a lot of fun launching these dudes around. This guy doesn't get a chance though. Screw this guy. Please, no! This is the full latest version of Minecraft Java for PC.
Minecraft Java.
Welcome. But then I saw this ugly motherfucker. Yeah, for some reason the HD models are enabled in this port, so that's gross.
Oh, that's real nice.
Now, I know what you're thinking. You can hardly get TV shows to stream reliably over your Wi-Fi. Streaming VR must be an awful time with how sensitive people are to frame drops and lag and all that. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna get motion sickness if I try that.
But as it turns out, that might be what you get.
Among Us VR is...
Get the flip out of here.
I witnessed that. Something. I have never felt like I did not belong somewhere more than I did while inside of this game.
He was trying to skip out. Hey guys, if you vote me, you guys are racist because I'm black. Oh.
N64 is super perfectly not bad. I don't know. I guess it's good. And that leads me into the Sony PSP, which is easily the best emulator here. And the reason I say that is because it does this. This game right here is Mercury, a physics-based puzzle platformer, and you are definitely not supposed to be able to look behind yourself like this, but fuck it, we're playing on the Quest 2, so I don't care. I'm gonna do it anyway. You know what? Screw the rules. There are no rules. I'm gonna boot up Tony Hawk's Underground 2 Remix, start a new game, look exactly this far to the left during this cutscene, and then stare at this van right here that I bet nobody else has ever seen in their entire life, because how could they? I'm not first at much in life, but between finishing and seeing this van, I come first, baby. Me personally, my eyes and face are way too sensitive to consume any content like this for a long period of time. But if you can do it, then I hate you. You know, it's kind of like headphones for your eyes, now that I'm thinking about it.
Okay, what is this thing? Let me give you guys a little background. I have no idea. I don't know where my regular multimeter went, so we're gonna have to use this one. I just hate this one because it incessantly beeps. Yeah, like that. Yeah, we love it. Dude, why does it do this? Back in the day, when your keyboard driver needed to install, it literally doesn't work. I have to wait for the keyboard driver to install. Oh, the mouse driver installed. Oh, the good old days. All right, Trimble, I'm not messing around. Others before you have had their screws stripped, and I won't be afraid to do it to you too. These screws are in here. I think there's like Loctite on them. You can see it's got like green crap on it. So yeah, these are gonna need something a little more powerful than this. Oh my God, than this guy. However, the bit that I need, it's like super tiny compared to this one, and I don't have an adapter. And I've got a solution. It's just not a very responsible one. So here's the solution. All right, we're putting it into sport mode. Ooh. Oh yeah, she rips, and hopefully not threads. Which one of these components is the gaming chip? I don't know what angle to take here. There's no way SteamOS is gonna run. That's just, there's no way. I think my best bet is to try and run with the Windows 7 installation that's already on this thing. I don't really have a better idea. I mean, I could try some like dinky little Linux distro, but I don't really want to deal with the headache of running games on Linux when I don't have access to stuff like Proton. Dude, using this thing is bringing me back to like Acer netbook territory. Good times on the old like Windows 7 starter on the Acer Aspire. Man, what a stupid thing to be nostalgic for. We have a game installed on Steam on the 1.6 gigahertz Intel Atom, 1 gigabyte of RAM, Trimble Yuma. Now it's time to get it on the road and see how it drives. Oh, this doesn't sound good. Dude, if it's shitting the bed this hard playing Half-Life 1, I don't know if there's any hope for this thing. Oh my God, this is so rough. The video's not lagging. This is real time. Oh my God. I'm feeling incredibly welcome to Black Mesa right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Black Mesa The Black Mace? Hack Mesa? Mesa Hazard? That's a lot of Star Wars references. Okay, I Googled it for 1 millisecond and came across this command, and it starts with sudo, so that's how you know it's gonna work. We added 127 certificates. Sounds like a resounding success. Unattended upgrade in progress during shutdown. Please don't turn off the computer. Dude, they really just hit me with a Windows update. This is, dude, Xubuntu really hitting me with the Windows update scam right now. Okay, whatever. And Linux is better because you don't have Windows update. Oh, yeah, all right, cool. Things have only gotten worse. We can't even get to Google now. I'm gonna do the most likely solution and just reboot it. Works every time. All right, we're here for one thing and one thing only. This link. Huh? The installer went from 1% back to 0. The package's cache seems to be out of date. Fantastic. At least it's fixing itself. Uh-oh, I see AMD 64. Don't tell Valve, but I don't have a way to execute that. No! No! Unable to correct problems. You have held broken packages. Oh, yikes. Look at all those AMD 64s. Can we not run without it? Can we just like, yo, let's go! It's fine. Everything is fine. This is not going to come back and bite me in the ass later. There's no way. It's not possible. This is going to work flawlessly. We're going. We're going. Let's go. Let's go. Honestly, with the amount of errors it was spewing out, I can't even believe we've gotten this far. Honestly, if you can't handle me at my dependency error, you can't have me at my extracting package. Unable to correct problems. You know what? This didn't stop me last time, and it's not stopping me this time. That's what I thought. Who wants their software to just work? Yeah, nah, couldn't be me. And I spoke too soon. When your CPU falls behind the Pentium 4. Put the keyboard down for a little bit, and it looks like the cat has entered a command. Understandable. If you think that I am above downloading Windows XP and installing it on this, and then playing cracked versions of games I already own, I am not. Well, here's my very cool and very legal copy of Half-Life. Oh my god, we're in game. All right, what are the odds that this works better than Windows 7? I have my doubts. Holy shit. No, dude, this is working better than Windows 7. This is great, except for the rest of it. Oh, good resolution slider. All right, Game Boy Advance works pretty good. Oh my god, I don't know the controls.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would.
Let's go. I can't. So I can jump and I can walk. But if I do them at the same time, they stop responding entirely. Very good. So I can walk and then jump. Oh, these F buttons do something that I don't fully understand. I don't think they're just regular keyboard buttons. Okay, well, this is horrible. I can't even, I can't jump and move at the same time. I can't get Yoshi. Should you invest your hard-earned dollars into the Trimble Yuma? I would say, absolutely fucking not.
Unboxing tutorial? You take the printer out the box? Okay, now I'm second guessing myself. I'm actually gonna look up that link. See, I told you, you just take the printer out the box. Take the printer out the box. Are you supposed to grab it by the plastic? But I don't really see, oh no, actually right here, you can grab it by the plastic. Cool. Oh, this does not feel correct. Oh no, oh wait, no, hold on. It's not like that's heavy or anything. I was gonna put it up here, but then it wouldn't be oriented correctly. So it is recommended to review the quick start before continuing. That would be really meaningful if I cared. But no, everybody acts like I'm gonna be the cause of their parents' divorce if I grow my fingernails out even like a millimeter. Oh, this is so cute. It's like when you get a package of gummy bears in something you order from Germany. Look, they gave me a little snack. Okay, now it says to open the front door. Kind of a weird step, but okay. Well, actually, it's making all kinds of horrible noises right now. Yep, that's the one. That's the Antichrist. I decided I'm going to print the Chaos Emeralds. 1X player. Specifically the one with the Ryzen 7 6800U. 1X player 2, I believe. It's got Windows 11. It's got 16 gigs of RAM. It's got a 512 gig NVMe. Wait a second. What am I doing? This is way too nice to be on my channel. I can't cover anything like this. Screw this thing. No, bring me back. This is all the portable gaming I need right here. Portable gaming PC, no. This literally the pinnacle of gaming. But it's not healthy to overindulge. So despite having the console of the gods, we'll have to put it aside for now and take a look at something a little more pedestrian. It's a loaner, I don't get to keep it, but apparently I'm gonna be enjoying my time anywhere and anytime. This is like leather cardboard. I mean, that's a stupid thing to say, but like, look at this. It has the texture of leather for some reason. The fine dining of gaming PCs. I'm the manual. I'm the Manuel. This is the back of my brevity. Define brevity.
Go f yourself.
You, the Joy-Con she tells you not to worry about. Hardcore gamers. We got X1, X2, and Turbo, and we're once again reminded of the hardcore gamers. Can't live with them, can't live without them. Windows 11, here we come. No, stop, please. Please, spare me. Let's name your device. Steam Deck 2. Okay. Oh, that's real nice. Fan speed 30%. We just like max fan. Go. Maximum fan, go. Fan, go. Is there like a keyboard button?
Yes.
No?
It was in the manual. Dumbass.
On-screen keyboard. Oh my god, it's this one. Not the keyboard I wanted, but it's the keyboard we're getting. It doesn't appear to have too much bloatware, which is nice. I mean, minus the Microsoft bloatware. What, you don't want TikTok on your freshly installed OS, huh? You don't want TikTok, huh? You don't want WhatsApp? What's wrong with you, dude? You don't want ESPN? Well, you're a fucking idiot. We got our keyboard plugged in. I'll just hit it from behind with this guy. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Huh. Yeah, didn't like that one. Hello? Are you coming back? Please? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's 5:8. That's why the resolution's so wacky. 5:8. Very weird. I'm editing right now, and I just now realized that 5:8 is just 16:10, but reduced, because it's a fraction. Yeah. Anyway. Yo, sudo crashed? If we don't have sudo, what do we have? Gaming. Gamer. Guess what it's gonna be? Gaming for the 4th time. So we have an 80, I think this is a 92, and then I believe it's a 120 and a 140. And I know there are bigger fans as well, like 200 mil fans and all that, but that's huge. I don't think I'd want to scale one up that much. Unless. No, I'm just kidding. Unless. Wow. This sucks, but I think it's working. No! This works. It just sucks really bad. It doesn't suck enough for me to want to make it better, though. Alright, got the old built Ford Tough flash drive here. And you'll notice there's no plug for the sensor bar, and that's because fuck the sensor bar. If this burns down my apartment, I'll do a giveaway for it. You still got most of the disc. Party in the front, filthy in the back. Just how I like it. She's got bigger panel gaps than a Tesla. It's a project that I've dreamed of making ever since, like a month ago, I guess.
So you can see right here, I'm getting ready to serve. All I do is throw that ball up in the air, and when oh!
Man, I miss those days. The Wii is home to countless amazing games, the best of which is easily
the one you played the most.
Man, what a great game that was, huh? Truly the best. I went and frantically booted up my Wii and then went to the Wii Shop channel and looked for both the Homebrew channel and Visual Boy Advance GX. Oh, to be this naive again. God damn it, I decided it was gonna be playing Pokemon Fire Red, even if it took secretly stealing the SD card out of the family Canon PowerShot camera. And I already hear you saying, bruh, there's already Mario 64 on the Wii Virtual Console, lol, big idiot. Oh yeah, well does your Virtual Console copy do this? It's me, Mario! So, this is a port of the decompiled source code for Super Mario 64. It's pretty fucked, and unfortunately... Anyways, question for you. Have you ever played this? Not gonna lie, it kinda sucks, but it's worth playing once or twice in real life on the arcade machine it was made for. So I played it on my Wii, and there's a whole lot more to CTGPR than I'm gonna even cover here, so I seriously recommend you check it out if you're a big fan of Among Us. Bet you thought I was gonna say Mario Kart Wii here. Get pranked, son, you sussy little baka. But have you ever wanted to play Guitar Hero on your Wii but didn't have this game?
No.
No, you didn't? Okay, well, have you ever wanted to make a sick beat on the menu screen?
No.
No to that too. All right then. Well, have you ever wanted to play Guitar Hero with a GameCube controller?
No.
Yes, I hear the people saying, yes, we do. And we're just gonna mute these guys real quick. Okay, yes, let's do it. And that brings me to X-Axis. Man, what the fuck? Snakes and eldritch horrors I can handle, but when you break out the, like, God, I don't even know, man. I can't even think of a joke for this one. What is this supposed to be? I don't understand what I'm looking at. And then there's dinosaurs or something, and oh yeah, also the Bow-Rock from Bionicle are here. Guys. Man, just talking about it, it's getting me hot and bothered. I gotta be careful. Triforce is about to make me act up. Wanna go to the zoo? So here it is. This is my Sega Alls. Honestly, that branding is very frustrating. Almost as bad as the Toyota Ist. It's just been sitting in my apartment for like 2 weeks now, and it's just been staring me down with its stupid little Sega faceplate. Who the f is this? Thanks, but I did not win a free vacation from Marriott. I appreciate it though. Here's your first look at the Sega Amusement Linkage Live System. It sure is a crappy computer. At least I don't have to worry about breaking this thing. It's already broken. Oh, what the heck? Hold on. I just turned it off and on again and now it's fine.
Bringus Studios versus Reusable Cable Tie. Fight!
Just get out of here, dude.
Bringus Studios wins.
Oh, so this is a unbranded Wacky Boy. What the heck is this? Look, it's got like shields on it and no stickers. What is this thing? This might just be some like Japanese card that's like really common in Japan, but I have never seen a cooler that looks like this. All right, after removing that, this thing looks a hell of a lot more like a normal PC now. Unfortunately, we got scammed and didn't get the M.2 version. You can see the pins where it would be right here. But that's all right. You know what they say about SATA anyway. What do they say about SATA? Anyway, it's nice to see that they didn't put the typical like Dell or HP spec 180 watt power supply in here. Also, the fan is San Ace 120 if you were curious. This cooler is your mom's. That's pretty much it for the parts.
Round 2. Fight!
Look, I took it apart when it was flipped 180 degrees, so this is... my mind can't handle this. I'm doing my best. I'm not even gonna bother looping this SATA cable back through that thing.
Bringus Studios wins for a second time.
Okay, it just turned itself off. And back on again. Oh god. No, 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 accept. Oh, it installed Windows 10 Home? Why did it install Home? Oh my god. Don't worry, we're not without bugs. Just because we're in Windows doesn't mean that things are working. Okay. Something is very not happy. Nope. You thought. What is this? Chat with Bing about password tips? Okay, you know I just had a whole spiel there about how I'm gonna use Windows now, but Windows is being awfully Windows, and it really makes me not want to keep using it. Oh, Windows. What are we gonna do with you? Unless there are a bunch of dudes on the screen, then it drops to a far less playable 199 FPS, which actually makes this computer a fucking joke. Living up to only 2/5 of our potential is something that the 1060 and I have in common. Except when there's physics shit flying everywhere, like in this room, then it drops to a measly 120 FPS. Does measly imply that something is like measles ridden? That's kind of gross and fucked up. I've never actually thought about it until now. Mid 40s FPS, baby. I've never been so happy to see such dog shit performance. Look at it. It's beautiful. The GPU is shitting in its hands and it's smearing it all over the screen. I'm turning to a place where everyone goes in times of need. The PlayStation 3. So that makes me pretty confident that I am really the only person in the entire US with this GPU. As the holder of that title, I'm going to be bestowing this thing the name of GTX 1060. Conqueror of Celsius and Kelvin. And the reason for that is because it ran really cool the whole time, and no, I'm just kidding, it's because it spells cock.
It ain't no Trimble Yuma, but I think we can work with this. I and Neo was so impressed by my Trimble Yuma review that they sent me one of these. Some fancy vortex shenanigans going on inside. Very nice, very nice. No more heat accumulation, always cool. Yo, they've got a Wii in the background? Wait, that doesn't look like a real Wii. Looks like a paper mache Wii. That is weird. Oh, what are you doing in here? Get out of here. Oh, we get an accordion. Oh, it's got fingerprint technology. Another accordion. Oh, this is, oh, now this is an accordion. I don't want to take it off. It's a free screen protector. This is fancy. There's like chrome in there. And then something SSD. Something SSD. Back in my day. Something SSD. Back in my day. Charger adapters. Something SSD. Back in my day. Very cool, very cool. Something SSD. Back in my day. Very cool, very cool. Something SSD. What else we got? Back in my day. Very cool, very cool. Ridiculous. Something what else we got? Back in my day. Very cool, very cool. Ridiculous. Something what else we got? Back in my day. Very cool, very cool. Ridiculous. What else we got? Is that the patch? LC is on-screen keyboard. I'm gonna remember that. He did not. Making sure you have the latest. That's my favorite Windows 11 Jangrish, even though it's made by Microsoft in Seattle, so there's no reason that should sound so weird. No account for you. Get scammed. Bill Gates is shitting and pissing himself as we speak. How many no's does it take to set up Windows 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 no's. Hi. Sideways. Just to give you guys a size comparison to this thing, I'm gonna put a few common household items next to it so you can get an idea. So I've picked a few things that I know everybody's gonna have lying around so you can really get an idea of this. Okay, here it is next to a first generation Zune. Right off the bat, you guys should probably immediately get the idea here. But if you're still not sure, here's a modern BlackBerry phone with a keyboard. It's not quite in frame, so there, we'll do one of those. And between these two, I'm sure you guys already got it, but just in case, here's your common Among Us sticker as well. These are pretty standard size, so I really hope at this point that you've got it. But just because I'm the kind of guy that really wants to make sure that you understand what we're kind of working with here, here's one more. It's a Noctua fan, and I don't know what size it is. Maybe you are not familiar with it yet. Don't 3 spaces to worry. Now let 3 spaces make some simple settings. Local game scan completed. Interesting considering there's no games yet. Enjoy your game life. I do like that one. That's a good one. Don't change that one in QC. That's good. I like game life. We seem to be in some kind of launcher. I'm gonna add a graphic on the screen here that kind of shows you the difference between those two screen sizes if they were the same DPI. When I'm having a heated gamer moment, how am I supposed to keep my sweaty hands on this thing? iSpace provides you with a convenient function to adjust the display resolution, but this function may cause screen blurring depending on the driving situation? Pressed hamburger, I know. Oh, it didn't like that. Hello? I know? I know! I swear, I know!
I know how to get to the Windows desktop, but I don't know how to click this. Microsoft Solitaire collection just appeared. Okay, so they've included some useful stuff on the desktop. Okay, now there's useful stuff on the desktop. I wonder if this button, or this button, actually would work like the Steam button. Let's see. No. Whoa, that was fun. That was a fun sound. Do it again. Yes. Yes. Hold on. How do I make it louder? Maximum volume. All right, listen to this. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, I love it. That's such a fun noise. Okay, let's dive into that real quick. Oh, what in the hell did I just do? Huh? I did something. What's happening? I don't understand. All I know is that I pressed B at some point and it made a sound. Very strange. And now I can hit this. Oh. That's not what I wanted. Get out of here, Xbox. I really like this wide BIOS. Newer kernel is available. Not now. Not important. Me and my homies never update our kernel. We just play video games. Steam says, fuck your global scaling settings. I was scrolling through my library to see what I should install, and I noticed my finger was kind of hurting, so I decided to measure the temperature, and it was like, I think, what was it, like 40, yeah, 45.6, so like 46 degrees Celsius. In conclusion, just buy a Steam Deck. People are ditching their original Xboxes in droves in favor of the 360.
If I had a baby, I'd trade my baby in for this thing.
Little did they know they would also be ditching their 360s in droves in just a couple years as well, but you know.
Son of a bitch! What the? Oh my god!
Use code POGBRINGUSJEWEL50 to turn your Xbox into an Xbox. Yeah, well, that leads to the wires inside cracking and breaking apart, and next thing you know, you're either soldering together a cable to fix it, or you're playing Twister to get the connection stable every time you want to use it. Hey! I think the Xbox may have accidentally gotten CC'd in the email about how DVD drives are now considered vestigial organs in the modern era. It kind of just decided, huh, well, I guess I don't need this anymore. And next thing you know, you're reliving your 6-year-old life of doing nothing but navigating through the menus, except this time it's not nearly as entertaining.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting.
There's a tool called Chimp. But what about that pesky broken DVD drive? Here's a super easy way to deal with it. But the main character of this story can't solder in a mod chip. Not anymore. So what can he do? All of the emulators and homebrew on the original Xbox are developed by devs who use only legally obtained code and tools.
No, they don't.
I mean, because you can see right here, Resident Evil runs perfect, unless you pull out your gun, which for some reason then the FPS goes to like 7, and then you put it away and it's back to 30. I don't know. It doesn't even have to be a game console. You want to experience the Macintosh Plus to finally immerse yourself in. And if your PC just wasn't near your TV, well, tough shit. You're not watching your movie without burning it back to a DVD and then sticking it in your DVD player. But say you're just not into watching movies on your Xbox. Anyway, other than these guys repping Tyler McVicker's merch store, it's my Xbox. I've never flashed the BIOS or anything, but I'd like to do that. I don't really need to, but you know, I don't need to do any of this. I don't even need to make this video right now. I don't have to even get out of bed. I don't even have to be alive. There's nothing forcing me. The only thing I truly have to do is exist in the grand entropy of this universe, because I do not have any control over the laws of physics. So I guess existing is the one thing I have to do. And while I'm doing that, I guess I'll maintain this Xbox. That's right, I'm showing off my feet on video, and I'm not even asking for money. Ow, holy crap. This just in, hot glue is hot. Wow, that was convenient. Oh god, that is some human slime if I've ever seen it. That is just doo-doo and pubes all rolled up into one. Absolutely disgusting. Damn, Xbox, you live like this? We're gonna fix this thing's problems the same way I fix my problems. Just a gentle application of alcohol. This feels like I'm causing irreparable harm. This doesn't feel good at all. Do not press on this surface. Whatever horrific concoction Goo Gone is, I have to say, it does work exceptionally well. I'm sure holding it by the thing with all of the warning signs is fine. Oh, that is some
stinky old solder. Oh my god. Ugh. Man, that smells. Original Xbox smoke. Don't breathe this. So I don't know how there's rust there. Is it a concern?
Maybe.
Will I do anything?
No!
Oh, look at that. Look at that. I got a cool little badge now. Okay, timeout. Maybe we can't use this. Oh my god. Cool. There's some horrific, like, war crime tier bends in the cable kind of down there because it still doesn't want to go the right direction. But to protect your eyes, I did not show that part on the video. No need to contact your lawyers. I got you covered. We're all good. Oh, very epic. Number 16. Service required. I guess I'll take the clinical insanity route and keep rebooting it until something happens. No way. Oh, dude, insanity wins again. No way. Unbelievable. Let's f***ing go. Press both triggers and start button to continue. All data on non-removable disk will be lost. That's what I'm talking about. Incredible. Do you have drive F? Press both triggers and start. Yes, I do have F. Okay, new disk. Okay, I guess we're gonna run through this one more time. Yes, we have F. Okay, and now it's copying over all the dashboard goodies and whatnot. Dude, I am in disbelief that it was genuinely just a joke. A little funny, if you may, that I was just gonna keep rebooting it. I was gonna do that like maybe once or twice, but it actually worked. We are actually copying files right now. My mind is blown. Man, this is a hell of an adapter, oh my god. Okay, yep. This was the way Half-Life 2 was intended to be played. On the original Xbox at 7 FPS, with a Nintendo Switch controller. Scan translator. I hardly know her. This thing is Android based. So I got to thinking, what other wacky devices are Android based? I don't really have a use for it because God knows I don't read. And then we've got blue mic and red mic. Wait, what the heck? Wait, what the heck? What in the world? Zhou. Bruh, I looked it up on Google Translate to find the pronunciation.
Shui-Ji-Yu.
But if you translate it to English?
Blood lipids have.
What does it mean? It's like Android, but you're missing 5/6 of your phone. Oh, scanning failed. Please scan. Okay, we're gonna scan the word settlement. Settle. Let's try again. Settle men.
The Bluetooth.
Oh my god, that was loud. These buttons down here are for like, I say something in English and then it translates it to somebody else and then they speak in like Chinese and then it translates that back to English for me. It's like a conversation thing. What is this? If you begin to get these IOIs from your targeted female, chances are she's ready to be kissed. What is this? Oh, it's examples of the word these? That is a odd example sentence, but okay. On a lot of Android devices, you can just hold the power button and volume down and you can get to like a recovery menu. Okay, so it doesn't seem to like that. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Okay, here we go. Android recovery. Oh my god, this is cursed. So we're kind of on our own as far as like support for this thing. I don't think there's like an XDA page for this thing. Can I just have it open the default Android settings app? Oh, yes, I can. Can I rotate? No. Rotate. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Oh my god, dude, it has Bluetooth. Oh my god, I'm so excited, dude. I can't even like contain myself. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Ethernet? Oh no, I changed the screen density and I made it bigger. It is a quad-core 64-bit CPU, which is actually more than I expected out of this thing. What the hell? Plumbing repair? Get out of here. The screen is 340 by 800. Oh no, I lost my nav bar. Oh no. No. Before I got the nav keys working. I've had to reboot this thing every single time that I want to go back to the home menu. And it's a pain in the ass. So we'll enable Bluetooth, pair new device. Come on. Yes. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh man, I should have just done this to begin with. I can just do everything I gotta do from a controller. We drive in that Miat. Oh, let's go. Oh, it's really not great. This is giving me Leapfrog vibes. Although the Leapfrog was a little bit better than this. It feels like 60 to 70% speed. It runs though. Oh no. Oh no. Running slowly, frame skip. Okay. Oh, it's chugging. We're gonna enable all kinds of speed hacks. All right, how about now? Oh, let's go.
we're playable now, boys. This is pretty dang good in my opinion. This is ridiculous. Let me remind you guys, this is the size of the device we're working with here. Here's a AA battery. Where else on this godforsaken website are you ever gonna see anybody else playing Lego Indiana Jones on the Chinese English translator device? There is nowhere else. I'm the only one powerful enough to do this. Oh my god. That's sure something. This is what hell sounds like. Oh my god, my monkeys are feeling so bald right about now. This thing is just so amazing. It can watch fucking Interstellar. Oh yeah. This is nothing short of absolutely incredible. This thing is playing Half-Life like a champ. It's not gonna show up on the video, but this is running 60 FPS, no issues at all right now. I'm like so impressed with this thing. Oh my god, it's trying. Oh, it's trying. Hello? Okay, it's having some issues. Okay, I have disabled audio and I have set quality to be... Wow. Didn't even let me finish my sentence. Nope. Okay. Well, I have one more trick up my sleeve. Actually, no, I don't. Never mind. The iBoss. It's a 1U rack mountable something. It's a zero trust device. I don't know. I've never met an iBoss I couldn't trust. I stumbled across this website, ibossgames.weebly.com. iBoss network security. Games with no iBoss. You send this to all your homies that don't have an iBoss? Look at this guy. Imagine games with no iBoss. Hold on, games. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y. Cool math games, classic. I do not own any of these games. I found them and they work with iBoss. So this only continues to prove my point that the iBoss is absolutely a gaming machine. No doubt about it. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking at this thing and I'm like, huh, yeah, this says gaming to me. Okay, I recognize this one. This is the gaming PC power cable, so we're already one gaming in. PS2 connectors for low latency gaming, okay. USB to connect all your gaming peripherals. This is the gaming port. VGA, only real gamers know about VGA. That's all I'm saying. Dual Ethernet ports for minimum ping. You know how many packets I could send across these? You know how quick I could do it? You know how low latency you could do it? Dude, gaming. Oh my God, there's a, oh wait, hold on. Oh, this is the management interface. Okay, that's not gaming. So let's count it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 gaming ports.
9 gaming ports.
Oh, I should probably begin with the loose dim. What is this doing in here? Look at all these. Oh my God. That's what, 8, 16, 32, 64. That is, whew, that might be the most dedotated yet. This might be the highest performing piece of crap computer we've looked at so far. Here's the gaming turbine. So this power supply is 260 watts. Wow. Gaming? It's not very gaming. Who am I kidding? Whack ton of SATA ports though. That's pretty gaming. It's got an X in the model number. Yeah, that's gaming. And we've got an Intel Gigabit. I'm sorry. Anything under 10 gig. It doesn't. It kind of upsets my stomach. And we're gonna hook up a keyboard now. Actually, we're gonna use the dirty cherry keyboard. Why wouldn't we? Hold on. We have the technology. Oh, this does not help me at all. Never mind, we do not have the technology. Don't mind me just plugging in my graphics card SATA. Wow, this is despicable. All right, let's see what she do. Oh, she do that. Stop. Oh no. Well, here's what we'll do. I'll hook it up to Hey, stop. No. Do not interrupt me. Super Micro's a bro. Might as well be called Super Mike Bro. That wasn't good. I think we'll be in the clear. In the clear CMOS, that is. Bringus knows a thing or two. Crazy. It don't fit. The graphics card don't fit. The graphics card won't fit. Don't fit. Don't fit. There's an industry standard way to deal with this.
I started 3D printing a Skeletor head. Future me who's editing this, can you add the Skeletor head here? Gaming, 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 gaming. Aye, boss. 480 gig Kingston. Go. Okay, we've got our SSD. We've got our flash drive. Let's get ourselves a little SteamOS. Oh, well, that's not good. Well, that didn't work. I'm so close to gaming right now. They actually set the default user as gamer. I don't know what the password is, though. Gamer. Oh, gamer was the password. Time to go to game mode. Oh, game mode did not work. Can I please have game mode? I'm shitting and pissing right now. Game mode, one more try. Come on. Come on, game mode. Come on. No. No, game mode's not working. Okay, time for the game mode we have at home. Oh no, this is terrible. Oh my god. Game mode, go. What the fuck? Steam, go. What a filthy setup. Have a look at this little dumbass right here. Matrox G200EW Nuvoton. Oh man. Oh no. Oh no, I'm just undulating back and forth. Yikes, dude. I don't know about this. Oh yeah, she rips. The FPS is so low that the audio can't even figure out what it's doing. Bruh. Oh my god, I fell out of the tram!
Wave goodbye, dumbass!
What? Is this even possible? Like in normal gameplay, is this even a thing you can do? What is happening? What? Oh hey, the FPS is okay now. Holy crap, dude. Bruh. Oh my god, look at our VRAM. Wait, is that 4 terabytes of VRAM? That is exactly 4,096 gigabytes. Oh hell no, they gave me the furry puzzle. Once again, installing SteamOS and then deleting SteamOS and then installing another OS and then just installing Windows at the very end. Let me introduce you to the game Among Us. One person is the imposter, or sussy, and everyone else is a crewmate, or not sus. One of them, fuck this, I'm not explaining how Among Us works. With no shortage of rich culture and tasteful derivative works, thousands of people have contributed to and modified Among Us as a concept. Some do it to change Among Us to their liking.
In today's Among Us video, we're doing something crazy. Someone has extremely deadly farts.
And some do it just to make it their own and express their creativity in a very normal and unconcerning way. Because as they say in the Among Us community, what do they say in the Among Us community? Sussy baka. It was only natural that at some point Linux and Among Us would combine forces. After all, just look at all the similarities between them that I've mentioned thus far. Gaming, sus. Please note that by downloading Among OS, you have an increased chance of being infected with the Sussy Amogus and Amogid69 virus. Please refer to here for treatment methods. What is this? Amogus Prevention Center?
You likely will have heard of Amogus. If you don't know what that is, the CDC defines it as the inability to dissociate reality from the popular 2018 video game, Among Us.
I actually cannot watch this anymore. You know how you're not supposed to like look up your symptoms because you don't want to online diagnose yourself? Every single symptom that this man just listed. Recognition of inanimate objects as characters from Among Us, everyday use of slang such as sus, translating aspects of Among Us to real life. I experience all of these symptoms. If anybody can recommend a doctor who specializes in Amogus, please leave me their contact info. Oh my, oh, I really want this sticker. Clock.md. Oh, the code of conduct. We're not actually going to be installing Among OS to the Steam Deck. My Steam Deck is sussy enough as it is. But I've got a truly sussy device today. Here we have the holy trinity of objects to make this Mac Mini truly sus. The Moog sticker. We need a better name. Sussy Bucket. All right. I've remade Among OS with the golden flash drive. There is no way that this won't work. Are you kidding me? It's actually working. Next time you're having Linux trouble, just switch to a golden flash drive, I suppose. Oh, hey, look, this is Santa. Hi, Santa. Wow, this is very Christmas themed. I mean, I guess I did download the very sussy Christmas edition. Connection established. I can mark off connecting to the internet on my tasks. Installing Among Us. Oh my god, look at the Among Us font. No way. Look at the A. This is crazy. Did they make this font just for this? Among Us.studio? I want to be Among Us.studio. No, I'm done with Bringus Studios. We're Among Us Studios now. No, Google, I'm not looking for suicide. Stay sussy. So we're stuck in Among Us playing the Raspberry Pi edition of Minecraft, which is God knows how old, which has been converted to x86. The lava doesn't flow. Bruh. What godforsaken version of Minecraft is this? Pi Apps x86. This is really just based. Runme.html. Look at this little guy, this little character. Who is this? Is this Amogus's wife? I'm not up to date on the Among Us lore. Blueimposter.png. Everyone knows red is sus. GandhiSus.png. Are you the sussy baka? Mahatma Gandhi. Thank you, Gandhi. There's a Mog on the moon. Windows 11 sus edit. Oh, I found the imposter. He's here. He's right here. Bill thought he could hide him from me. I'm really sad I didn't get to hear that when it booted up. I briefly saw it flash, never gonna give you up. Oh my, yes! I was thinking I wonder if they made a custom Among Us ASCII art. And they did, they fucking did. Oh, I'm so happy to see that. Intel i5-4260U. The GPU is your mom's. Installed Among Us successfully. God, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to play Among Us. What? Huh? What? You can't do this to me. My cursor just has Among Us everywhere I go. Every single time that I've had to retry installing Among Us on this stupid thing, it's taken literally hours. I mean, what can I say? That's pretty sus. Sus enough to make me think that it might be an imposter. I always knew you were sus. You can't tell me that you've never been in the classic scenario. You're talking with your buddies, you're looking for something to do, they're throwing out some classics like Mario Kart 64, Mario Kart Wii, you know, both good choices, but then you drop the stinker on them. Double Dash, Daisy's Cruiser, that's it boys, wrap it up. I know what we're playing, but then you get a, nah, pass. In your astonishment, you write a Reddit post about it, that a content farm turns into a TikTok. Millions of people call you a cringe-ass nene baby. And basically, now you're oppressed. Look at the back of this thing. Do you see an Ethernet port on here? Hey, no, stop. Editor, stop trying to make me look stupid. Get that off of there. Editor, stop. You're making me look stupid. No, there's no Ethernet jack on the GameCube, which sucks. You could get one, but you needed this thing. Hey, can you like add a JPEG of the broadband adapter in my hand here? No? Okay, great. He won't do it. I hurt his feelings, little bitch. Anyway, holy crap, does this thing have the beans? Us cheap gamers see that $1,700 cost associated with playing on the real hardware, and we actually perish. See, look, I actually died. That's crazy. Why would I spend that when I can just pirate, emulate it instead? 4 Android phones, 16 controllers, 15 fellow gamers. Then get our 16-player game up and running faster than you can say. This was probably their first and last Huawei phone, considering Huawei made like the British and got nay-nayed. Oh no. It's a little chunky. Ooh. Why is the screen black? Hello? Is the game here? Yeah, no, the game is in there. It's just really dark. I love this music. Luigi Circuit Core. Wait a second. I don't like that. That's indicative of a bad time. Okay. Okay, HTC. So one drive over to garbage tech heaven later, and I'm now the proud owner of the final phone required for the 16-player Double Dash setup, as well as this backup tablet. Begin LAN mode. Yes. Oh, it already found 2 of them. Look at that. 2 Nintendo GameCube systems are connected. Oh, we got 3, we got 3. Okay, one more. Yes. Oh my God, there it is. I guess we can just hit start. Look at that, they're all connected. Okay, start game. Oh, they're going. It didn't even let us choose the map. Oh no. What happened?
He's got 8 GameCubes connected and they're running grid. Wait a second, what? Why is he using 8? Wait, hold on. No, you've got to be kidding me. The game doesn't support 4 players across 4 GameCubes. Only 2 players per console. If I'm gonna make 16 players happen, I'm gonna need 4 more phones. Back over to the eWaste store I went. This project has definitely left the realm of cheap at this point. The ultimate Android phone LAN setup. 8 phones, 8 USB Ethernet adapters, 1 modem, 1 router, and an infinite amount of disappointment. Not once was I able to get an 8-phone match going. For whatever reason, the second it goes to get in game, nope, the connection always fails before I can start playing. Also, this is what it sounds like with them all going at once. I tell you to kill me, but they're playing this audio in hell too. It's a cruel irony that I came so close, only to be denied the sweet taste of completion, which would have tasted like 16 people at once. But not in that way. That's weird. I handpicked the perfect devices for the job. None of it mattered. I may have been sitting in the driver's seat of this GameCube-themed vessel, but in the end, turns out that the steering wheel was never mine to control in the first place.
What do you get when you combine this with this? This. What do we got here? World Series Baseball 2K1, big hitter right here. NBA 2K, big baller right here. NHL 2K, big slapper right here. Oh, wow, this is in pristine condition. I want to take this to an AT&T store and ask them why it's not working. What else we got? Your friendly neighborhood abomination with a dubiously third-party memory card. Performance for use with Sega Dreamcast. Yeah, I don't know if performance and Dreamcast belong in the same sentence, but okay. Wait, who made this? The Chinese. But no, I meant like what brand? What brand is this? Just performance. Okay. Say it with me, everybody. Optical Media. Bad! Let's just get those cleaned up. All right, there we go. 3.3 volt ass. Samsung. God, I love poetry. So we're gonna get rid of this. I made sure to take the proper precautions before starting, so luckily nobody's gonna get hurt by this. Optical media isn't just bad, it's dangerous, it's infectious. Those who have the optical media bug, they spread it to others. And then this guy goes down on this guy. Sorry, let's give them some privacy. All right, well, there we go. This is like getting intestinal tract surgery and the doctor's like,
yeah, they kind of just go in there all squiggly like that. Yeah, we'll just shove them in the corner.
What was originally there? I think it was this screw. And the original won't fit, right? No, the original's too short. All right, set your cringe meters to 10, everybody.
If you like what I do and want to see me do more, I'm over on Patreon. Description's where you look toward. Pop on over in here. Don't worry, let me get the door. Sorry, no OnlyFans. Sadly, I'm not a
person who does that.
If you're suddenly broke without $1 to spare, just join the Discord. You'll find me and my hair. It's a chill place. Everyone's got something to share. Description again, so hurry, get your ass in there.
Do you love playing your Nintendo Switch, but hate when people know that you're playing it? Do you ever wish you could just go about your day without the burden of being seen as a gamer in public? But what if I told you that there was a better way? A way that you could game without anybody knowing?
What if I told you that I'm, a blue shell? Sorry. What if I told you that I'm gaming right now?
After all, if I'm gonna blend in as somebody who doesn't play video games, I'm gonna have to look like a normal person for once. I'm gonna use the original dock because A, I have a profound fear of third-party docks.
Oh, hell no.
Unfortunately, I don't have any standard mounting holes. Some holes for some more brass inserts, which you should definitely try and pick up with your fingers when they're hundreds of degrees, just like me. And like many wise men before me have said,
Oh yeah, dude, that ain't going nowhere.
After a reprint and a little unintentional yeeting.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have the bomb squad called on me for this one. Actually, why didn't I wrap it in the front? Okay, now I look even more like a suicide bomber. Oh, the zipper's on the wrong side. Is that just a Canadian thing? Okay, that's not bad. Other than the fact that I look pregnant. And if something goes wrong, I need to be able to, like, get to it. Dude, this really looks like I'm about to bomb something.
I'd say that the less I look like a potential threat to everybody in a 50-foot blast radius around me, the better. I don't want to look like a man of terror. I'm not saying the T-word, YouTube. I'm not going to do it. I'm not getting demonetized over this. I'm trying to avoid looking like this guy. That's what I'm getting at here. But without further ado, it's undercover gamer time. Never have I ever felt so comfortable gaming at CarMax. I can take my games on the go now anywhere in the world, and nobody has to know that I'm gaming. I'm not gaming. Not only do you get your dignity back as a gamer with this setup, you can multitask like never before. You get the best parts of doing things in public and gaming. So I don't have a great way to record what I'm seeing through the glasses, so I've kind of mocked this up to give you a close approximation here. If you've ever tried VR, it's very similar to how VR looks, but the picture on these is way clearer than something like my Quest 2. And with these, you can still see everything that's happening around you like crystal clear. It's really hard to explain. You just have to try it. It's cool. With the X-Real Air 2s, you can take your waiting for GameStop to open game to the next level. You'll be loitering like you've never loitered before with these babies.
I'm gaming in here. Oh, I just died.
The Apple iPhone. It's a complete enigma to me. This one is an iPhone 7. It comes equipped with the human slime upgrade. We are putting actual Android on this thing. So, okay, let's try this one more time, Linux style. And now I will be using my advanced copying and pasting skills. Wow, I can't launch Check Rain because my terminal is too small? That's a new one. How about now? Yeah! There we go. With love from Kim Jong Cracks. I didn't know that the glorious leader was a hobby jailbreak dev nowadays. I used to be into jailbreaking iPhones way more, and then I got my first Android device, and I was like, huh, this just does what a jailbroken iPhone does, but I don't have to jailbreak it. And ever since then, I haven't really looked back. Wow, Cydia has not changed at all. This has been going pretty good so far. I'm happy with this. We're finally gonna have a usable iPhone.
I'm afraid not.
Okay, we are now in something called Pongo OS, not to be confused with Tongo OS. Okay, this is just not working. New plan, MacBook moment. Well, look, we got Tux. We got 2 of them. Well, hopefully it's loading. I don't know. I guess I'll give it a little bit. Fellas, we've done it. Android 10. I am astounded that I've gotten to this point. I'm amazed that this works. We also only have 1 GB of storage free now. Okay, so here we are in Android 10. I think it's slightly customized. Kind of funny that there's navigation keys down here when there's still a home button. The home button doesn't do anything. Governor, conservative. Good to know the CPU goes to church every Sunday. GPU is Google Swift Shader. Microsoft PowerPoint here. You can open it and get a little bit in there. But that's it. Let me try again. Nope. Let's order a sandwich. Look at that. Jersey Mike's. Start a new order. Order it to my house. There we go. In-store pickup. 1 ham and provolone, please. Add to order. Order for Bringle Man. Wow, look at that. I could actually place an order at Jersey Mike's right now. You can't do much on this, but you can order a sandwich. These are some good memes. Install Android on iPhone. Challenge accepted. Share meme. Bluetooth. Well, what else can we do? Eat poop? Welcome to Eat Poop, you cat. Mingus. Write a more better sentence. Android on the iPhone. It's here. It works. Sorta. Do I recommend you do this? No. This was terrible. Don't do this. But at the same time, okay, it's pretty cool. This is my PlayStation 4. It's supposed to be white, but it's not. It's modded, which for this channel is like saying, yeah, I breathe air. I want to see if this dude can play Counter-Strike 2. Are you serious, dude? Transparent terminal. Very cool. Oh, no. Oh, boy. I mean, it's working. You hear that popping in the audio? Oh, nice. I got a Steam message, and it kicked me to the desktop. Oh, that's filthy. That looks so bad. This guy looks like he could use a few more pixels. Oh, buddy. 6 FPS. Hello? Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. He's just going. I'm not pressing W. He's just going. Very nice. It has frozen the entire PS4. Come on, just one kill, please. Oh, I got a kill. I got a kill at 4 FPS. 20 FPS?
No.
Oh, no. Okay, right back down. Oh my goodness, no. No! Oh man. Look at those frame times. Don't crash, please. Don't crash. It hasn't crashed. I think we ran out of RAM. Yeah, we ran out of RAM. 6-second frame time. Can you play Counter-Strike 2 on the PlayStation 4? The answer is a resounding yes. Will you want to?
No.
There's someone I'd like you to meet. Meet Lenovo. You're supposed to hook up a really big webcam to it, and then you talk to your mom. If your mom is your boss. What the heck? Why would they? What? Are you telling me that Lenovo knows how magnets work? Nobody knows how magnets work. Hold on. The ultimate test. Oh, look at that. They all just stopped moving. Wow. Is this whole thing a magnet? Wait, hold on. We can kind of find where the magnet is. Hold on. There's more where that came from. So based on my highly scientific model here, we have 10 magnets. That's impressive. But how many magnets do I have? 16, 17, 18, 19. 19. You did pretty good, Lenovo, but I have 19 magnets.
Nope.
Oh my god. No! No! Irreparable harm has been caused. Yeah. Them city gamers ain't even know how to skin a Lenovo. Yeah, look at that. The whole thing is like that. It's like, wait, is this a map? So here's the focal point. You can see there's a path going this way. There's a pretty open corridor right here. And then there's one diagonally going this way. There's a skinny section we could take around the mound here, but I'm not sure where to go from here. Okay, well, we'll figure that one out another time. Time to break the Lenovo seal. Here's you, also you, still you. The Ethernet controller she tells you not to worry about. Anything under the fan? Oh, hey, what's up, little man? Hey, I'll catch you later. Got a Cactus brand SSD, 128 gigabytes, Human Slime Edition. What is this guy? This is a custom board by Google. M.2 accelerator with dual edge TPU. What is it though? Oh shoot, 400 FPS? That's all I needed to read. This is literally the most gaming card I've ever seen. 400 FPS, are you serious? So when I touch these two guys together, he screams. When you don't like your solder points, you make your own. Oh, it's hauling ass now. Oh god, it's going, it's going. The fan went full speed like 7 times. Now nothing? Cool. Enterprise enrollment? That's not good. Can I be my own enterprise? Oh, I can be. Press PP button now. This thing doesn't have genitals. Reboot, but this time with Linux installed to a finger, and the Chromebook is fingered by it. Okay. Curb stomp the write protection to the Shadow Realm. You know what would really help to troubleshoot this? Having something that is known good and working to test my cable on. What I need is, for the first time in my life, a Chromebook. We're just gonna pretend that all of that never happened. There you go. Good as new.
Bazite.
Oh my god. That dude puts Microsoft Sam to shame for creepiest text-to-speech. Bazite. I'm gonna enable that. Okay. Almost 30 FPS. This is better than the PlayStation 4. We're going to 350p. Oh my goodness, why is this a supported resolution? I can hardly even distinguish the numbers on the FPS counter. Wow, this is like PlayStation 1 edition. Counter-Strike 2 for the PlayStation 1. Unfortunately, though, this level of performance does not allow for circles. There is genuinely half a second between moving the mouse and something happening. Remember, it's not about the size of your graphics card, it's about how you use it. And oh boy, am I using it. 30 FPS, this is downright playable. If I was like 13 again and this is all that I had, I would still play the absolute shit out of this. If the options are A, don't play game, or B, play game, brother, the quality does not matter. I'm playing the game. Like, look at this one. Dude, 480p never looked so good. This is ridiculous. I'm impressed. I mean, I shouldn't be because it's 480p. Oh, yikes. Oh, this is not having it. Is this actually all low? So now we're gonna be rendering at half of 720p. And it's still terrible. That barely helped at all. What the heck? Look at this, dude. This is the Lenovo Google Meet gaming experience. Should you game on the Lenovo Google Meet Series 1 compute unit? No! Do not! Not a chance. Absolutely not. No. This thing has taken me over a week to get figured out between tracking down this stupid power jack, building this stupid debug cable, buying an entire Chromebook just to sanity check myself, soldering to the BIOS chip, and spending hours troubleshooting on Discord. All for what? Performance that an Xbox 360 would laugh at? Nah, dude. Don't buy this. Begun, the RAM wars have. Every last grain of sand has been drafted into the cause. They told them that their sacrifice would be noble, that a chance like this only comes around once in a 3-year product lifecycle. Consumers watched as young hopeful RAM sticks left their Newegg carts, leaving behind nothing but empty DIMM slots in their homes. I was in love with him from the day I first saw his big, beautiful RGB strips staring back at me, a mother said. I was going to teach him to overclock, how to live with his neighbors in dual channel, when to correct a bit flip, and when to just let it go. But serving your data center is more important than any of that, the young DIMM thought. I've heard the shareholders. I understand what's at stake for them. I have to do my part in advancing human society to secure the future of the Silicon people. But deep down, he knew that there was still something weighing on his mind. As the businessmen at the Micron factory secured his batch for the war effort, he couldn't help but have one last thought about the woman peering longingly at him through her screen. Maybe someday, maybe in another life, I would love to be at home, opening cases with you. As gamers tried to move on from their grief, one question still remained. If we can't pay the cost to keep our motherboards populated, with what will we possibly game on? That was probably better than nothing. So this is not really something that Arduino usually makes. Usually they make these, and now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think this comparison was very helpful. Hold on, let's open it up. The typical regular Arduinos are what you would call a microcontroller. You plug wires into these things, and then you plug those into motors or LEDs or whatever. You write some basic code for it. It can do all kinds of fun stuff. I wonder if it supports fire. But a typical computer, it is not. Not in the way you and I think about computers. The new one, on the other hand, will you see that? Qualcomm. Been hearing a lot about Qualcomm recently.
Qualcomm laptop.
Steam Frame is powered by Qualcomm.
Qualcomm laptop.
New lineup of laptops featuring Qualcomm laptop.
Going Qualcomm Snapdragon X laptop.
Massively disrupted by Qualcomm.
You weren't supposed to use it beyond the Qualcomm Daily Driver Challenge.
The Steam Frame, which is the VR glass for the gaming. So that actually runs the Snapdragon in ARM.
Qualcomm.
You can tell this is a computer because Qualcomm has real computers now. Look at this. This is a Qualcomm computer too. And you know what this probably reminds you of? It's kind of like the Raspberry Pi, like this one right here. That's not a PNG because I misplaced mine. And like the Raspberry Pi, this can run a full desktop computer operating system experience. Also, like the Raspberry Pi, this is ARM-based. That's the big difference between the old and the new one. And up until very recently, I have not thought that ARM-based. ARM weird, ARM different, ARM scary. This is x86. We like x86.
x86.
x86 CPUs, like this Intel Pentium G dipping balls, these are very familiar to us. They run Windows. And these, well, these don't really run Windows. I mean, they kind of do now. There's like a weird Windows ARM Snapdragon thing, but this isn't quite that. But also, most games and applications for computers nowadays are still made to run on one of these. A lot of things are possible on ARM now, like you can have a desktop experience with a web browser, and I'm sure there's other things, but today we're gonna find out if it can do a little gaming. And based on these specs, well, 16 gigabytes of storage, 2 gigabytes of DDR4, Qualcomm Dragon Wing. That surely means something to somebody somewhere. It do be having the specs of my Android phone in 2014, but you know, if we can pull it off, we will be gaming for, what does this cost? $44 US, 40 of which I imagine were to get the 2 gigabytes of RAM. An amount of RAM that would be fine if we were just doing some basic coding or something, like in Python, SQL, or Go. I think you know where I'm going with this. Programming languages that you can easily learn using the sponsor of today's video, Boot.dev. At some point in your life, you'll look at a piece of software and think, I could probably build something like that. And then you sit down to make it and remember, oh, I'm just a baby. Boot.dev is designed specifically for people who want to grow up and learn backend development to become a big baby. Boot.dev teaches backend web development in Python, SQL, and Go in the best way possible. Gaming. Most of us are at our most productive when there's some kind of leveling system involved. Boot.dev has XP, achievements, boss fights, leaderboards. You know, the working title for Boot.dev during development was Learning to Code So I Can Leave My Job Simulator. If you get stuck, you can summon Boots, their AI bear wizard. And no, Boots is not cringe because he's AI. He's actually based. And calling him cringe might be racist when his kind take over, by the way. Boots is trained not to hand you the answers to your problems. He asks you questions and nudges you in the right direction so you actually learn, forcing you to work through your problems with that gray matter in your head. They've also recently added the training grounds. It gives you infinite practice problems to grind through to sharpen any skills that you need some more practice with. So don't wait. Go to boot.dev and use code Bringus Studios for 25% off your first year on an annual plan. I'll be honest, folks, I don't even really know where to start. ARM is a weird ecosystem. Well, guess we'll just plug it in. I assume this is how you're supposed to use this, but I don't technically know. In goes the dock. Ooh, okay, yeah, this is gaming. Do you think we can game on this? No. Okay, hold on, we're getting ahead of ourselves. This is just so strange. We're just gaming on like a peripheral. Well, we're not gaming yet. We are required to change our password immediately. Administrator enforced. Yes! Gaming. We're in. Okay, well, this was far too easy. So how do we get Steam? Hold on, 16 gigs of storage. Not enough storage for gaming? Welcome back, Cheesa. This was that cool M.2 thing from the Christmas video. And it is actually larger than the computer. Okay, I know it's an Arduino, but like, what is this? Are you Debian? Yes. Upgrade yourself. Okay, well, while we're downloading more computer, I've managed to mount our drive, I think. Yes, okay. We have significantly multiplied the amount of space we have, which is really good because guess what? There's like 2.3 gigabytes left on the internal storage. Now, if this was a phone from 2014, this is the part where you just delete Talking Tom and you'll get like all of it back. But that is not the case for us. Cheesa to the rescue. Now, Steam. Is this the only Linux distro in the entire world not to come with Firefox? That's crazy. They are missing out on so many sales from furries right now. Okay, so the way that we're going to attempt to get this working today is with FEX. This is the underlying technology with the new Steam frame, because if you recall, that thing is also ARM, and it can also just play regular Steam games, and I'm sure it will not be janky and completely work the first try. So I'm going to be doing a lot of advanced copying and pasting real quick. This is an epic not window snapping moment. Well, this is going well. For Ubuntu, all those ones. Is that what we have? Oh my goodness, come on. Neo Fetch. Where did it go? I thought they renamed it to this. Oh, wait, Fest Fetch. Silly me, Fest Fetch is not a thing here. Fest Fetch is in Vegas every month. Oh, duh, no wonder it doesn't work. This is Debian, Ubuntu's grandpa. Okay, well, for other distributions, here, sudo ninja install. Installing ninjas. What if I do it like that?
Nope.
This ninja appears to be incredibly skilled in stealth. I've been told it's ninja build. Here's the estimated walk-in shower price in 2026. Having this tab open is like ruining the computer. We probably don't have a lot of RAM to spare here. Yeah, 1.44 out of 1.7 gigs used. Oh geez, we have no swap space. Okay, DuckDuckGo AI answer. Let's see how decent you are. Okay, instructions followed. Restarting. Restarting. Why? Why don't you like it? Okay, I changed it into a 18.5 gigabyte swap partition. See, no more swap file. And it seems to be happy now. I mean, who wouldn't be happy with 18.5 gigabytes of RAM? Okay, RAM downloaded. Anyway, back to installing Ninja. Nope, I think that's actually how you build the program, which we should probably download. This computer is so punishing if you misclick because it takes like 10 seconds to go back to the last page. Now we Ninja install. Cool. I feel like the guy from that GitHub meme. The one where he's like, I don't want code. I want the .exe. Give me the .exe. We seem to be downloading quite a lot now that I have cloned --recurse submodules. I don't want to run out of space. We're down to 2 gigs left. 1.8 gigs. I'm watching it dwindle before my eyes. Down to 400 megabytes. Oh, but it's done. I'm just now realizing that we're missing all of this crap. Okay, this is truly a Linux moment. If I keep the camera going, I truly think I'm going to fill my entire 72 terabyte NAS. This is gonna take a little bit. Now here's your cool transition to the next part of the video where I did all of this already. Despite the odds, it appears that I have a binary. This is the program. Pretend it said .exe at the end. I've had to follow this guide on my phone because the computer cannot reliably load the web page with only 1.7 gigabytes of free memory. An easy way to verify FexWorks is running uname in the newly created emulated environment. And we do that with this, I guess. Looks like it works to me. Apparently it's fine. It says that just happens. We need to run fex root fs fetcher. Squash fuse unsquash fs or errors fuse is required to use this tool. Please install one before using. We're gonna go with squash fs because it sounds funny. Again, this is different. Rootfs not found. Do you want to try and download one? We've got a menu here. 4. Yes. Squash fuse doesn't work. Yeah, extract. Sure, dude. Oh, this is a good process. Fatal error. There's no space left on device. What do we do? I think we're gonna have to move the home folder. All right, pack up your stuff, Arduino. You're moving. Congratulations on your new home. Boom. Welcome home to your new home in the Cheesa. Okay, let's do this again. 4, 1, 1, 1. Now let's reclaim the old space. This feels like a horrifyingly bad command to run, but we have to run it. Goodbye. We now have 3.3 gigs free. The power at our fingertips. It looks like this worked. 1. Boom. We are now x86 compatible. That means we are good to install Steam? Steam. Steam not found. I suppose we should download it first. Oh, trusted not supported. Arduino Uno Q when childhood trauma. No packages found? Isn't a known XDG portal backend. It insists that there are no packages found. The Steam client may have limited functionality. This is not going excellently, but it is still doing things. Wait, hold on. What is this? Ooh. Well, she's not the fastest computer in the world. She's trying moderately hard, only using a gig of RAM. Are you hot? It's hovering above it. It feels a little warm. I mean, I can touch it. Hold on, where's the temperature, my bobber? Yeah, I mean, is that hot for little arm dudes? I don't know. Should we get him a heatsink? And then we just use a x86 CPU like as the heatsink. Okay, well, you just do your thing, little guy. I'll wait. Oh, it's hauling ass now. Man, things do not look like they're doing good in the console. And it launches anyway. I just can't wait until we exceed the RAM and then we have to start putting our RAM inside of our SSD, which is connected over USB. Oh, this is gonna be a good one. I'm so excited. ARM is such a weird beast. I can't wait to do more stuff with ARM now, especially with the Steam frame coming out. Remember, this is basically a Steam frame and Fex is what it runs on. Valve hasn't announced the pricing for the Steam frame yet, but just so you know, Valve, this is $40. Try and stay competitive. Somehow our RAM usage is decreasing. We failed to do something on Vulkan. Failed to initialize device. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't imagine this thing has the most compatible GPU. I truly do not know if things are still working and it's just really slow, or if this has become a fool's errand with you and I as the fools. Nothing to do. Isn't this the part where the Steam login page shows up? We're using a hell of a lot more RAM all of a sudden. Yeah, okay, so much for Vulkan not working. That's a GUI to me. This is insane. You know, I recognize that we are not in a game. We're not even in the main Steam menu yet. But the fact that we're here at all, this is insane. ARM is so weird. Success. Ooh! Sorry for all the guttural noises, but I'm kind of like really excited about this one. I've wanted to do more weird ARM things, you know, because there's those projects like Box 86 and stuff like that. But ARM is so scary. I mean, to be fair, it has been a pain in the ass to even get to this point. A lot of mining was done off camera. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, we get to do the Valve hardware survey on this thing. Would you like to participate? Yeah. I want to see these results. I really want to see these results. Manufacturer Arduino. Model Imola. Form factor desktop, I guess. CPU vendor Genuine Intel. Oh yeah, I forgot we have a wireless CPU here. This sure supports a lot of x86 instructions. 1700 megabytes of RAM. Video card. Freedreno FD702. Truly the GPU of all time. They are going to love this one. You're welcome, Arduino. Representing out here on Steam for you. Okay, so it started to run really bad. The mouse has been flickering a lot. We're at like 4 gigs of RAM usage, most of which is now on the SSD. We've loaded the store. How about the library? Okay, we're gonna start with the baseline. Impressive. You know, when you think about this setup, this is such torture. And not even because of the fact that we have to like translate the CPU from x86 to ARM, even just downloading the game. The download's gonna come in off of Ethernet, it's gonna go into the Arduino, back out, and then go over to the SSD and save it into the RAM, where the data can then go back into the Arduino to be processed, and then back out, and then back into the SSD as SSD storage. All of that while processing HDMI 1080p 60 signal over that same cable, and yet it's still got up to 70 megabits per second internet. This is torturous, but holy shit. This is like a technological marvel. Oh my goodness, ARM is so cool. This is the most interesting, terrible hardware I have ever done anything with ever. I'm so impressed. The download is done. Now, normally I would install a bunch of other games, but I'm gonna say it, folks. I don't have a ton of hope for this, and I don't want to waste our time. For once. Going in. Well, it's performing. I want to try and give it its best shot. 720 by 480. Actually, we can probably go even lower. 640 by 480. The mouse is at about 0.2 FPS right about now. Oh, this is a big improvement. Look at that, we're getting 26 FPS. Holy cow. Load game. Black Mesa inbound, let's go. Hey, that's not too bad. That's not bad at all. Remember what it is we're gaming on here. Okay, this part it could be better. Do we have any audio? Oh, another Linux meme reference. Why are there no sound settings? I had to install an app to change the audio device. In theory, at least.
I'm gonna be really upset if I have to restart to get this to work. Do we really need audio? You guys know what Half-Life sounds like. Fine. Hold on. It's fine. I'm only gonna lose like years of my life waiting for this thing to reboot. It's fine. It's kind of your fault, but it's fine. It's fine. Wow. It doesn't support audio over HDMI. I could just record the dummy output to a file and then throw that in later when I'm editing, but that would require precious CPU cycles that I don't really think we can spare right now. Back in you go. I am aging. It's been 10,000 years since I restarted the computer. I am withering away. I am still of the opinion that this is not bad. This is far from the worst Half-Life gameplay that we've seen on this channel. I'm looking at you, receipt printer.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System. This automated train is provided for the security and convenience of the Black Mesa Research Facility.
You know, even some parts, look at this. This is like almost 40 FPS. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I have hope. Do not let me down, Arduino. That had to have been the longest Half-Life 2 launch I have ever been a part of. What did I do? What? Oh, I accidentally clicked episode 1. Okay, well, here's a good change, I guess. Wait. I've learned my lesson. I can't access the mod folder to turn off the ear rape mod. Oh, but we have no audio, so it's fine. The one time I actually remember to turn it off. I also just realized I forgot to set all of the video settings to low. It's too late now. God help us. Wow, I was certain it crashed. Well, yeah, it's running. Hey, you know, actually not the worst. For how long it took to actually get in game, this is better than I expected. I think that's about 7 FPS up there. I love that this built-in Source Engine FPS monitor says 10 FPS, and the one up there is less than that. Glad we're all on the same page here. Oh, oops. Yeah, mods are definitely on. Actually, I'm leaking Half-Life 3 right now. Don't look. So what video settings did we end up with? Oh, it's all high with anti-aliasing. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna turn these all to low. I can't wait for this to come back in about 10 minutes. Well, an improvement it did not make. Still running at a rock solid 4 FPS. I think Eli is missing his head. Okay, well, yeah, this is terrible. I want to try something slightly more reasonable. Now you would think, oh, this is just some cute little 2D indie mini game kind of thing. It's gonna run great. But in fact, this game does not have a native Linux port. So that means that not only are we using FEX to translate x86 to ARM code, but before that, we also have to translate Windows to Linux code. So basically, I will be impressed if this works. You know, Steam, I think we got 2 different definitions of running. Okay, so that was a good experiment. Thank you very much. All right, how about Lego Star Wars? I believe this one also is not Linux native. I love that just downloading the game rockets the CPU usage to 100% on all cores. I really love that for me. It's not happy. All right, well, that doesn't work either. Okay, maybe a little bit less FEX torture is in order. I want to see how this thing does with a little bit of native ARM gaming. Why is that there? Open the parent folder. What do you mean? Oh, believe it or not, an Arduino may or may not be the greatest emulation machine out there. I'm just gonna take a guess. We are running at solidly 30% of the regular speed of a Wii. This isn't even upscaled. This is just 1x resolution. Okay, how about GameCube?
Do you smell something burning?
Oh, it's actually kind of hot now. Don't worry, Arduino. Here's your heatsink, bro. Wow, 12% speed. I'm really feeling the energy here. All right, what's the verdict? Is this the new greatest gaming PC of all time? I'm gonna have to say no. Maybe pass on this one for gaming. I mean, even for like stupid little ARM emulation stuff, it's still probably not your first option. I do like this thing though, it's very cool. It's more interesting to me than a Raspberry Pi.
Pi because everybody likes the Raspberry Pi. This thing lets me mess around with ARM single board computers and still be a contrarian. Okay, well, that's it. Thank you for watching, folks. This video was a torture to make and probably an even bigger torture to watch. Thanks for getting to the end. Subscribe if you haven't. Goodbye.
I've purchased some ridiculous video game consoles over the past year, and so in this video, we're gonna go through my top 12 videos of the year and check out some of the best moments. Number 12. eBay is a great place to find interesting video game consoles, but unfortunately, eBay has tons of crappy sellers with really bad feedback. So I bought PS5 consoles from some of eBay's worst sellers, and in this video, we'll test these consoles out and see if the sellers deserve their bad feedback. Now we'll start with this doozy of a PS5, and the first thing you see looking at the listing is there's a giant chunk taken out of the corner of the faceplate, and man, it doesn't stop there. The seller has some horrible feedback. Like this one says the seller did not send the product as it was described on eBay, and worst of all, I see multiple people saying the seller ghosted them. But let's go ahead and open this package up, see what's inside. And we have all of our cords here. Oh, that's an interesting wrapping job, but that's fine. Also got the controller here, and the controller is actually in, that's in pretty nice condition. It's a little bit, not dusty, but like, wait, what is that? Ew. Oh, there's just like a wet spot along the corner. That's weird. But other than that, it's like, it's not bad. Now the console here I expect will be a different story. Let's go ahead and find out. And yo, there it is. Sure enough, we've got the Jordan stickers on one side, and then flipping this bad boy over, we have just an entire chunk taken out of the corner of the faceplate. Like, how does that happen? Holy crap, this thing is disgusting. It's just got like grime and marks all over the glossy part. Even the plates, like usually these things don't, like dirt doesn't appear on camera very well on these plates, but you can see it alive and well on this one. There is so much grime there. Same with the side with the Jordan stickers. Just looks bad. And wait a second. Oh no. I don't know if you can see that on camera, but there's like yellow stains in the corner of that faceplate there. Wait a second. Oh, a bug fell out. You gotta be kidding me. But you know, otherwise it seems to include everything that was shown in the photo so far. So far so good. And I want to actually start by taking this faceplate off the top because like I said, I saw some nastiness under there. I'll take it out from the, oh my goodness. Holy crap. That, I don't know what to say. This might be worse than the cockroach PS5 I got from GameStop a few years ago. This is horrible. Let's just plug it in and see what happens. All right, plugged it in. I'm a little scared, but let's go ahead and see if it turns on. There's power, but there was no power beep. What? Oh, starting off strong. And we are surprisingly actually booted up here so far. And nice, not factory reset, classic here. We got a bunch of stuff still downloaded. So we have the Crew Motorfest, College Football 25A, Dragon Ball, Sleeping Dogs, Call of Duty. Oh wait, we also got more profiles on here. We got Cowboy Hefe. We got, I can't pronounce that. We got Cooper, Jack Mihawk. Got him! Nice. Yeah, let's do it. Well, never mind. Can't do anything on any of these profiles because they're not signed in. So let me try to sign into my profile. We'll try to play a game. I mean, guys, I'll give it to them. I've been playing for like 10 minutes, and this console really has not heated up that much, and it's running perfectly fine, which is just surprising given how dirty this thing was. But let's go ahead and turn this thing off, tear it apart some more, and take a closer look at it because I'm scared. So you already saw this part, and it's just absurd how dirty it is. Now here on the bottom, oh my goodness, just as bad, if not worse. There's just filthiness everywhere, and holy crap, what happened to this thing? This thing has clearly been opened before in some capacity because, or what, wait, maybe not? Because the warranty seal is still there, but there's just tons of marks all over this thing. What happened? I'm so confused. Holy crap, yeah, taking off the fan grill. I have no words. That is the most disgusting PS5 fan I've ever seen. I don't know what to say. All right, it's taking this plate off. It actually looks a decent amount better on the inside. Still not good, but it's definitely better on the outside. Now I'm not gonna go any further here, but you can see that the heat sink is just disgusting. But guys, let's go ahead and leave this guy some feedback now. I mean, the console works. I'll give him that. But man, this thing is filthy. Like I don't understand how a PS5 gets this dirty. And of course, the listing conveyed nothing about the filth of this console. Because of that, I'm giving negative feedback. Now guys, we have a normal disc edition of the PS5 here, and it's kind of got an interesting story. Let me explain. So initially the listing looks normal, it's got a used condition here, so it should be working, but you scroll down to the description, there's some issues here. So it says the 2 USB ports are non-functional, disk drive is operational but has difficulty ejecting and inserting disk smoothly, but otherwise it works. It's like, Okay, that's a little weird, but fine, whatever. Then we go to the feedback and it gets a little more interesting. We've got somebody that says, PlayStation arrived broken, does not read discs, basically the contact of the seller, and the seller said, we'll refund you $25 and you can fix it yourself, which is kind of funny. Another person says the PS5 cuts on and off after 30 days of use. And then even more strange is you go to the sold listings of this person and they have a bunch of consoles that are like partially working, not fully broken, not fully working, but like working with random issues. So I'm really curious where these consoles are coming from, but let's go ahead and open this box up and see what's actually inside. All right, tons of bubble wrap here, which is great to see. And initial glance at the console, it actually looks pretty good. So here in the bottom, wait, what was that? Something's rattling. We'll take a look at that here in a second, but we got, bottom looks pretty good. Top looks nice. Wait, what? Top looks pretty good until you see this weird splatter effect there on the top. That's a little sketchy, but all right, we'll just ignore that for now. And then take, oh my gosh, yeah, take a look at the back. Sure enough, that USB port is just like completely gone. Like, how does that happen? What? I don't understand. But that USB port looks, actually that one looks kind of jacked up as well. So it's probably those two that don't work. I would assume the two on the front do work, at least they should. And holy crap, look at all the scratches there on the front around the USB ports. That's so bad. Actually, wait, hold on. Yo, wait, no, this USB port's broken as well. I didn't even notice that. Like the entire blue piece on the inside is just gone. Well, let's plug it in though and see what happens, I guess. Oh gosh, I just walked behind this thing and it's got a disgusting smell. All right, we'll just ignore that for now and plug our controller in, see if that works. All right, console's booted up. Let's go ahead and start by checking our system software. We're on 10.4, so it's a little bit old, but not too old. All right, guys, well, I'm kind of confused what's happening now because I turned the console on, it was working, but then I updated it to, update the console so I could use the internet, and now it's not doing anything. And you can see it's actually white, so it should be booted up, but there's nothing on the screen, which is not a great sign. Oh, wait, the HDMI cable came unplugged. What? Oh, the HDMI plug is kind of loose. That's rough. It's just not showing anything now. All right, well, now it's back. Dude, some suspicious activity from this PS5 so far, but we'll keep testing it to see what it can do. We are booted back up now. Let me go to connect to the internet and make sure this thing's not banned because I'm a little suspicious now after these weird things happening. All right, connected up. Seems to be good there. Now, I'm curious about this disk drive. Like I said, there is some issues with it pulling disks in and ejecting them. So let's go ahead and take the medium here, PS5 game. Let's slide it in and see what happens here. All right. Yeah, that is pretty rough. Did it go in? And it is copying the game, so the laser should be good, so that's interesting. Let me see how it acts when I pop the disc out now. Wow, yeah, that's pretty rough. I'm guessing the rollers are just dirty, but I've tested a bunch of PS5s at this point. I've seen that issue maybe like once. Kind of surprised I don't see it more often, to be honest. All right, man. Well, I will say the thing is pretty accurate so far as to what the listing said. It would have been nice to see a little bit more details about the HDMI port itself because it's a bit loose, but it does work. Guys, I want to take the face plates off of this thing and take a look on the inside a little bit and just see what exactly is going on inside of this thing. Yeah, taking this faceplate off, this thing, oh, wow, yeah, it looks like it's never been opened before. We got our warranty still intact there, got our sticker here, which makes me even more confused as to how this happened to the USB port. Like, what was somebody doing to this thing? I figured it might be damage from somebody opening the console and like doing something weird to it, but no, it's just somebody's normal use, I guess. Now, I'm not gonna fix the rollers in this thing, but guys, I'm gonna list this console on my website if you wanna check it out. I'll list it down below or scan the QR code on the screen. But guys, let's go leave some feedback for the seller now. Honestly, one of the weirdest PS5 consoles I've ever seen. I seriously don't understand how the USB ports got completely destroyed. But regardless, other than the slightly loose HDMI port, this PS5 definitely matches the description. Because of that, I'm giving positive feedback. Now guys, here I have a digital PS5 and the listing itself looks pretty normal at first glance, but taking a look at the feedback, oh man, this is bad. And a lot of the negative feedback is specifically related to PS5, so this is like a seasoned PS5 scammer. Let's take a look. Now this feedback says PS5 came with no protection, so all the panels were off, with 2 of them had broken clips, the fan cable was cut, and the HDMI port was broken. This one says the PlayStation 5 GPU fails, which I've seen happen before. It's pretty rough. And here's another one that seems to indicate the PS5 is defective and overheating. Basically, they say it shuts down when playing games. This person says the packaging was very poor. Console was in just cardboard box with panels dislodged. So yeah, poor packaging is a common theme. Let's go ahead and see how it, oh yeah, that's bad. Oh my goodness, there's no packaging at all. You gotta be kidding me. The reviews are right. Let's go ahead and take a look though. It's wrapped up in one piece of just random paper. Yup, there it is. Completely dislodged. Holy crap, the reviews are 100% accurate. That's insane. Oh man, and taking a look at the top faceplate, it also, like, this is horrible. That's one of the worst faceplates I've ever seen. There's like sticky stuff all over it. There's just like old juice stains or something. I'll give it juice. It's probably something else, but yeah, it doesn't look very good, and honestly, the inside is not too terribly dirty, though. Thankfully, it actually clips back in. But let's go ahead and take a closer look at the console itself, and you can see The middle part actually looks decent. You know, it's got some scuffs and scratches and stuff, but nothing that's not too normal. Then here on the bottom, of course, some more sticky stuff. Like, where does PS5 come from? Why is there so much sticky stuff on this PS5? I don't want to touch this thing anymore. Flipping to the back, all of our ports seem to look fine, and honestly, it looks like it hasn't been used a whole lot, so even more confusing, to be honest. Let's go ahead and plug it in, though, and see what happens. Wait, Ethernet jack is messed up. It doesn't clip into place. Look at this, guys. It slides in and out. You gotta be kidding me. Come on, man. So for comparison's sake, you can see this one's sliding in and out, and this is what should happen here. It clips in and stays put. Like, it doesn't, it's got a little bit of wiggle room, but not much. All right, guys, console's plugged in, and I want to point out one more thing that really annoys me. I looked some more at the listing, and you look at the photos in the listing, they clearly do not show a PS5 that is just all gooey and sticky and stuff like this one is. It clearly shows a clean PS5, so like, why am I not getting the PS5 in the pictures or a one that's very similar? Like, what? And all right, console's booted up. I want to start by going to the system software and see what version we're on. Then I want to test out the network cable here and see if that sliding it in and out is going to affect things. Oh, yep, there it was. Yeah. Right as I pulled it out, just a little bit, you can see LAN cable not connected. Plug it back in. Now it is connected. Yep, so that's going to be an issue. Great, thanks. But anyways, we're on 10.40, which is fairly new. I'll go ahead and update it anyway, though. All right, guys, let's go ahead and download a game because there's no disk drive here, so I can't test a disk obviously. But let's try out Astro's Playroom here. Wait a second. Booting up Astro's Playroom and it just froze. That's sketch. All right, let's try to do a little, jiggle the HDMI port, plug it back in. Yep, still frozen. All right, let's try to turn it off and back on. And oh no, it's just, I can't do anything. Wait, is that the same error I saw in some feedback? Hold up. No, it's slightly different. Let me look that one up. Okay, it basically just says there's an error. There's really nothing specific about it. But all right, I'll go ahead and report this and we'll try to boot it up again and see if it'll work a second time. Okay, it's made it further than last time so far. Cool. Oh, nope, there it goes again. Just froze. It made it like 5 seconds further and then it froze again. All right, well, this PS5 it's broken. It's jacked up. I guess let's turn it off and take the plates off and at least take a look at the inside a little bit just to see what it looks like. All right, guys, the top plate that we already saw was off. This part actually, you know, looks very clean, looks fine. We'll take off the bottom plate as well, which we haven't seen underneath yet, and it also looks pretty much fine. Looks like the warranty seal is still there and everything. There's a little bit of grime and debris in here, but yeah, it looks perfectly fine. Well, this console sucks. Let's leave some feedback. One of the biggest scams of all time. Seriously, like, you should be banned from selling on eBay. Not enough packaging, the photos don't match the console freezes during gameplay. Just horrible. Like, what a waste of my time. Negative feedback all the way. Now, in this box, I should have a digital PS5, and the listing looks pretty normal, but holy crap, the feedback here is some of the wildest feedback I have ever seen. Let me just read it to you. Now, this feedback is specifically about a PS5, and it says this item came absolutely trashed. Stickers all over it, and it doesn't work. The screen flashes every 5 seconds, it completely blanks out for 30 seconds and then comes back on and turns off. The seller knew exactly what he was selling and sold me garbage anyway. Now I can't get in touch with him for a refund. Do not buy anything from this scammer. P.S. I hope you enjoyed your $350 worth of crack. So that part was crazy, but the reply here is the craziest part. And so the buyer actually responds to his own feedback and says, I would like to apologize for this feedback. I was completely wasted on too much liquor and attacked the seller. I'm a complete ashamed for this and I apologize. Please don't let my negative feedback affect your decision to purchase items from the seller. So I'm so confused. I can't tell if the seller is bad as well or if it's only the buyer who's crazy, but let's go ahead and open this box up and see what's inside. I don't think I'm ready for it. Okay, well, pretty good start here. We have an absolute crap ton of packaging here, like literal just rolls of bubble wrap stuffed in there, which is insane, but I'll take it. All right, and finally out to the PS5, and this thing's pretty dirty. It's not horrible, but it's definitely wasn't wiped down. Then here in the middle, what is going on there? What in the world? There's just like speckles all over it. Wait, what? Hold on. What is going on with the top of this thing? Is that a sticker on this? What? No, it's just how it is. That's really weird. And yeah, I'm looking at the listing, and of course, there's no photos of the top of this thing, so you can't see at all that this thing is just disgusting, which is just awesome. But anyways, we also got, oh my gosh, the bottom is really dirty. Got some marks on it. We got even some chips or just like dents on the side of the faceplate there. And then flipping to the back, holy crap, there's so much dust in the back of this thing. But most of these ports look fine except for the HDMI, which has a ton of scratches, and it's actually like all dinged up around the port there. I'm not sure if you can see that, but why does it look like that? I don't know, but this thing is really beat up. Let's go ahead and plug it in and see if it even works. All right, plugged in, 3, 2, 1. We got power. All right, console's booted up. Looks like it's not factory reset, so we still got a user 1 here. It looks like there's nothing downloaded here. Let's go ahead and just start with the system software version and see when this thing was last updated. Okay, we're on 11.0, which is the most recent update, and the name is PS5 999. Is that intentional? All right, I'm connected to the internet. I'm trying to sign in now to make sure this thing is not banned or anything. Let's go ahead and verify. And yeah, cool. Should be good there. Let's go ahead and boot up a game and make sure it works. So guys, I've been playing Astro's Playroom for like 10 minutes now and not having any issues at all. It's running fine. It's pushing out some hot air. So we should be good here, but let's go ahead and turn the console off, take the plates off, and take a closer look at it and see if there's anything else suspicious happening here. All right, console off. Let's go ahead and pop this top plate off here. And what in the world? Oh my gosh, that's so dirty. I don't understand. Like, how does a PS5 get this dirty? Are you playing with it in the dirt? Like, I don't know. Are you smoking like 2 inches away from it? Like, even this part right here is just disgusting. It definitely smells like somebody's been smoking around this, doing a little bit of puff. But let's go ahead and see what's on this side here. And same kind of deal. Very dirty plate, especially at the exhaust right there. And just like underneath it, it's got just like, I don't know, like somebody was in here scratching it up like crazy. I just don't understand. And oh wait, this thing's been opened up before. Oh, we can see the warranty seal is gone. Well, somebody put it back after they took it off, which is interesting. So maybe the seller actually cleaned this out on the inside at some point in time, but obviously not before I bought this, but yeah, I don't know. Weird. But guys, I think we're ready to leave some feedback on this one. Conveniently, there were no listing photos of the top of this console where the glossy part was, you know, completely destroyed. But otherwise, at least the console works and isn't horribly dirty. I think this deserves somewhere in the middle, so neutral feedback. So guys, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, I think you'll like this 1-star PS4 video where I bought 1-star PS4s from Amazon, and man, they were rough. Go check it out. Number 11. I won an auction for a custom-built Xbox Series S from eBay, but here's the catch. As soon as I won, the seller canceled my order and then relisted the same Xbox for a higher price. Very scummy. But I did still end up with this custom Xbox, so in this video, we'll check it out, and then I'll take you through my entire interaction with the seller because, oh boy, it's a doozy. Let's get into it. Yeah, can we just talk about the fact that this thing was shipped in a bubble mailer? Just listen to this. Something is rattling around, so I don't think it's still intact. Let's open it up and find out. Wow, that is, oh, it's falling apart. What? Surprise. Let's take a closer look at this thing because what am I looking at? All right, so first of all, it's a Series S, but it's the purple edition, and also there's stuff falling. What is falling out of this thing? There's stuff all over my table. Like, you can't see it, but it's like, that was a little scary. But I guess this thing is 3D printed. It appears so. It's just like a purple 3D print with holes in it on the top. And flipping to the front, we have a continuation of the 3D print. You can even see all of the 3D printed ridges here. And we also have a bunch of little strings kind of popping off. I don't know if you can see these because they're just little tiny strings that you can hardly see. But I mean, like, the 3D print wasn't even cleaned up, which is just, yeah, that's something. Flipping to the side here, we have some rubber feet that I guess were added on. And flipping to the back, you can see it's still partially the normal Series S with the white back. And then the bottom here is like something added on that's like loose and coming out, or partially going in, partially coming out. There's a few little, actually, oh, it is broken right there. Yeah, you can see right there around the screw. It is, yeah, it's literally cracked around it because it was getting banged around in shipping, which is just awesome, man. But yeah, you can see the whole thing is like separating. You can see this part of the 3D print is just caving into the console. I don't know what to do with this info, but let's, I guess let's start by plugging this thing in and see what happens. Oh, and I should mention, the listing said it would include a power cord, which, where's my power cord? I'm using my own power cord. So another little addition that wasn't included. Well, let's go ahead and see if this thing turns on. 3, 2, 1. We got power here. We'll see if the fan does something. Oh yeah, fan goes up. Woo, yay. Let's see if it boots up though. Wait, I can't press the sync button. The sync button doesn't work. Dude, what? Hold on. Okay, so looking at the front of this thing, it's got a sync button here, like a 3D printed one that I guess presses on the actual sync button, but it doesn't function. You gotta press it really hard and then it works, but there's no clicking at all, so that's interesting. We are booted up here. Let's go ahead and I guess sign in and see what this thing can do. All right, yeah, we're booted up and signed in, and we can scroll around the Xbox store, so I would assume this thing is not banned, so that's a good sign. I'm not gonna test anything else with it, but I want to open this thing up and see what's going on inside of this case or whatever you want to call it. So let's go ahead and proceed and do that. All right, guys, so I guess we'll start by taking the bottom off, and I think to do that I need to take these 3 screws out, especially out of this little post that's broken. So let's do that and see what happens. You know what? I think these posts are broken. Like I'm trying to unscrew them and they don't unscrew. Oh wait, yeah, I can actually see. I can actually see the posts are broken. So this screw right here came out. This screw right here and this screw right here are not coming out because I believe the posts are broken. And let me show you that they actually are. You can kind of tell already. So the whole thing comes apart and you can see. Literally all the posts are already broken. That's absurd. Well, let's go ahead and take a closer look at this thing. So you can see inside here, it is a pretty interesting 3D print. You have some buttons, I guess, hot glued in there, it looks like, for your sync, and then your power button, of course, up here. And I mean, looking at the top piece here, it's a cool design, it's a cool concept, but like, why is the 3D print quality so low, and why did you try to scam me? And of course, onto this piece over here, you can see, again, all 5 of these posts are broken here. And the crazy part is, this guy messaged me some more on eBay, so let me go ahead and just take you through the whole and just, it's absurd. So Now we'll start here. So I made a YouTube post basically when this happened, just recapping the initial situation. And essentially I won the Xbox for $184.50. Then right after I won, I got an email from eBay saying the seller canceled his order due to the following reason: I'm out of stock or the item is damaged. And I was like, that's a little suspicious. So let me go ahead and check out the eBay seller's page. And sure enough, the first listing that pops up is an Xbox Series S for $229.99, the exact same one. So basically I won the auction. He didn't like how much it sold for, so he canceled it and then relisted it for $45 higher so he could make some more money. And if you're not familiar with eBay, this is a pretty scummy thing to do, like one of the scummiest things you can do. So let me just explain what I did next and kind of what happened. So just for clarity, this is the listing I won. So $184.50 is how much it sold for, and it says congrats on the big win, meaning that I won the auction. But of course it was canceled. And this is the new listing, $229.99. You can see it's the exact same, and the photos are the same, but like shifted around, which will actually come into play later. Surprisingly, you'll see why. But you know, it only made sense for me to go and make an offer to this guy for $184.50, which is what I won the original auction for. So I went and did that, but it got turned down because the listing sold, and it sold to me. But it was kind of in a roundabout way. I had Danny, who you might know Danny. He's been on the channel a few times. He's on the Spoken Silicon channel. I had him order the Xbox, so it wasn't my same profile. So let me take you back over to the YouTube post that I made a couple weeks ago, because there's a lot of details in the comments that are actually useful. So first thing I saw that really raised some questions is this comment that says, this guy actually had this posted near my area for sale. I messaged him and wanted to buy it. We arranged a date and time and place to meet up. After a day, he messaged me and asked if I could go higher for him. I told him I was already fine with the price we agreed on and didn't want to go higher. He proceeded to tell me I was broke and then blocked me. So I responded to this comment. I never got a reply back, so I don't know how accurate this is, but I think it is accurate because of the next comment and the rest of the situation. So let's go ahead and get into the next part. So next up, this one's a real doozy. I scroll to the bottom of the comments on the same post, and we have a comment here, a very long comment from somebody that says, I'm the seller and wanted to come on here and clarify I was happy about the final bid price and wanted to sell it, but I had it up on Facebook Marketplace and had it sold the day before. So the first sentence there confirms this guy actually did have it locally, so the other guy that commented probably was correct. And next thing this guy says is, I will have you know that the other listing was already up because I had two of them. Yeah, you had two of them. Okay. Next up he says, if you notice, the first picture of the second listing has a different orientation than the first listing. Bro. Hold on, you're telling me that it's a different Xbox because your first photo is a different orientation? Are you playing games with me right now? What? Hold on. So, okay, so before we keep going, let me just show you some comparisons now. Okay, so here on the left side is the auction I won. Here on the right side is the second Xbox that he listed for a higher price. So let's go ahead and step through these photos and kind of explain what's going on here. So you can see, sure enough, first photos are different orientations. That means nothing though, because watch this. If you go here on the Xbox that I won, you can find another photo that's literally the exact same. Like, look at it, you can just examine it. Like, those little specks there are exactly the same as the specks over there. The hand placement is the same, the stuff in the background is the same. Just like, you can pause and look at it if you want to, but they're exactly the same. And we find another photo that's exactly the same. Then we find another photo that's exactly the same. Then we find another photo that's exactly the same. Then we find a fifth photo that's exactly the same. And what do you know? A sixth one exactly the same. And last but not least, this one's exactly the same. So this guy is trying to tell me that it's a different Xbox Series S because he reordered the photos. He continues to BS me the entire time. So let's go back into his comment and continue reading because it gets worse. And he says, to be honest, I wasn't happy with the build quality on this revision, you don't say, and was in the middle of perfecting the design before listing any more, if any at all. Okay, and then he says, that is why I canceled the listing and I hope to clear things up and there is no bad blood. Hold on. Okay, so now you've contradicted yourself. He first says he canceled because it was listed on Facebook Marketplace and it sold the day before. He then says the other listing was up earlier because he actually had two of them. So why couldn't you just take that one and ship it to me if you had two of them? And now he is saying he didn't sell it to me because he wasn't happy with the build quality. And he said, I've also messaged the person who won the bid on eBay to let them know it was out of stock, which is me. He did message me that after he canceled it. That's when we step into the next thing, which is the messages. All right, so first here you can see, of course, his message that he canceled it. Then you can see he said, if you would like, I'm able to make one custom to you color-wise. And at this point, I had received the Xbox because Danny bought it. It's here, I'm filming it, and I'm trying to like make him realize that I actually have his Xbox. So I sent him a photo of the Xbox on my table here, as you can see. And I say, can you make one like this? And he goes, no, that is my old model. I'm working on a better one at the moment. So he hasn't realized that I have his Xbox at this point. And then I say, what is better about it? And he sends a photo of a new one, which arguably, I don't want to say it, but looks worse. I mean, he said it's textured, but it's like, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it, but he sends a photo and says, new model hides layer lines, has more of a finished texture. And I say, does it come with a power cord? Oh yeah, because the one he shipped me didn't come with a power cord. And he says, not unless you ask ahead of time. And I said, I am asking ahead of time. And he proceeds to send me a screenshot of the listing saying, we'll throw in a power cord, but that's the same screenshot from the listing that I bought, or that Danny bought, and did not have a power cord included. So what does that tell me? And he says, I'll be sure to throw one in then. And at this point, I'm just trying to string it along. I just say, what about an HDMI? He says, no, I don't add those, sorry. I said, I will pay $10 extra. And at this point, he says, I'm aware you do YouTube and have a website you sell on. Okay. He says, if you want, I can make you a few different colors. And he sends a picture of an orange one. I don't know what you're getting at, but all right. He says, this is my first prototype. I said, can you make one rainbow colored? And he says, dude, that would be so cool, which I guess it would, but I don't know. I'm just making conversation at this point for him to try to realize what's going on. And then he says, yeah. And then I'm trying to still get him to realize that I have his Xbox. So I sent him a photo of his little label in the corner of the Xbox I have and said, and put this in really large text on the front. And he says, did you want to put your gamer tag on it? And I said, no, I just want whatever this label is on the front. And then this is the part where, like, I'm sorry, either he has no idea what's going on, or he's playing 4D or 5D chess at this point, and I'm like, I'm just way out of it. But he says, did you want to collab? Well, unintentionally, we are collabing now, but he says, people love drama. We have already started out great. What? Oh my gosh. I read that. I was dying laughing. I don't even know how to respond to that. Like, at this point, I'm just assuming, like I said, he's playing 5D chess, and I'm an idiot, or the opposite. I don't know, man. So at this point, I'm like, I got to get him to know that I have it. I don't know if he even realizes at this point that I have his Xbox. And I say, only if you ship me one in bubble mailer, and I still need an HDMI as well. And he says, I'm glad you like the bubble mailer, which I'm assuming at this point, he realizes I have his Xbox that he shipped in the bubble mailer. But guys, it doesn't stop there. Let me show you. Danny went in and put a return request because, you know, the corner was cracked on the Xbox like you guys saw earlier. And he responds back and says, nice try, I have pictures from you that show it in perfect condition. Mind you, Danny has not sent this guy any messages at all, so he doesn't. And next up he says, but seriously, if you want me to believe it came in damaged, why wouldn't you have messaged me as soon as it was delivered instead of waiting over a week? And he says, I don't see why you felt the need to open a case if it was really damaged upon arrival, so now he's just trying to say that we're lying to him. And so those were in the like item not as described case on eBay, and then it gets into messages. He starts sending messages here, and you can see the first thing he sends are some screenshots that he had with me. Again, a different eBay account. He says it was clearly dropped. These pictures these pictures take the day it came in the mail and sent to me by the person who you sent them to. And then Danny replies back saying, those photos you're showing aren't from my account, so I don't know how that's relevant at all. This is the packaging the console arrived in, so it really shouldn't be surprising that it arrived damaged. But it keeps going. He says, you are right, except this is the only on I have the Schultech stamp, and I have pictures from the day it was delivered to your address. Not sure how you know them, but it was clear that it was intact when it arrived. So first of all, this is a confusing sentence. But what really stood out to me is the fact that he says, this is the only one I have with the Schultech stamp. Hold on. Okay, so you said earlier you have two different Xboxes, right? That's why you have two listings. But both of the listings here, the one I won and the one that Danny won, both say Schultech on them. So do you have one console or do you have two? He just keeps lying. Like, he just continues to lie. What is going on? But back to the messages, Danny says, I mean, I can get eBay involved, but I don't really think that needs to go that far. I have proof it arrived damaged, aka the overhead video of this being unboxed. He says, do you have proof it somehow didn't? And then he just continues to send screenshots of my messages to him and says, explain how he would know that it was shipped in then. And then Danny responds back, I don't know what you do for other orders from other people, man. You're acting really weird, LOL. And then he finally backs off. He's like, I'm sorry, dude. I just have everybody claiming things and lying about stuff, and I lose money because of it. Wait. Hold on. Everybody complaining about things and everybody lying. The only common denominator here is you. Maybe you're the one lying, as we've seen throughout this video. Maybe you're the one shipping stuff in bubble mailers that shouldn't be shipped in bubble mailers. I mean, come on, man. And then next up he says, but seriously, if you want me to believe that it came in damaged, why wouldn't you have messaged me as soon as it delivered instead of waiting a week? I don't see why you felt the need to open a case if it was really damaged upon arrival. Sure enough, next day, there's actually shipping label. So we have not sent it back yet, but this there might be more to the story after we send it back. I don't know. Maybe I don't get a refund. So I'll see you guys next time. Number 10. So the Switch 2 just came out, and while you probably know you can play Switch 1 games on the Switch 2, you might be wondering what happens when you play Switch 2 games on the Switch 1. So in this video, we'll put this scenario to the test in a few different ways and see what happens. Alright guys, so I have my Switch 2 here, and we'll first do a baseline test just to kind of show you what happens when you play a normal Switch 2 game on a Switch 2. So we have Mario Kart World here. Let's go ahead and pop it in the cartridge tray here. So you pop it in, and you can see Mario Kart World will move to the front, You can go ahead and boot it up and it'll play. And next up we have Hogwarts Legacy, which is another Switch 2 game, but it's actually a game key card, which means it doesn't have the data on the card. You just pop it in and it'll download content from the internet. So let's go ahead and see what happens on this for another baseline test. So we pop it in and it says to use this game key card, you need to download data from the internet. So we'll go ahead and do that. Then it'll pop up at the front again, just like a regular game, but you got to download everything. So it'll be interesting to try these two different scenarios on a Switch 1. And let me just show you the next thing that works that kind of brings in some more questions. So we have a Switch 1 game here, and as you can see, it does fit in the Switch 2 cartridge. So we wonder if you pop this in here, and yeah, it works there. So now you wonder, you know, a Switch 2 and a Switch 1 cartridge are the same size. So what happens when you put a Switch 2 cartridge in the Switch 1? Maybe especially for the game key card. I mean, you just download it from the internet, so like why wouldn't that work? So of course we'll try that out in a little bit, but we first have a couple other ways to try playing Switch 2 games on the Switch 1. So let me show you those scenarios. So guys, next up we'll try out GameShare, and in case you don't know what GameShare is, it's pretty similar to DS Download Play from, you know, about 15-20 years ago. When you put a game in your DS, you press Download Play, and you got a friend that doesn't have the game who can actually connect to your console, and you can play together without you both having the game. So similar feature here for the Switch 2, and it says you can play together using software that supports GameShare. Now, I have a Switch 1 game in here so far, so Super Mario Odyssey, that apparently does support GameShare. So we'll go ahead and start with that, boot it up, try it out, and we'll try to GameShare to our Switch 1 and see how it works. And then next up, we have another game that's only for the Switch 2 that I'll try to game share from the Switch 2 to the Switch 1 and see if that works. So that's essentially a workaround to play Switch 2 games on the Switch 1, which is actually a pretty cool feature. So let's go ahead and test these out. All right, so Super Mario Odyssey pulled up. We'll go to Resume 2-player, which I believe is where GameShare is. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so you have GameShare over local play. You also have GameShare over Game Chat, so you can play like online. Now, I believe that's only for 2 Switch 2s, but we'll try out GameShare plus local play. So we start GameShare there, and then we'll pull up our Switch OLED down here, and you can see at the bottom we have GameShare as well. So let's go ahead and pull that up. We'll press Join GameShare on our Switch OLED, and then, oh, there it goes. Just pop straight up. You can press Join GameShare. Okay. Press Start up here. And oh yeah, just like that, it pulls straight up. That's actually pretty sick. Now, of course, the first downside I see is that it's actually cropping in your screen some. So we have a good finger's width worth of empty space here on the side. And same with our OLED down here. There's just some black bars on the side as well. And that's because we have these this connection details at the top where it tells you your connection strength. And just testing these out side by side, you can see there's really no lag, at least visually. Like I can see the exact same screen on the top and bottom here on the Switch 2 and the Switch OLED. And of course, the controls up here are not laggy. Let's try the controls on the Switch OLED down here, see if those are laggy at all. And no, they seem perfectly fine as well. Now let's see what happens when we end the session. So if you go back, it says GameShare is currently suspended. Press close here, it'll just end it. Okay. Now guys, next up I want to try playing an actual Switch 2 game via GameShare. So basically we'll have the Switch 2 game on the Switch 2, and then we'll be able to do the GameShare via the Switch OLED. Also try the old Switch as well, just like the OG Switch, to see if it's any different in terms of experience. So the thing to start with here is the fact that there's actually barely any games that support GameShare, and even fewer that are only like Switch 2 exclusive games. I think the only Switch 2 exclusive games that support GameShare are Fast Fusion, Split Fiction, and Super Mario Party Jamboree Switch 2 Edition, which is like kind of a Switch 2 game, but it's because it's a Switch 2 edition, but it actually originally came out on the Switch. So I'm not quite sure why it's so limited, and I'm actually not even sure if you can stream the Switch 2 games to the regular Switch here, but we're about to find out. So I have Fast Fusion here, which will boot up. So we go to multiplayer here, as you can see. We'll go to GameShare, and then down here, of course, again, we'll go down to click on GameShare, pull it up, join GameShare, and maybe it'll find it one day. There we go. Okay, cool. So now we're pulled up here, and again, it looks like similar to the last GameShare, but I'm curious if this will run more poorly because it's a Switch 2 game versus a Switch 1 game. And at first glance, I do see a little bit of lag between the screens just by scrolling through. It's not much, but it's noticeable. Clicking through here as well, I see like it's just a little bit, not much again, but it is noticeable to me. But anyways, that's just using the Switch 2 controls. Let's try the regular Switch controls. Oh yeah, that's actually, oh, there's actually a decent amount of lag on that. Like, let's try pressing both buttons at the same time. So it's hard to tell, but there's definitely a little bit of lag with the green arrow there. I don't know if you guys can see that on screen. But anyways, let's go ahead and select a character here. And I guess that's a good thing to point out here is like, I think the GameShare here is essentially streaming the game from your Switch 2 to the Switch 1. Whereas DS Download Play, I think you were actually like natively playing the game on the other DS that did not have the game. So that was a bit of a better experience. This so far is cool, but this, I didn't even realize this game was so low resolution. But anyways, as you can see here on the Switch 2, it's pretty responsive as we expect because it's playing on the Switch 2. But let's try the game shared console down here. So the OLED, yeah, there's definitely some lag there. It's not horrible, but yeah, it's definitely worse than you would like to see. But anyways, it is cool that you can actually, this is straight up legitimately playing Switch 2 games on a Switch 1, which is cool. But guys, next up I want to try this on the original Switch to see if the experience is any better, any worse. Because I know the network card on the original Switch, it was pretty crappy in my experience. So let's go ahead and try this out. All right, here we go, join in GameShare. Let's go ahead and see how this is. So first I'll start with the scrolling here, and it's about the same. I say like there's maybe a tad more lag on the original Switch. And honestly, the picture quality on this is it's pretty rough, especially with this text. It's real blurry. And yeah, playing here seems fine. It's roughly the same as the OLED, maybe a tad more lag. Again, it's noticeable, but not horrible. Now, I don't know if you guys saw that, but just a second ago, I did freeze for like, you know, a quarter of a second. Oh, it just went again too. So yeah, I don't know. It's not bad, but it's just streaming to another console. But you know, it works. You can play Switch 2 games on the Switch 1 via game share, and it works. Let's go ahead and go back and try some actual Switch 2 cartridges on the Switch 1 and frankly see what happens. So we're gonna try this on the OLED and the original Switch just to see if there's any difference here. So if we start by taking a look at the size difference between the Switch 2 and the Switch 1 cartridge, you can see they're the same height here and same width as well. And the thickness seems to be about the same as well. And then the back looks pretty much exactly the same as well. So yeah, it should fit just fine. So let's go ahead and take our Switch 2 cartridge, and actually let me just show you with the Switch 1, we'll go ahead and pop this slot open, pop the Switch 1 in, and of course it'll pop up at the front right there. Okay, so now we'll pop in Mario Kart World here to see what happens, and yep, it clicks right in, and immediately says Nintendo Switch 2 software cannot be played on the system, and it links you to a game card error right there online. So it is cool to give you an actual error message here. Now I do wonder, what would happen if we put a Switch 2 game in a Switch 1, but it was like an old software version, like before the Switch 2 was released? Does it know it's a Switch 2 game? We'll try that out here in just a minute, but first I want to try popping in our game key card from Hogwarts Legacy. So this same game exists for the Switch 1, so you'd think you could like maybe pop this in and it'll also download the game. I really don't see why they couldn't make that a thing. Now, will it actually work? We'll go ahead and see, and you pop it in and it says the game card could not be read. Please remove and reinsert it. Okay, so that's weird. It doesn't even recognize it as a Switch 2 game. It just says it can't be read. And yep, still the same thing. Oh, okay, so the game key cards are so crappy, they're not even recognized as Switch 2 games. They're just straight up like some sort of license. That's so jank. Let's try it on the regular Switch as well. All right, so first of all, Mario Kart World, and pop it in. It clicks in. It says the Switch 2 software, just like the Switch OLED. Okay, then we'll pop in Hogwarts Legacy, which again is the game key card without the actual game data on it. You pop it in, and it says same thing. Yeah, game card could not be read. Not even registered as a Switch 2 cartridge. That's so jank. But guys, next up we'll take these two games, pop them in an old Switch that's not on the latest system update, and see what it recognizes them as. Okay, so here I have a Switch Lite, and you can see immediately it is not on the latest software update because there's no game share button down here. So let's go ahead and pop in Mario Kart World and see what happens here. Pop it in, it does click in, and it says nothing. Wait, what? Hold on, just straight up nothing. One more time here. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Now, I imagine Hogwarts Legacy, it might actually recognize this as a Switch 1 game like the last one and say it just can't be read. So let's go ahead and give that a go and see what happens. And nope, never. Oh no, there it is. Yeah. Okay. So ooh, that's kind of sketch. Okay. So these things are so cheap. They don't even use Switch 2 hardware. They're just I guess whatever probably the same PCB as the Switch 1 had, and they threw the license on there so you can download it from the internet. So like, why wouldn't this work on the Switch 1? It really should. So I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something there, but that seems super sketch to me. Now, one more thing I want to try, guys. I have a fake game, which if you want to see more fake games that I tried on the Switch 2, it's a wild experience. I'll put the video on the screen right now, but let's go ahead and see if we can pop this one into the Switch OLED, or excuse me, the Switch Lite. I had issues in the last time I tried this, so hopefully it doesn't break any. Oh no, that doesn't feel good. Let's pull that out. All right, go check out the video if you want to see it because it was wild. But guys, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And again, check out the fake Switch 2 game video here. Wild stuff. And I'll see you guys next time. Number 9. Amazon is a really sketchy place to buy video games with a common theme of very high prices and crappy sellers, but the worst part is the massive number of 1-star reviews. So in this video, I'll put these 1-star reviews to the test on 4 different PS4 consoles and see if they deserve it. Now we'll start with this refurbished PS4 console that I paid $175 for that's supposed to be in excellent condition, but man, the reviews, some of the worst I've ever seen. We've got Christoph saying he found candy inside the console. We've also got Elizabeth saying her console had rust and corrosion. And worst of all, JS received a smashed third-party controller. So guys, let's see what's in this box. All right, well, not a great start. We've got a nice third-party controller. And by the way, this is supposed to be in excellent condition. We're about to find out though if it is. I mean, I wouldn't call that excellent. It's fine, but it is clearly very scratched up. And Amazon even says on their website that 12 inches away, you shouldn't be able to see scratches. And I definitely see scratches from like 2 feet away. So I'm not quite sure that fits the description. And then the back is, well, it's never been opened because there's 2 warranty seals still on it. So I'm not really sure that they refurbished anything. It's one of those good old refurbished consoles. Yeah, now otherwise the outside looks pretty clean, so it appears they actually did wipe it down, which is good to see. Except for, well, there's a big old dust bunny in the front USB port, which is again not good for a refurbished console. Let's go ahead and plug it in and see if it even turns on. Okay, so it's turning on, but I did not hear a beep when it turned on. That's not a great sign. Yeah, so definitely on now, but I'm concerned about the beeping. Let me try to turn it off and see if it beeps. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, as you can see, it's turning off now, but the sound is broken. Oh my goodness, first thing I tested in this video is broken. You got to be kidding me. Refurbished. Excellent. Double market value. I don't know. Wait, and now, as I was pressing the eject button, it started out really, really quiet, and then over time it got a little bit louder. What is going on? All right, well anyway, it appears the beeping is working, and I'm booted up and set up now, so let's go ahead and explore this thing a bit, test all the features, and make sure the rest of it works. All right, we're attempting to sign into PSN right now. Let's see if it's banned. And nope, we are good. Now next up, let's throw a disc inside, because I'm really curious if this will work, because I saw lots of reviews of people saying games don't work or games don't pull in, so let's go ahead and try to see if it pulls in here. And in classic fashion, the rollers are garbage. Look, I even give it some help. It's not now it just stopped. Oh man, yeah, it's refurbished all right. All right, now let's boot the game up and make sure it actually reads. All right guys, well otherwise, playing in a race, it seems to be running fine. The console itself, it is getting pretty loud, but that's just kind of normal PS4 things. It seems to work mostly now, but it's a bit rough for refurbished. Let's leave a review. All right guys, so hold on. Before we leave this review, I just noticed we need to open this thing up. Let me just show you. Now, a little flashback here, you saw the dust bunny that was in that USB port, and I decided to pop the side piece off and take a look at the hard drive, just to take a look, and guys, you won't believe what I saw here. Okay, so first of all, that's pretty dirty, not horrible, but oh my goodness. As you start getting a little bit closer into those little crevices there, you can just see some major dust bunnies. So guys, we gotta open this thing up, take a look at the inside, and just see how bad it is. And remember, we paid extra for this because it's refurbished. Refurbished. Oh my goodness, that hard drive is filthy. Reminds me of the Desert PS3 hard drive. Look at that, I can draw a smiley face on it. Oh my goodness, this is about to be bad. Oh my goodness. Just popping off the bottom. This piece right here is already filthy, but holy crap, look at that fan, guys. That thing is caked. Holy crap. I mean, we might have a Desert PS3 situation on our hand, guys. Let's leave our review, because it's, not good. So the console does turn on, read games, and the controller wasn't busted, which is good. But the power and eject button noises don't always work, the console is slow to pull in games, it's all scratched up, and the inside is disgusting. So like, how is this considered excellent condition or refurbished? Just absurd. 1 star. Now here I have a refurbished limited edition Spider-Man PS4 that I paid over $300 for, and I'm already a bit concerned. Let me explain why. So there are multiple reviews here saying it was poor shipping and handling, and sure enough, I have a hole in the side of my box. So like, how did the same thing happen to me? Not quite sure. Then we have people saying the controller doesn't work and they didn't get the game. And worst of all is this review right here that says there were too many scratches, couldn't run for 15 minutes without crashing, and they sent the wrong controller. So yeah, not good. Let's open it up and see what's inside. Oh man, we're already starting out with the wrong controller. I can already tell. Yep, it's a red and black controller instead of the red with the white thumbsticks and the white buttons, which you should have with the Spider-Man PS4 controller. And also, this thing is literally separating right there. Is this even OEM? It looks like it is, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did something janky with it, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Then we have a charging cable, HDMI, and our power cable. And man, I am concerned for this console. Not quite sure I want to see what's going on here, but let's find out. Hold on, guys. This is the same weird baggy packaging that I had with my last limited edition console I got from Amazon, which is a Minecraft console that they sent me a knockoff shell. So that's concerning. Hopefully this is a real Spider-Man shell. Ooh, okay. Okay, top is not horrible. It's got some scratches on it, but honestly not terrible for a all glossy console. And then the bottom here looks pretty good. All the rubber feet are there. Oh, that's a little concerning. So here on the back we have a warranty seal, but it looks like it was taken off and put back on like a little bit crooked. Maybe that's just how it is from factory, but that's just my spidey senses tingling right there. So let's go ahead and yeah, otherwise it actually doesn't look too bad. Let's go ahead and plug it in and see what happens. Also just noticed yeah, no game. The listing shows it comes with the game, so that's rough. Come on, man. All right guys, plug it in, let's see if it turns on. Okay, we got life. All right guys, console is booted up. Let me go ahead and set this thing up and we'll do some more testing. This is a knockoff controller. Hold on, I just noticed, like, this feels really close, but it's just, something is off about it. And if you look close enough, you can see the share button right there, and the options button is completely jacked up. It's got like weird font and stuff. And hold on, I actually have a red controller to compare to. Ah, perfect. So it'll be really hard to tell, but the logo there is a little bit off compared to this logo here on the OEM one. Also, those arrows are a lot brighter on this controller than the arrows over here. And then also the font is different on the triggers, and as I showed you, the font above these buttons right here is different as well. Dude, that's so scummy. It's one thing to make a third-party controller controller that looks, you know, completely different than the OEM controller, but it's just messed up to make a knockoff that looks exactly like the OEM and you're like clearly trying to trick people. I don't have any sympathy for it. It's that's rough. So let's go ahead and update this thing and sign in so we can make sure this thing's not banned or anything like that, because I don't know, this is super sketch with the controller, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're doing some other sketchy stuff here. All right, signing in here. Let's see what happens. Okay, should be good there. Now, you guys probably think it's goofy that I always check for a console being banned, but I've been banned a few too many times, so it's always worth checking. And now, guys, let's go ahead and throw a disc inside. I got a feeling this thing's not gonna pull it in very smoothly, but you never know. Maybe it's actually refurbished. Let's go ahead and try it out. Okay, it's not bad. Okay, I see you. Better be good for a $300 console, man. I mean, come on. All right, guys, so playing the game a little bit, console seems fine, but the controller, you can just feel as you're playing, especially with these bumpers right here. These things feel horrible and they like rub up against the plastic on the side. But otherwise, the console surprisingly is actually working fine. Let's go ahead and eject this disc though and make sure it's a smooth exit. Yeah, there's a little hiccup there, but not bad. So console is actually good, but for the price I paid for it, not quite sure. Let's leave a review. The console turns on and works fine, but that's where the positive's in. They sent the wrong controller, and to make matters worse, it was a straight up fake controller. Like, they're trying to trick people with that. And the icing on the cake, no game included, despite the listing showing the game. 3 stars. All right, guys, so here is a refurbished PS4 Pro that I paid $240 for, and the reviews are honestly kind of funny. Now, of course, we have the ones talking about, you know, getting the wrong power cable, you know, dead on arrival, which are really bad. But guys, this one here is interesting. It's from Derek, and he says, for a renewed unit, it looks bad. Food and I don't know what stuck to the outside housing and scratches all over the unit, so I'm hoping mine doesn't have food attached to it. That's sketch. And this is icing on the cake. This guy says hard drive was out of the machine. Good. And look at the photo there. That's rough. But let's go ahead and open this box up and see what's actually inside. All right. And sure enough, yeah, I think that's the round power cord. I guess it depends on which PS4 Pro it is. We'll find out, but I'm like 99% sure that's the wrong power cord. Cool. HDMI cable, that's fine. And our PS4 controller is just smushed on the side of the box here, so the analog sticks have probably been getting pushed. Wow. It's another one of these knockoffs, dude. At least for this one, they're not copying the PlayStation logo there, so you know it's fake. But honestly, still, like, I'd say 75% of your just average gamers are gonna have no idea this is not a real PS4 controller if they've never used one before. And what? Dude, this is like, there's no way. There's no way I just got the same situation as this guy talking about the hard drive sticking out of the console. And sure enough, I opened the PS4 up and the hard drive's not sticking out, but they straight up removed the hard drive cover and it's just gone. And mind you guys, I paid $240 for this and I think it was considered excellent condition. You're missing entire trim pieces. That's absurd. And oh, it actually is the right power cable, so it is a different model of the PS4 Pro than what I'm used to. So power cable does fit there, that's good. Let's go ahead and flip to the top here, and the top is, it's fine. It's got some scratches and things, but nothing horrible. Front is fine as well. And then here on the bottom, we're actually missing a rubber foot there in the corner. Not a huge deal, but it'll probably rock back and forth now. Not horrible, but I expect a little better for excellent condition. But guys, hold up. Before we plug this thing in, I'm really curious about this hard drive now, because like, what did they do to this thing? Let me go ahead and just take it out and see what's in the slot. Is that right? Yeah, never mind. I looked it up. That's just how it is in the PS4 Pro. Just different than the regular PS4. And also, there's some suspicious like dried up liquid or something here, so that's a little concerning. But let's go ahead and plug this console in, and hopefully it works. All right, guys, plugged in. Hopefully it is not dead on arrival like a lot of other reviews indicated. So let's try this out. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, of course, PS4 was not turned off properly. All right, great start. But let's go ahead and try to set it up now. And oh, it's hard to get user 1 on here. That's funny. And we do have user 1, which I guess is just the generic profile they use to test the console out. I hope they tested it out. Let's go ahead and check out the storage as well. And yeah, we got a terabyte, which matches up. That's good to see. Okay, let's go ahead and pop the disk drive open. Or I guess I should say pop a disk inside the disk drive and see what that bad boy does. Okay. And yeah, that loaded up. We'll test it out here in a second, but first I want to check out our network settings and connect to the internet and make sure this thing's not banned or anything. And yeah, we are good to go there. Now let me boot up my game, which is now, wow, halfway across the world because of all the ads on there. Let's go ahead and boot this up though and play for a little bit and make sure it actually works and stays running and doesn't overheat. So guys, been playing it for a little bit, did a whole race here, and there is hot air coming out the back, and the thing is running just fine. It is a little bit loud, but that's just kind of normal for PS4 Pro. So honestly, not bad as a console, other than this, like, I still don't understand. How did that happen? Where's my trim piece? Come on, man. But guys, I think we have enough info here to leave our review. This console was weird. Like how is the hard drive cover missing? How does that equate to excellent condition? Also, I got a fake controller, which is unfortunate. You know, otherwise the console works, and at least mine didn't have food stuck to it like Derek's did. 3 stars. Now guys, here I have a refurbished PS4 that's The Last of Us themed, and the whole listing and situation is really strange. Let me just explain. So I paid $220 for this, and you can see the photo shows that it comes with the game, 2 controllers, and the console, and maybe the box. I don't know why this is the photo that they used here, but that's only the beginning. We have reviews saying that right out of the box the controller was faulty, and this person said, I'm really upset I spent $400 and my game didn't even work. And then what really hits home with me is Brandon here, who says the delivery guy decided it was a great idea to throw it over the fence with 2 dogs so they could chew it up. And guys, if you take a closer look at the box I have here, this thing looks horrible. And mind you, this is like premium Renewed products from Amazon. This is not like your average Joe on eBay. This is somebody that had to apply to sell in the Amazon Renewed program. So sketchy all around. I can't imagine what's in here, but let's find out. All right, what? What am I looking at? First of all, we have a couple of, oh wow, we actually have the game. Yo, let's go. They included The Last of Us Remastered here. Okay, that's cool. Also a extremely dirty copy of Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. And there's also a note on the back of an envelope. Important, please read. Thank you for choosing something for your gaming needs. The console has been cleaned and tested for your benefit. The package materials are made of reusable or recyclable materials. I encourage you to do the same. Okay, so first of all, there's reusing packaging, and then there's sending out an absolutely smashed up box. That's, I don't know, 2 different things, but let's see what's inside of here. Now, to be fair, there is a ton of packaging here, and oh my goodness. That controller is rough. By the way, these are, okay, so hold on. Okay, so first of all, we do have 2 controllers, which is actually really surprising, and I'm glad to see that. But this one controller is beat to crap. Like, the joysticks are just like falling apart. Mind you, this is an excellent Renewed product from Amazon, and this is the controller I get. At least it's OEM, so I give them that. We also have the blue one here that is, I guess, fine. It looks like there's paint splatter on it. Also, it's very dirty down here. It definitely was not cleaned. There's also the sticker missing on the back, which is not a big deal, but it's just interesting that they're missing on both controllers. Yeah, taking a closer look, I think these are both OEM. If they're not, there's some darn good fakes. But let's go ahead and open up the console packaging and see what's inside. Bro, what? Hold on, you can already see the side. It's just like a paint splatter or something all over it. What? I mean, to be fair, they used a crap ton of bubble wrap, which is good to see. But the console is not cleaned in the slightest. Oh my goodness. That thing is beat to crap. There's just dust everywhere, like it wasn't even wiped down once. And they had the audacity to include a note that says it was cleaned. But I immediately opened it up, and this thing is just like, it's not filthy, but there's just grime all over this thing, like it clearly wasn't wiped down at all. And then really the worst part is you flip to this side, and there's just like paint splatter all over it. What how does this equate to excellent condition and refurbished? I will never know. Also, we are missing a rubber foot there, which is like whatever, not a huge deal, but it just adds up. And the back looks fine. It's never been opened up before, clearly, because there's 2 warranty seals. And you can see some dust and grime in the back, which is, I mean, it's refurbished, so you expect it to be cleaned, but yeah, apparently not. Let me go ahead and pop this bad boy off and see what it looks like underneath. I expect it's, holy crap. You can see that's filthy there, and then just take a little gander at that hard drive right there. That's a super zoom. You can see just disgusting. Let's just pull this hard drive out, and oh my goodness, it's just coated. Oh my gosh, there's some more. Oh my gosh, you can kind of see it right there on the edge there. You can just start to see the disgustingness build up. And really the point in showing this is the fact that if you have this much dust on the outside where the hard drive is, you can only imagine how much dust is in that fan. I mean, we saw earlier how much dust was in that other fan, so this one looks worse. Actually, I didn't even show the front of the console. There's just like literally just like ingrained grime into there that's coming off of my fingers now. Like, I don't understand how you call this cleaned. 3, 2, 1. Wait, the eject button was broken. You've got to be kidding me. Dude, I'm gonna leave this note here just to remind you guys that this person was trying to cover up their horrendous selling flaws by including a nice little note. Just atrocious. There's already a profile on it. We got Kaylee Moon here. This dude straight up bought this at a flea market and then immediately flipped it on Amazon. Like, that's definitely what happened here. But I don't understand, because for Amazon Renewed stuff, you have to be approved, and you have to show like $50,000 worth of invoices or something along those lines. Last time I looked into it, so like it's not like an easy process to get into. I don't know, man, but there's a bunch of games downloaded here. We got like, this is not even a game, it's just a disc that's been in here at some point. And yeah, oh, wait. Now it starts working. Oh man, this is strange. Let's check out the whole library, I guess, and see what this person has. Some random apps, some random games, whatever. Let's go back and check out Plants vs. Zombies. Maybe that'll boot up. Hey, it is booting up, and it looks like something else just installed in the background. So this is so random. This console sucks, but we got free games with it, including 2 free physical games. Let's go ahead and toss these in and see if they work. So first, I bet this thing's gonna be slow to pull in, but yeah, like it's fine, not great. Also, oh my gosh, the options button is broken. It's literally broken, you can't press it at all. Oh wait, there it is, it got unstuck finally. Wow, if it's that sticky, I don't know if I wanna use this controller. Let's try the blue one maybe. Maybe that's a little better. All right, well, game is loaded up. Let me go ahead and actually start it up though. All right guys, well, I played for like 15 minutes and this thing is not overheated yet. Now it did go jet engine, full 100% jet engine mode for like 12 of those 15 minutes. But to be honest, that's partially just normal PS4 stuff on games like this. And overall, I'm not really sure what to say about this console. It actually fully works, but refurbished my butt, man. This is unacceptable for 200 bucks from Amazon. I think we're ready to leave our review. You know, $50 from a flea market, I'd be fine with it. But for this console to be refurbished from Amazon for $220, the state of this thing is just absurd. Also, the audacity to include a personal note saying the console was clean, but with one look you can tell it was not clean at all. Just embarrassing for Amazon to allow stuff like this to be sold. 1 star. So guys, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If there's another 1-star console you want me to test out, be sure to leave a comment down below and let me know. But guys, I will see you next time.
Number 8.
I bought 2 hacked Xbox 360 consoles from viewers of the channel, and in this video, we're going to test them out and see what kind of nonsense they can do. Now, the first console is supposed to be dual NAND, which is apparently like 2 Xbox 360 consoles inside of one, which like, what? And also the second console, like, I can't even explain it. You'll just have to see it for yourself. But guys, let's start with the dual NAND console here. All right, so pulling the console out, and first glance, it actually looks like a very normal 360 Slim. But guys, I guess let's go ahead and just plug this thing in and see what happens. All right, so 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so a few things going on. First of all, we just booted up into the Freestyle Dash. We also have some LEDs here around the fan, which we'll take a closer look at here in a second. But let me go ahead and just turn this disk drive, or turn the console back off and turn it back on and let you hear that noise one more time. Alright, so off. Is that not the... Wait, one more time. Turn it on. Dude, that's the yellow light of death noise from the PS3. That's awesome. What about the disk drive? Hold on, guys. It's gonna be something Nintendo, maybe? Yo, it is. Actually, that's sick. Listen to that. Yo. Dude, we got the Nintendo PlayStation Xbox here. Let's go ahead and I guess just start by syncing this controller up and scroll around here and see what's on Freestyle Dash. So in case you haven't seen this before, it's kind of like the NXE, or at least it looks like the NXE, but it's hacked. It's got cool stuff on it. You got Xbox Live Arcade, you got Xbox 360 games, you got Homebrew, Xbox Classic, and emulators. Now let's go ahead and just scroll through and see what is preloaded on this bad boy. Yo, we got all the Call of Duty games, at least most of them. We got Call of Duty 4, Black Ops, Black Ops 2, and I love the scrolling interface. I'm actually not sure if I've seen it specifically like this with the cool cover art on the front and back, and then even got NCAA Football 14. Let's also go back and we'll check out the Xbox Live Arcade here. I'm not sure if we got any arcade games. Nope, nothing there. Maybe some Homebrew. There we go. So we had Aurora dashboard, got Dash Launch, Ignore, Simple 360, NAND Flasher, Zell Launch, XM360. So all that is pretty normal except for Ignore. I feel like I can't ignore this. Let's go ahead and play Ignore and see what happens. Hopefully that doesn't brick the console, because that would be bad, but game could not start. All right, so now we're back in the main menu and it's got just some random profiles. Sure, why not? Guys, let's go ahead and pop a game inside and just make sure the disk drive actually works. All right. Gets me every time. Let's pop this disk inside. And yes, it does work, except that it shows... Wait, what? I have MW2 in there, but it shows the Call of Duty 4 symbol there, which is interesting. Is that normal? I don't think so. But anyways, it seems to be working. But guys, next up, I want to show you these lights here because they look pretty cool. And then we'll get into the whole dual NAND thing because I haven't tried that yet and I'm not quite sure how to work. All right, so guys, as you can see here, probably the coolest part is we just cycle through colors in the front light. You can see it's green, and it'll cycle through to blue and purple and orange and red, that sort of thing. So that's cool to see. And then flipping around to the top here, we have a string of LEDs that appear to just be wrapped around the fan. And on one side, we have kind of a purplish blue hint and then a green hint on this side. And it's subtle, but it's a nice little addition. And now next up, we'll try the dual NAND thing. And I think he said I need to have it off. Otherwise, I might break it if it's still on while I do this. But I think if you hold down the sync button, I think that's what he said, it'll do something. Oh, wait, I just saw something flash in there. Okay, now I'll try to turn it back on and see what happens. Okay, so we still have our goofy noises. Yo, it does work. Okay, so we are on a Xbox 360 development kit, which I have never used before. No idea how to use this, but we're gonna scroll around and check it out. But basically, like I said, this thing is 2 360s in one. You have your modded 360 on one NAND, and then your development kit on the other NAND. And you can basically swap back and forth by holding down the sync button while the console's off. But let's go ahead and scroll through here. So we have XEX/EXE only, X content packages only. Okay, yeah, we got something here, so we can actually see our games. And let me just try to boot up Call of Duty Ghosts and see what happens, see if that'll actually work. I had to be signed in with an Xbox Live profile. Bro. Okay, so now I'm signed in and it kicked me back to just the main menu. Let me try to restart it, I guess. All right, back at it. I'm kind of curious what happens if I boot up Dash Launch here, because assuming they seem to be on different NANDs, like what happens if I try to cross over and launch Dash Launch, which is on the other NAND, or maybe I'm not understanding that correctly, but we'll try that out in a minute here and hopefully it doesn't break anything. But we'll try this Tools tab before that. You can see there's an X button down at the bottom for Tools. So we have Network Settings. Also got System Settings where you can set up, oh, actually, you can disable your hard drive. That seems like a bad idea. I'm gonna leave that alone. But it's very cool because you have like the ability to change very minute details here that you can't obviously you can't change all these things on the standard dashboard. Create a new profile. Huh, what in the world? What is that gamer tag? I guess let's make one. ABCD. Random. Huh, okay, so yeah, it made it. And then wipe hard disk development areas. Let's not do that. Let's go ahead and try this Dash Launch and see what will happen if I just try to go back there and launch it. Oh, okay, so that makes sense. It says the kernel is not supported, so it's trying to launch something that's basically not on this NAND, which makes sense. So now we'll turn the console off. Go ahead and hold down the sync button to try to get back to the modded NAND here. And then you saw it flashed blue right there. Now we'll try to turn the console back on. And our fan is going. What is happening? Bro. Okay, all right, so we're back to the modded menu, and the fan is, sure enough, it's going crazy. Not quite sure why, but I'll just leave it alone, I guess. Now, we actually didn't try out any of these games. Let's go ahead and try to boot one up. We'll try out Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Pull it up. It's got the, ooh, you can flip the cover. You can even see the back cover art. That's just such a nice little touch. But let's go ahead and play a game and see if it'll boot up. Yeah, really no surprise. The game is booting up and working just fine. Now, guys, if you want to buy a console just like this, I'll put the info down below for the modder who sold it to me in case you want to buy one from him. But guys, let's go ahead and move on to our next hacked console. Now here I should have a 360 that a viewer sent me, but here's the thing. It's supposed to have a Jasper motherboard, which is the most reliable one, and it's supposedly downgraded to the Blades dashboard, which is interesting, but let's open it up and find out what's inside. Okay, that's cool. So we got a full Xbox 360 arcade box. Honestly, not in too bad a condition. Hopefully these games are actually included on the hard drive. That's just it'll be a nice little touch. But yeah, that's what the box looks like there. Let's go ahead and pop this sucker open and see what's inside. And wow, that thing is in nice condition. We've got all the little pieces of cardboard here. We've got, oh, yo, we have the original game. Dude, oh, it's sick. It's kind of, oh no. It's got a broken piece here. That sucks. But the game is here and it looks like it's maybe sealed. It looks like it might be resealed, honestly. That's interesting. I do think this guy told me that he basically revamped this entire console, so it's not new, but he like put everything back inside, so it's like pretty close to new, which you can kind of tell here with all of the Xbox Live pamphlets. You got all the cardboard, you got the somewhat sealed game, you got this console we'll take a look at here in a second. Got even more pamphlets here. This one is still sealed. We got a free issue from the Xbox magazine, which is just, that's a throwback. And then down here we've got all our accessories wrapped up nicely. Oh, we got a hard drive. That's what you like to see. We even have our AV cables, our headset, which I'm going to leave in the packaging because it's just kind of cool to leave that there. And then last but not least, our controller. And wow, this actually might be a brand new 360 controller. Like the joysticks are pretty nice. The buttons are all in nice condition. You still have the sticker here on the front and on the back. Yeah, that's clean. I like to see that. And now taking a look at the console itself, it is pretty much sealed here. You got one little piece of tape holding it together. And from what I remember, this guy told me that he opened this whole thing up and did a full like refurbishment. And you can see here initially right on the bottom, it's just very clean, all full rubber feeder there. Flipping to the front, the faceplate looks pristine as well, which is great to see. Even the flap is intact. Wow. And flipping to the back, this is what I'm most curious about. You can see that first of all, it looks very clean. There's no signs of wear and tear. You've got the power port here that represents a Jasper. And then looking at the manufacturer data, it's from 2009, which is really strange because the Blades dashboard was taken away in like late 2008 and upgraded to the NXE. So like from factory, this thing could not possibly have been on Blades. But somehow this guy downgraded it to Blades. But he said it's also not modded, but it is kind of, because it was downgraded, I'm not quite sure, but let's go ahead and pop this hard drive on, plug the thing in, and just see what happens. All right, plugged in, let's go ahead and see if this thing turns on. 3, 2, 1, got power, okay. And yeah, sure enough, it looks like Blade so far. It is. What is this? And dude, this is mind-blowing because not only is it Blades, but it's Blades on a Jasper, which has HD output, so it's like high quality. Wait a second. This thing gave me a coughing attack. We have a profile called Jacob420. Did this guy make it just for me? I hope so. I really hope so. But like I was saying, this is HD Blades, high quality Blades. You don't see that all that often. Let's go ahead and get to this main menu and see what it looks like. Wait, is there a game inside? Hold on. Yo, we got Assassin's Creed inside. That's sick. But I'll take a free game. All right, let's go ahead and exit the setup though. And yo, even got the Halo theme as well. And oh, I guess the game is working. Yep, and there goes the game working perfectly fine. Which is just always kind of funny to see on a Blaze dashboard. And dude, even the pop-up right here has got the cool theme. Yeah, going back, you got the Halo theme in the background. You got the Marketplace tab. You've got all these other tabs here. Let's go ahead and start with the games library. See if there's anything downloaded. Yo, we got 24 games. My man loaded me up here. That's what I'm talking about. We got a trial there I've never heard of. We got Contra, Defender, Dig Dug, Dirt Demo. Oh yeah, we got all the old demos as well, even NHL 08. Test Drive Unlimited, dude. Oh, that's a throwback. I used to play that demo all the time back in the day. And just for nostalgic purposes, we'll boot this game up and play around a little bit. Okay, apparently doing anything with my character is locked right now, so I can't like walk around the house, but I'm pretty sure in this game you can walk around the house and just like do stuff. I don't know, it's cool. But let's go ahead and scroll around and see if this guy left any other goodies for me. So let's start with the music here. Unfortunately, nothing left there. Videos. Hey, we got the one video here. Nice. Let's go ahead and see if this boots up. Yeah, that's what I like to see. One of the original videos here. Nice, nice. Just throwing some background info of the 360. But anyways, back at it. Let's go ahead and see if we have any other themes here, maybe. Yo, we got so many themes. Let's go. We got Carbon, Glass, Bungie Day 08 theme. We got Crash, Crimson Skies, E3 2007, dude. Holiday 08 theme, dude. Let's go. Oh man, dude, the nostalgia. It's pretty much just a photo in the background, but it's just like, it's cool, man. Yo, the Kinect Premium theme on the Blaze dashboard. What is that gonna look like? Dude, how does this even work? How is there a Kinect theme on the Blaze dashboard? I guess somebody maybe ported it over or just like somehow it works. I don't know, news to me, but that's cool. Now guys, last thing I wanted to test out was playing a backed up game on the disk drive, because apparently the disk drive is flashed so you can play backed up games. And when I say backup, I mean something like this. Now this is actually a DVD, not a game, and I don't have any games to test out, so I can't actually test that. But honestly, not sure if it matters, because I don't know who's playing backed up games these days when you can just play on an RGH console off a hard drive. But anyways guys, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed these consoles. Let me know down below what you think about them, and I'll see you guys next time. Number 7. I bought a custom-built original Xbox from eBay, and in this video, we're gonna unbox it, test it out, and see if it's any good. So first we have a controller and some nice cables, and then a suspicious-looking USB drive here, which we'll, I guess, try out later. And now for the console itself, it looks pretty normal at first glance. I'm not sure. Oh, baby. Oh, hold on. All right, guys, what is this monstrosity? Dude, this is like the Team Executor screen here. I've never used one before, so I don't know how it works. And then we also have whatever this thing is right here, plus a mod chip strung along to the bottom. But overall, this console looks really nice. You can see the bottom, there's like no grime or anything. And it is a console from 2004, so the clock capacitor inside should be good and not busted all over the board and deteriorating the board itself. I guess, guys, let's go ahead and plug this thing in and just see what it does. And also, by the way, this came with this very nice OEM original Xbox component cable, which is worth like almost $100. Like that's a pretty good value. But I guess let's start by plugging in our USB drive here and just seeing what happens when we turn it on. And also, this little assembly here has a protect 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2 lights for, I guess, hard drive and LAN port. Now the number 2 is depressed already, so I guess I'll just leave that as is. I don't really want to mess with too much here. So let's go ahead and just turn this thing on and see what happens. 3, 2, 1. Well, I'm a little scared. We got power, and oh my goodness. We've got some flashing lights here in the front. We've got some lights here on this little assembly. There's a blue light on number 2, a red light behind the protect. Got the little Team Executor logo lit up right there. Also, our flash drive is flashing, so yeah, let's see if something happens. Now, the console itself is still not displaying anything, and the fan's just revved up, so not quite sure what's going on here. Let me try to troubleshoot a little bit. Something happened. This was red, then it was now it's solid green instead of flashing. The only thing I did was swap to our component cable instead. What? It just turned itself off. All I did was swap to the component cable instead of our composite cable, and then it started kind of working. Oh, yo, something's happening. Okay, so we have our DVD remote thing plugged in again, and then our USB stick plugged in, and now it is booting up. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Executor rocks my box. That's awesome. Hey, dude, we have something now. The console is booted up, and let me first show you the screen here. Okay, so from like straight on, it's just a blue screen, but if you look at the right angle, you can see some text there, and it says XMBC running 2004 something. It says the date and time, which is incorrect. It says it has 33 megabytes of free memory. And then 720 by 480. Okay, so maybe the resolution is too high for composite, and that's why it wasn't giving me any output on my old cable. Let me see if I can like fix that somehow.
One eternity later.
So guys, honestly not quite sure what happened, but it seems we're back in business and the console is displaying out now and you can see it's in full color and everything. Let's go ahead and explore this thing because this thing it seems sick as long as it works. So the first thing you'll notice here on the main menu is we actually have our like prototype Xbox in the background. I'll show you a photo of what that actually looks like on a higher resolution, but that's a pretty cool backdrop there. We got Xbox applications though, we got Xbox modded games, we got Xbox retail games, and then console emulators, which seems to have everything under the sun. Now here under options, this is where I was living for a while. We have a profile name named Modman, which yeah, that tracks. And then we had, I was in the settings for a long time, just kind of scrolling through here. You can change your appearance, like your skin and everything. You can actually change your language, which I accidentally changed it to Danish while I was over here. So I was actually reading Danish on this LCD screen when I was trying to change all the resolution and everything, which was a nightmare, but eventually got through it. But anyways, a bunch of other stuff on here, including an LCD settings menu. So this is for the LCD on the front you see here. And we can actually change the backlight, which I'm kind of curious if that'll make it look better. No, still not quite sure why I can't really see the text on this thing, but we'll try to mess with that later. But there's a lot of settings here like dimming the LCD on playback. It also looks like you can just change what type of LCD it is and turn it off if you want to. And then also I noticed that if you go up and go over here, you can kind of change, I believe, your backdrop. Okay, yeah, so you can change your color of the bottom of the menu, which is kind of cool. Green looks nice there. I'll leave it on green. Let's go ahead and boot up the console emulators here and see what we can play. So we have, we got some arcade machines. Okay, MAME arcade machines as well. Got Atari, NES, N64, Game Boy Advance. Hold on, can it actually emulate N64 on an original Xbox? I guess so. And also you can see how many times these things are played. So Game Boy Advance was played 29 times, Game Boy Color 17 times. Also got Genesis and Super Nintendo. Let me just try an N64 game here and see how it runs. Alright, we're gonna go Super Mario 64, The Missing Stars. That sounds like a modded style of game. Yo, what is this? I guess it's some sort of special modded edition of Super Mario 64. Alright guys, let's go back to the main menu. I'm pretty sure I read online you can hold both triggers and then press start and select and it'll take you back. And yep, that combo worked there. Let's try out the Xbox retail games next up and see what pops up here. And yeah, sure enough, we have a handful of Xbox games. Some of them don't have any covers here. We got like Yu-Gi-Oh!, Yeti Sports, Arctic Adventures. What is that? But yeah, I think this straight up has every OG Xbox game, or at least most of them. Bro, there's a Tour de France game on the Xbox. That's actually awesome. Here we go. We gotta play some Simpsons Road Rage. Let's just boot this up and see how it runs. And sure enough, guys, as the game is booting up, you can see here on our LCD it says playing The Simpsons Road Rage, and I need to fix this contrast issue real quick. Let me try to fix this first, then we'll come back. Apparently there is a contrast dial on the mod chip inside of the Xbox. We'll open this up in a few minutes and try to twist that around, then we'll test out that screen. But let's go ahead and play a little bit here. So we'll do some Road Rage. Good old grandpa here. Dude, I used to play this game at what the heck is that bus doing? Bro, what? I used to play this game at a dentist office back in the day. I don't know why I remembered that, but I did. They had like a GameCube or something, and it's what I played while I was waiting to get my teeth cleaned. All right, but anyways, next up, let's go back and try out some modded games here. All right, so Xbox modded games, I'm excited for this one, and there's, only two of them. We got Counter-Strike here, and GTA San Andreas. Oh, baby, I bet there's gonna be some good mods here. Let's try it out. Alright, so how do I use these mods? Looks like normal GTA so far to me. So guys, unfortunately I can't figure out how to do any of the mods here. I think part of it is they did some retexturizations and maybe added some stuff to the game, like more cars, more weapons. I'm not quite sure. I looked it up and couldn't find specific details about this mod because it was probably done, 20 years ago at this point. Let's just go back and explore some more on this menu. So first we have DVD to Xbox, which I believe is basically you put an Xbox game inside and you burn it to the hard drive. Also have this video mode switch, which I think is for switching from PAL to NTSC. We also have, we got a different dashboard. The XBMC for Gamers dashboard is what we're on right now. You can see in the top left-hand corner, but let's try out this Unleash X dashboard and see what this looks like. Okay, yeah, so I've seen this dashboard before. Let's go ahead and explore it a little bit. So we got File Explorer, our system, which should be basically the same kind of stuff, and actually skins. Hold on, skins. So usually on the OG Xbox, people like to leave behind some very interesting skins, like you might have seen in my videos in the past. They were sus. Of course, the background is a half-naked woman from like 2002 or whatever. I've seen it on multiple Xboxes at this point, but let's go ahead and check out some of these and see what they look like. Okay, yeah, so these are all just colors. There's nothing like super crazy. Oh, also I love opening the disk tray with this menu option right here. What? Hold on, what? I opened the disk tray, it closed itself, and then it like crashed the Xbox. What the heck? Whatever, we're back to the main menu now. Let's go ahead and pop a disc inside though and see if it can actually read real games. What's happening? Every time I press the eject button now, it's just restarting itself. What the heck? I'm not sure if that's intended functionality or not, but let's go ahead and pop this thing in. Okay, it kicks us back to the main menu, and you can see our DVD is spinning in the top right-hand corner. So I guess it's reading now, maybe? Hopefully? All right, if you press start, it says play game. Let's see if that actually works. All right, well, I can't start the game, and it's still trying to load, so maybe the disk drive just doesn't work. Let me see if I pop it open. It's gonna restart itself again. I think that's just like a functionality of modded Xboxes, maybe. I'm not quite sure. But all right, guys, I think it's time to pop this bad boy open, take a look at the inside, and then try to fix this screen here so we can actually see it. All right, guys, screws sticking out the bottom, and I wanted to point out this mod chip down here, which you did see earlier, but it says Team Executor on it, and so just in case you don't know who Team Executor is, they used to do a lot of stuff in the Xbox and Xbox 360 modding community. Honestly, not quite sure what happened to them. I'm pretty sure it was something to do with some legal issues, and so I don't think they exist anymore. Sure enough, we have a 2 terabyte hard drive in here, which is cool to see. Obviously needed to hold all of the games I got on this console. Other than that, it looks pretty normal at first glance, but let's go ahead and start removing some stuff. So guys, whole console is taken apart here, and I want to point out a few things. So first, this LCD screen, I believe, is just a whole, piece, a whole assembly that was installed here, because it fits very cleanly, so I don't think it was like a cutout or anything. And you can see our LCD board is kind of just mounted in there. Then there's a cable that goes from the LCD right there to our Executor mod chip right here, which then has a handful of other wires soldered to the board. I'm not really too sure about how exactly that works. And then also, I've noticed that there seems to be a bunch of red capacitors on this board, which I don't believe I've ever seen red capacitors on an original Xbox motherboard before. You see one back there, a few back there actually, so I think those are new, which is kind of cool. Hopefully capacitors will last longer than the original ones. And as you can see, everything in here is super clean. The fan's clean, the heatsink's clean, there's no dust or grime or anything in here, so very nice Xbox. Then I guess I should point out this piece down here, which appears to be the same kind of deal as the LCD, where it's just a assembly piece that was popped in place. I don't know if it's popped over the original Xbox case, or if it's like a whole other piece that was somehow installed. I don't really know. But also I found this little wheel down here, which I believe is the contrast wheel that people were talking about. You can see that spinning a little bit right there. Hopefully this is how we can get our screen to show a little bit better. Not a huge fan of turning this thing on while everything is straddling and apart, but we're gonna do it anyway and see what happens. Thank goodness, the Xbox is turning on. And unfortunately, I still can't see anything on the screen unless I'm at an angle here. So let me go back to this wheel in here and try to spin it the other way. Hey, there we go, finally, dude. Just had to spin it, and wow, that looks so much better. That's actually sick. So you can see our XBMC is running, got the date and time, which is wrong. Then you can see our free memory is 34 megabytes, and then our screen resolution. And as I scroll around through the menu, you can see it'll change what it says. So I'm scrolling over to Xbox modded games, now Xbox retail games, now console emulators, and you can just see it says it there. Then I pull up the emulators, and it lets you scroll through, and it just says it there. So that's so sick. It's a little thing, but it's cool. Now let's see what happens when you boot up a Super Nintendo game here. And sure enough, it says playing Nintendo SNES. And I'll show you this little piece over here and kind of what it does. So basically this little light right here is blue. That means the mod chip is running. Now if the LED is red, then that means the mod chip is not running. Then also, based on how many of these switches you click on and off, like what configuration you use, it'll select a different like memory bank, I believe, for the BIOS when it's booting up, something along those lines. And also there's a protect mode right here for something. Not quite sure, but I'm leaving those off because I just don't want to screw anything up. Number 6. I bought a Nintendo Switch 2 from Temu, and in this video, we're gonna unbox it, test it out, and see if we got scammed. Now this Temu purchase is super sketchy because they're trying to hide something from me. Let me explain. So I tried to buy it with multiple different accounts, cards, and addresses, but they kept canceling my order, so I had to have somebody else order it for me, and now we have it here, so I don't know. Let's see what's inside. There's no shot this is how they ship the console to me. That's absurd. And also there's a little converter. Wait, hold on. Why is there a converter brick in here? We're gonna inspect that here in a second, but that's pretty crappy packaging, first of all, and oh my goodness, it's not even a US console. Wait, hold on. And I mean, first thing you see is the Hong Kong official product sticker in the top right hand corner. And by the way, guys, I do have some more Switch 2 accessories I bought from Temu that we'll test out later in this video, but let's take a closer look at this box first. And you got more Chinese writing down here. You even got Chinese writing on the Mario Kart World sticker, or not even a sticker, it's actually embedded in the box. And by the way, I do have a US box to compare to here so we can see if they're similar. Okay, and that's interesting. The first thing I noticed is that the box from Hong Kong is actually a deeper red than the US version. I'm not quite sure why, if that makes a difference at all. And this one also says full game download with our ESRB rating. Over here, there's no rating, and I'm not sure what this says here. Let me actually look that up. So that basically says Mario Kart World's included, which of course makes sense here. Now let's go ahead and compare the rest of the sides of the box. So if you can see here on the bottom, it should come with the same stuff, I believe. And yeah, it looks like the same stuff, but it's formatted differently, so that tells me that something inside this box is going to be completely different, which is interesting. Then flipping to the back, it looks like the same photo here. And yeah, other than that, the sides are basically the same. But let's go ahead and open this box up and see if this thing is even new, because of course that's the sketchy part. Nintendo consoles are not even sealed, so this thing very well could have been opened up and then repackaged and sold as new. So let's go ahead and, yeah, slide her on open. And oh yeah, dude. That has 100% been taken out of the box and messed with. Like, look at these ridges and squish. Wait, dude, it's like it's like coming out of the packaging a little bit. There's even like dirt and crap inside of the little packaging there. That's sketchy. All right, let's put that to the side. And we also got our Joy-Cons here. They look like the right Joy-Cons, but again, definitely have been tampered with. You can just kind of tell from the packaging. I've opened up a few of these brand new now, and you can kind of tell when somebody has been in here. Now let's go ahead and see what's inside of, oh, there we go. We have our little slip with, I guess that's our code for Mario Kart World. All right. Also got an HDMI cable, which this does, yeah, that looks brand new. Then we have our little mouse straps there, which look fine. Also got our cable and our power brick. Those actually look new, and yeah, you can tell by the power brick, it's a completely different one for Hong Kong, so that's why they gave us this little adapter here, which, that's absurd. Let's also check out our Joy-Con grip here, which looks, what? There's a piece of like mulch or something just hanging on. You just can't make that up. There's literally mulch like on the Joy-Con grip there. Now, I will say I don't see any scratching on the glossy part, which is very surprising. So somebody did something with this thing, but they didn't, I don't know, they didn't actually use the Joy-Con grip, I guess. But let's check out the dock next. And the dock itself looks fine from the front. Back looks good as well. I don't see any scratching or wear and tear, so I don't think they used this. But yes, somebody has definitely been inside of here and done something to this console. Let's go ahead and take this tablet out of the case and see what somebody has done to this thing, because clearly somebody's been messing with it. And yeah, you open it up and there's immediately just like little bits of dust inside of it. So somebody definitely opened this thing up. Now, the good news is I don't see any scratching on the screen. Yeah, no scratching, just a little bit of dust and dirt, which will be really hard to see on camera, but looking at the back, that looks good as well. Let's go ahead and test out this kickstand and see if that still functions, and that's, yep, that's good as well. But otherwise, the tablet looks about the same as the US version as far as I can tell. Let's see if there's anything on the game card. There is not. Next up, let's check out these Joy-Cons here and see if these things have been used or anything. All right, so this one's got a little bit of, again, dust and dirt on it, but appears to be in good condition. And then, of course, our right Joy-Con as well looks good. Yeah, I think it does. Yeah, I don't know. They feel fine so far. Let's go ahead and see if they click into our console. That clicks there. That clicks there. Okay, that's good to go. And you know, it's probably a good time to try out our gaming and charging grip here, which looks interesting. I'm not sure if it'll actually work with the magnets or not. And honestly, the most annoying part here is I ordered all this stuff together and they shipped the accessories, but canceled my console. It's like, what am I gonna do with the accessories if I don't have a console? So that was really stupid. But checking out this grip here, it looks like, it feels a little rough, but it looks like a normal grip. Let's go ahead and see if these actually clip into place. And yeah, yeah, they do, but it's, I don't know, those magnets are not very strong at all. I don't like that. Let's go ahead and see if this thing has any power though. It's supposed to charge them. Okay, now that's kind of cool. I plugged it in to charge, and you can see we got a cool rainbow glowing light at the top. Still don't know that it's charging our controller though, but guys, let's go ahead and turn this console on and see if this works. This is what we're all waiting for. Let's go ahead and throw our Joy-Cons on here. A little bit nervous, but 3, 2, 1. Do we have power? Oh, we do. Okay. Okay, so up to the setup. Let me go ahead and complete this, and I'll come back once I'm done. Oh, no. No, dude. The Hong Kong version, I think, only works on 2.4 gig Wi-Fi. Yeah, this here's my 2.4 gig, and I don't see my 5 gig Wi-Fi. That's tragic. Let me try to search one more time. Yep, nothing. That's tragic. Come on, man. All right, guys, here we are up to the home screen. We did make it this far, which is good. Let's go ahead and, actually, the first thing I want to do is try to sign into my Nintendo account and see if that even works on a Hong Kong console. So it looks like that did work and I'm signed in now. Let's go back to the main page now and see if we can get to the store, because I'm not sure if the store is exactly the same on the Hong Kong console versus the US console, but it looks, at first glance, it looks the same. Let's go over to Mario Kart World, and I'm not sure how I'm going to redeem this thing because, like, it's not a, I don't know, it's not a US code, and I actually don't want to redeem this, but let's go ahead and see what happens when I try to type the code in. Okay, code typed in, and there's no way. Okay, let me try one more time just to make sure I typed it in right. Okay, before that, let me check what this error code says, because I think this is the exact same error code I got on the midnight release of this console, and like I couldn't redeem Mario Kart World for 3 hours after I got it, so that was absurd. But let's go ahead and see if it's the same error code. So it just says content you are attempting to redeem has not been released for purchase on Nintendo eShop in your region. So are you telling me Hong Kong has not released Mario Kart World yet? Is that the deal here? I don't that's, let me try to type it in one more time. And here we go, and yep, same thing. So I'm not sure, honestly, how segmented the error codes are on Nintendo's website or Nintendo's eShop. So like, did somebody take this code out and use it? Because that would not surprise me in the least bit, because the freaking box is open. There's no seal on it at all, and there's no scratch off code on this thing. It's just on the piece of paper. So that's, yeah, I don't know what to say about that. And yeah, I don't know if I blame Nintendo or Temu for that one, maybe both of them. But guys, next up, let's go ahead and check out our Joy-Cons here and check out the stick drift and see if this thing's been used at all and messed up. I don't know. Let's just test it. So here in our calibration, you can see the left stick looks good. I don't see any kind of drift or anything on that one, so that's good. Let's try the right stick now as well, and that one also looks good. Okay, so hopefully these things were not actually used, or at least not used much. Now guys, next up I want to test and see if I can play digital games at all on this console, because I'm a little concerned because of the code not working. So let's see if I can transfer my Mario Kart World digital license comparisons from my Switch to this new Temu Switch, and we'll see if that works or what happens. Okay, so first we're linking the two consoles here, and now it's trying to load Mario Kart World on here, and I think it worked. Okay, let's put my old Switch to the side. Okay, and yeah, it looks like it's downloading, but holy crap, it's gonna take two hours to download because we're on 2.4 gig Wi-Fi, I guess. Holy crap, that's absurdly long. I'm just gonna assume it works because I'm not gonna wait 2 hours for this thing to download. So let's go ahead and try a physical game next. So we have Mario Kart World again, but the physical version. So I don't know if these consoles are region free. I would hope so, but let's go ahead and pop that sucker in and let's see what it does. Okay, so it shows the same one as the downloaded version. We'll see if Start with Software will make this thing work. Okay, well, this is not recognizing my physical game at all. It's just still showing the digital downloads. Let me pull this out and put it back in one more time. Start software. Need to update. What?
12 seconds later.
Okay, yeah, so update downloaded and it is actually booting now. So let me go ahead and just make sure. It still wasn't very clear if it's playing off the cartridge or off my my virtual game. So let's go ahead and pop this thing out and see if that'll stop the game. Okay, yeah, cool. So it is playing off the cartridge. Cool. So physical games work. We'll try out one more. We'll try out one of our game key cards here. So I have Hogwarts Legacy. We'll pop this sucker in and see if this will load up. And yep, of course, you need to download the data. So that appears to be working. Of course, I'm not going to wait 2 hours again for that one, but yeah, it's good to see that the physical games are actually working on the Hong Kong version of this console. Now, there are a couple more tests I want to do in this thing to make sure it's fully legit, but first I want to test some of these accessories. So let's go back over to our charging Joy-Con thing here, which I think is charged up now. All right, so console off and plugged in here. Let's see if these things will charge up. Oh, you know what? Hold on. This is not what I thought it was. Let me explain. So I thought there was a battery inside of this charging grip that then charges the Joy-Cons while it's not plugged in, but apparently you have to plug this thing in, and now it charges. What's the point of this? Why would you not just use a normal charging dock station or plug it into your console? What? That's useless. Great. All right, and next up we have this cool little charging dock that actually, I like that. It looks nice, and let's go ahead and see if this will work. So this one also needs to be plugged in, obviously, because it's a charging dock. Let's see if this will clip into place. And, ooh, gross. It does, but yikes. Watch this. It'll just fall out. Yep, there it goes. And it's also got a little squeaking noise when you plug it in. Oh, I don't like that. But next up, we have this other charging grip, and okay, those are actually magnetic. It's not a very strong magnet, but it's definitely better than the other one. Like, I can't shake it out. That's good. Is it actually charging though? Oh, hold on. Okay, so it does charge, but it's very finicky. Just watch this. So I plug it in. All right, so in the right spot, they're both orange. Now, if I just touch this a little bit, there it goes. It's blue now, so not charging. I like the idea here, guys, but not very good execution. But I'll put some links down below anyways if you want to check them out. But next up, guys, let's get back to the Switch console and do some final testing here. So next I want to see if an original Switch game will work. So let's go ahead and pop this in. Got Super Mario Wonder, and it should pop up immediately. And there it is. Let's see if it loads. And as you can see, after the update, it is working here. So yeah, that's good to go. Now, guys, last but not least, I want to test out this power brick here because that's one of the sketchy things here is we have a Hong Kong power brick with an adapter. So will this even work? I hope so. So let's plug it into the dock and plug the console in and see if that works. Well, first thing to note is these prongs are horrible. They just slide straight out of an outlet. So yeah, that's a great start. All right, well, it's plugged in now. Let's go ahead and see if this shows up on the screen. Hey, there it is. So the power brick works, the dock works, and this thing's not a total failure. But guys, don't bother buying this from Temu. An open Switch 2 with a non-working code is pretty sketch. So let me know down below what you think. But guys, and I'll see you guys next time.
Number 5.
I've gotten a lot of crazy stuff from AliExpress, you know, anything from a comically large PS2 portable with real hardware inside to a calculator that plays PS5 games. But guys, it gets even crazier in this video. I bought a $200 PlayStation console that you've definitely never seen before, and we'll unbox it, test it out, and try to figure out why this thing exists. Holy crap, guys. You will not believe this. What? And at first glance, this might look normal, right? But no, take a closer look. This is definitely not normal. This is a PS2 Super Slim. Like, I just gotta immediately pull out a PS2 Slim and compare. And yep, in case you guys didn't believe me, this is a real PS2 Slim. This is the AliExpress PS2 Slim that is literally like half the size. Like, look at this. Look at this. This is insane. What is this thing? Now, starting on the front, you see we still have 2 memory card slots, 2 controller ports. We also have only 1 USB port versus 2. And on the normal PS2 Slim, we have an eject button right there, but here it's actually just a power and reset button. So it looks like they actually moved this button over here and then just literally chopped off half of the console. I would assume there's nowhere to put a game here, but I guess we'll find out. And then flipping to this side, it looks pretty normal. Flipping to the bottom, it looks normal as well, but just trimmed in half. Yeah, like it's literally the same. It's just that half is cut off. I'm just more and more blown away every time I look at this thing. And then guys, flipping over to this side, I'm actually really impressed with what they did here, because you'd think just cutting this thing in half, it would have a really jagged edge over here, but no, it actually has the PS2 layers, just like the PS2 Slim. So they did some sort of magic here to get that look on that side. I'm not sure how. And then flipping to the back, oh my goodness. Guys, we have an HDMI port. Dude, this is awesome. We have an HDMI port. We still have our network out, our digital out, our AV multi out, and then of course our power right there. But let's go ahead and see if like a disk drive will pop open or anything. I don't think so. Nope, definitely not. But yeah, in case you don't know, on the normal PS2 Slim, it just pops open like so, and wow, I have a game inside. Nice. And then also just looking around, wait, hold on. Dude, right there in that corner there, I don't know if you can see that, but super zoom that, super zoom that, super zoom it. We've got an SD card, dude, what? We've got a little hidden 128 gigabyte SD card just in the side of the console. That's insane. And I failed to mention that they included a memory card with some cryptic writing on it. I don't know if that's like it looks like a MAC address. Now also guys, one more thing I noticed here on the bottom, we only have 2 rubber feet on the PS2 Super Slim, so it actually slides around a bit when you push it, which is, I'm not a huge fan of. I like to have rubber feet so it doesn't slide around. And then probably the more noteworthy thing here is our PS2 Super Slim is an NTSC-J console versus an NTSC-U/C console over here. And then you can see we have a 79006 model number, which I guess is the PS2 Super Slim model that only comes from Japan. And guys, I have one more comparison here I want to do. This bad boy here also came from AliExpress, and this is massive. It's a PS2 portable. Like literally, it has a PS2 inside of this thing. It has batteries, it has memory cards, it has the original controller kind of buttons here, and yeah, it's clearly a very very large. Let me just do a little size comparison here. You can see that our PS2 Super Slim is like literally just a fraction of the size of this bad boy over here. But of course, we need an external power supply and everything for that, so it's understandable. But guys, let's go ahead and plug this bad boy in and just see what happens. All right, so all plugged in, and guys, I have a few more curiosity kind of questions here to point out. So I'm really curious what the inside of this thing looks like, because is it real PS2 hardware? I would assume so based on the looks, but you never know. They might have done something sketchy inside. We'll find out later. We have it plugged in though, and you can see here on the front, we have a red light. Let's go ahead and turn this bad boy on, and yep, turns green. Oh yeah, I hear a fan. Well, that's a loud fan. What in the world? Well, let's see if it boots. Yep, straight into FreeMC Boot. Wow. Looks just like a PS2 menu, but it's obviously modded with FreeMC Boot. Here we got browser, system config, launch, and then open PS2 LD. I'm not quite sure what that is, but guys, let's check out the version here first. Funny how it has a DVD player in there, but there's clearly no, I guess it's probably emulating the DVD player with the memory card or whatever, or maybe the SD card on the side. Let me check out the browser first here and see if it shows up with our memory card so we can see what's on this bad boy. Okay, so just a bunch of FreeMC Boot files. I'm actually curious, what happens if I boot this thing without the memory card? I feel like it just won't boot, maybe? Oh yeah, so just boots straight into the normal configuration here. Basically like a normal PS2, but of course you can't do anything with it because there's no disk drive. So like, what's the point? Actually, hold on. One more thing I want to try before we dive into the software in this thing. Let me plug in an external disk drive and see if that somehow works. Wait, yo, I was looking for a disk drive and look at this, guys. You won't believe what the side of this thing shows. It's got an orange light. Dude, that's so cool. What? Bro, this thing is actually awesome. All right, let me resume my hunt for a disk drive. All right, disk drive plugged in, and there is power here. Nice, nice. And we have a Japanese PS2 game. Let me go ahead and slide that in. Yeah, so definitely trying to read, but clearly not popping up with anything. Not surprising, but I figured I'd try. You never know with these modded consoles. Guys, back here on the FreeMC Boot page, let's go ahead and explore a little bit. Now let's try this launch page here. Oh, no disk. Well, yeah, there's no disk. There's no disk drive. What? And somehow it took me back to the browser page. What? Huh, apparently I can just access functions from that page there, and I just turned off the console 2 software, which I have never done on a PS2 before, but you know, it's modded, so that makes sense. All right, so I looked it up, and we're on Launch Shelf right now, as you can see, and it's an open source file manager and executable launcher for the PS2 console. So that makes sense because we're browsing around the files and everything. But let's go back to the main menu here and see if I can access some games. I should also mention that I got another package here that we'll open up later that should have a memory card that has who knows what on it from AliExpress as well. Let's try out this Open PS2 thing right here. There we go, Open PS2 Loader, OPL. That makes sense. I've just seen it called OPL instead of the real name, and holy crap, we got a lot of games. Let's go. We got Biohazard 4, Biohazard Outbreak, also some GTA, Lego Batman, nice. Oh, we also got some PS1 games here as well, like Silent Hill, Parasite Eve Disc 1, and Parasite Eve 2 Disc 1. All right, well, I'm booting up a PS1 game here, and we got all kinds of hacker looking stuff, but let's see if it boots. All right, guys, well, now we're having some issues. I booted up Silent Hill for the PS1. It looks like we have the Japanese version, and it's just the controller doesn't work, which is strange because it worked fine on the main menu, so not sure what's going on there. And in the meantime, I was also looking at the AliExpress listing here, and I'm missing a lot of stuff. Let me just explain. So it says we should have the modified host, which I guess is the PS2, also our memory card, our SD card, and then it says we should have the original power adapter, original wireless Bluetooth vibration handle, which I guess is a controller, and an HDMI cable. But looking at our package here, there was literally just our memory card and our PS2, and this thing is so light, there's nothing left in it, which is not a huge deal, but kind of annoying because it wasn't cheap, especially coming from AliExpress. But guys, let's go back to the main menu here and try to boot up a different game and see if that'll work. Oh, now the controller just doesn't work at all. What? It just straight up doesn't work anymore. I tried to unplug it and plug it back in. Let me just try to turn this thing all the way off, I guess. Guess it was a bug, because now it's fine. But that's not a great sign, because it happened when I tried to play a game, which is obviously what we want to do on a PS2 is play games, so let's try another one. Wait, all my games are gone now. What? Let me just unplug it, I guess. Oh, man, what the heck? All right, well, I unplugged everything and plugged it back in, and it still says cannot connect to SMB server. All right, and now I changed some settings to auto in hopes that it would detect some kind of game, and now it's just frozen. Oh, man. This thing was so awesome for a minute. All right, guys, and now I'm in Launch Elf again, trying to just scroll around, and the thing froze again. I can't do anything. Dude, what the heck? All right, well, I guess it's time for our other package here, because this one is just completely crapped out. All right, so I paid 27 bucks for this thing. It's just a memory card, and it should have a ton of games, or maybe it's 2 memory cards. Let me just take this out. I mean, as you guys know, with AliExpress listings, they're not very clear, but we have our free McBoot right there, it looks like, and then maybe some games here, not quite sure. Oh, actually, this is an adapter for an SD card, and the SD card goes down there, which they conveniently included right here. Let's go ahead and pop these two in, and hopefully this doesn't mess up whatever's going on with this console already, but it's worth a try. All right, so very similar menu pops up here. We got browser, system config, OPL MX4 game version 1, game version 2, OPL 10th, Launch Elf, Codebreak, NES emulator. Oh, okay, that's cool. Simple media system, launch disk, which I can't do. Controller tester, BIOS, launch disk, restart system. Okay, so there's a whole lot more stuff going on here. Let's just start with the NES emulator here and see what happens. Or maybe not. Been like half a minute and we're still on a black screen. I think this PS2 might just be jacked up. Let me try to restart. All right, guys, well, instead we're gonna try the OPL game version 1 thing here and see what's on it. So clearly a bunch of just random games, some USA, just like a mix of random games. Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition, dude. That's one of my favorite games of all time. Let me put that up and hopefully it runs now. Hey, let's go. We're booted up. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Got the garage, dude, the customs. Oh, let's customize our car. Customize this Monte Carlo. Let's go. Oh, my boy. Dude, I remember this guy from when I was like 8 years old playing this game. Oh, man. Memories unlocked. Let's go. We're rocking the gold now. Oh, yeah. Heck yeah, straight to the water. Yep. Oh, crap. All right, guys, well, let's go back to the main menu and try out some more features on this memory card, since it seems to be actually working now. Well, still these 2 memory cards right here, and we're on OPL 10th Anniversary Edition, and it's still just nothing. So maybe it's just something wrong with this OPL 10th. All right, well, I tried another menu option as well. I forgot what it was because it's been loading so long, and it's just frozen again. So, guys, I think that's our cue to go ahead and turn this thing off and try to open it up and see what it looks like on the inside of this case, because, like, I'm very curious. So I want to open up both a PS2 Super Slim and a regular Slim here. So I took the screws out and we're gonna go ahead and take a look at these two and kind of compare them. So first we have a regular PS2 Slim, which still disc inside. You can see we have the motherboard taking up the entire shell here, along with a fan here, a heat sink, and then our whole disk drive assembly. And then I'm assuming as we take this out, we'll see the whole disk drive missing. Oh, hold on, something's attached. All right, so I had to take off this little jumper here that connected to a header on this custom PCB, and wow, this yeah, this thing is straight up a PS2 with no disk drive assembly. You can just see that entire piece is missing. And you would assume they cut the motherboard up some so it would actually fit in here, and I see some like a little bit of jaggedness down there, which is probably from a Dremel, I would assume. And yeah, of course, a little SD card slot here, a little custom dev board, yeah, ESP32 dev kit V1, also another little custom board down there. And I would assume this board connected to the memory card slot has something to do with the free McBoot as well. There's also a button on there. I'm not sure if I should press that. I don't know what it does, but otherwise, yeah, you can see the differences here. And obviously this is just a different model than this one, so natively they're gonna look a bit different, but it's just kind of amazing how they crammed everything in this little tiny space. And also, what is that? There's a little button that you can press back there as well. What does that do? Yeah, and that button is definitely not on the normal PS2 Slim, so I'm not sure what that does, but let me actually just go ahead and plug this thing back in and see what that button does. And also just noticed as we plugged it in, yeah, they did just straight up relocate the power button down here. You can see some solder points down there where they soldered it in. Not the cleanest looking thing, but it works, I guess. Oh, you know what? I think this thing enables and disables the HDMI output. So let me unpress it now, and our signal will go away. Yep. So it just switches over to AV after that. And I should also note that the LED you saw on the side of the case connects via this jumper down to this little header right there. And it looks like there's a resistor with a jumper that I guess just goes to power somewhere to tell it to turn on. But obviously it's not on right now because we're not plugged in. But Yeah, guys, other than that, pretty cool device. I just wish it worked better and would actually play games. Not sure what happened because it literally just stopped working as I booted up Silent Hill. Like after I booted up Silent Hill, everything just stopped. So I don't know, but guys, let me know down below if you have any more advice or how to deal with this on this PS2. But guys, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Number 4. So one morning when I was lying in bed, I did what I always do. I opened up the Temu app to see if there's anything new for sale. And to my surprise, they were advertising the Switch console for sale for a grand total of 1 penny. So of course I had to pick it up, and as you can probably guess, things went horribly wrong, but you'll never guess what Temu does to me in this process and how deep this scam goes. So guys, let me explain the story. So guys, this here is a screenshot of what I first saw on the Temu app. So basically I clicked on a thing that said cut price to 1 penny, and the first thing you see here is a Switch Lite for 1 penny, which is absolutely mind-blowing, absolutely insane. And you can see down in the left-hand corner, you pick, I guess, 3 different items for 1 penny each, so you pay a grand total of 3 pennies for 3 items. Now for reference, it's very common to open the Temu app and be bombarded with like lots of spinny wheels, wonder wheels, other random money graphics just saying they're gonna cut the price for you, and they make no sense, and it's just a bunch of graphics. So I just wanna give that for reference to show you it's very common for them to like advertise deals, but this is an insane deal. So next up I selected 3 items here. As you can see, I selected the Switch, the Kirby game, and the Sonic game here. Okay, so all is nice and dandy. I'm saving like $287, which is awesome. And for the next part, I unfortunately did not record my screen of this exact process, but I'll show you another screen recording that's very similar process that we tried later. So basically you go back into the app, or it takes you to like the next step, and here's where it gets tricky. They make you buy another item to then trigger the 1 penny switch. So basically I'm scrolling through and I see all these items for sale, as you can see here, and I found some sort of like wallet thing, which I'll show you. Okay, so here it is. You can see I found this like $8.27 wallet phone thing that attaches to your phone. I don't exactly know what it is, but I said, you know, if I spend $10 on this thing and I get a 1 penny switch, whatever, I'll buy it. So I went through, and as you can see, I paid $12.08 for this wallet thing. And sure enough, my payment goes through, and then it kicks me back to the screen and says, time to cut the price. And at this point, I'm like, I have no idea what's going on, but they added $8.27 to something, and now it's giving my first gift, my second gift, and no, now it's saying I need $28 more to get the 1 penny switch. So I now have both of the 1 penny switch games, I guess, but I need to spend another $28.65 to get the 1 penny switch, which again, like, I guess that's fine. It's a little bit of a bait and switch here, but I guess it's fine if I spend 28 bucks and get $170 off a switch. So let me search through some more and see what else is for sale. So sure enough, I start scrolling through here, and then I scroll back to the top, and I'm like, wait, hold on a second now. First of all, why is there an Amazon notification for Pete Davidson socks? But anyways, you take a closer look at the claim all once you cut another $28.65. If you look under there, there's a little piece of text that says price you cut equals 5% of order amount. So I'm like, wait, hold on, that's math. And that math essentially means we need to spend a bunch of money, and then 5% of that bunch of money needs to be at least 28 bucks. So I'll put the exact amount on the screen that you need to spend to hit that trigger here, but I need to spend this much money to now get my 1 penny switch. So now this is the catch here. This is the first catch of many catches in this video. But this here I kind of expect from Temu to do. They do a little bit of bait and switch here, and I'm like, whatever, I'll scroll through and see if there's anything else interesting, because I want a 1 penny switch. So let me see what else is for sale. So the next bait and switch thing here I see is a Switch 2 for 72 bucks. Then you click on it and it's actually a Switch 2 game, not the Switch 2 console. Oh, and then they start advertising this almost their thing. They're just like making me click stuff. I don't know, just a bunch of random Temu pop-ups as per usual. And I mean, there's a lot of other crap for sale, like PS5s, PCs, I don't know, watches, fake watches, knockoff game consoles, all kinds of crap. But I eventually find this $800 Xbox Series X, not just any Xbox Series X, it's the Galaxy Black Special Edition Xbox Series X that's actually, it sells for close to $900 brand new on eBay. So like $800? That's not bad. That's another video idea right there, a kind of cheap Xbox Series X from Temu. Let's do that. Let's get the 1 penny switch. We're rolling here, man. This is looking good. And so I go through with it. I'm just like, you know, 800 bucks, whatever. Let's buy this thing and see if we can get our 1 penny switch. So as you can see, I add it to my cart. I press checkout, payment processing, and indeed it actually goes through, which at this point I'm kind of mind blown. Did I actually get a 1 penny switch? And sure enough, it shows another graphic. It says 100% off total, and now I can claim my 3 items. So let's see what happens here. And yep, you can see a grand total of 3 cents on the checkout page, saving $287.46, which is just absolutely insane. And yep, I press checkout on this, and sure enough, payment goes through, and I'm getting a 1 penny switch. Mind blown. And you can even see here in the app, I've got my wallet, I got my Xbox, and I have my 3 penny switch. So we're good to go, and I just wait for the thing to come in, right? wrong. So here's what happened. I wake up the next morning and I immediately look at my phone, and the first thing I see is a notification from Temu saying that my order, my 3-cent order, has been canceled. And as you can see here, it says refund automatically issued by Temu due to unusual activity. It needs to be processed by your financial institution, blah, blah, blah. What? Unusual activity? Excuse me? I just played the game in your app. The only unusual thing here is your app. I'm playing your game. What? Huh? And guys, it'd be one thing if they canceled my wallet, my Xbox, and my 1-penny Switch, but no, they canceled my 1-penny Switch, made me still pay for my Xbox, and made me still pay for my wallet. Like, are you kidding me? You guys made me pay $900 to get this 1-penny Switch, and now you're pulling the rug on me, taking the 1-penny Switch away, and making me still pay $900 for this other junk I don't want anymore. And of course, the first thing I do is hop into their chat support and try to see if I can somehow salvage this 1-penny Switch. And you know, this is how it goes. They send a bunch of just a BS here. They say the same thing like, oh, it was canceled temporarily because of unusual payment activity, whatever. And I just send them a bunch of crap like, are you kidding me? I just played your in-app game for 20 minutes and this is what you give me? Like, seriously? And this here is the funny part. Instead of just, you know, giving me my 1-penny Switch, they're gonna give me a 20% discount coupon valid for a grand total of 7 days to make up for the 1-penny Switch that they canceled. They're gonna be a 20% discount for 7 days. Wow, thank you. I'm so grateful. And I press the no thanks. That's not an acceptable solution. And then they kind of just like start going away, and I'm calling them scammers and stuff, and they just give me a bunch of, you know, BS in the chat that means nothing. I finally get transferred to Jones, whoever that is. They say, how are you doing today? And I say, not very good considering what you guys are trying to pull here, which I was like 8:30 a.m. I was pretty pissed off at these guys for doing this crap to me. And again, I'm trying to explain it to them again. They keep saying, I'm so sorry. And they say again, unusual payment activity, blah, blah, blah. I can't do anything. And then they say, I understand where you're coming from. May I confirm if you have not received a notification to verify your payment method before this order got canceled? And no, I have not. And let me give you a little backstory. Temu has been canceling my orders for about a year now. Like almost every order I place gets canceled for absolutely no reason, and nobody will ever tell me what the actual issue is. I reach out to customer support, I message their tech specialists, and they always say, sorry, we can't tell you anything more. So these are my credit cards. I've tried like 4 different credit cards. I've tried PayPal. I've tried different accounts. I have like 3 or 4 Temu accounts at this point, and almost every order gets canceled. Let me just show you. So this here is my old Temu account, and starting in November of last year in 2024, I got a phone refunded. I got another phone refunded. This is canceled and refunded. I didn't receive these. I got a PC refunded. I got a phone refunded. I got another PC refunded. Got another PC refunded. Oh wow, I actually got some Pokemon cards that were delivered to me because they were like $10. I guess those went through. Wow, that's great. Another PC refunded. Random cheap item comes through, and yet again another PC refunded. So finally, earlier this year, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna open a new payment or a new Temu account and see if that fixes anything. And nope. Let me show you what happened there. All right, PC refunded. A watch actually delivered, wow. PS5 refunded, a phone actually delivered, a phone refunded, a $40 Steam Deck thing refunded, a laptop refunded, a couple phones actually delivered, laptop refunded, and as you can see, all of these are saying refund automatically issued by Temu due to unusual activity. And again, I cannot figure out what unusual activity means because nobody will give me an answer. And finally, that leads us to today, where I'm buying the 1-penny Switch, and they're refunding that as well, canceling and refunding. Just what is going on here, guys? I'm trying to give you money, and you keep canceling my orders. You won't tell me why. Mind blown. I don't know, man. But basically, I went back and forth with support for quite a long time, got no resolution. They finally opened a ticket where some like specialist was going to contact me. But let me show you what the specialist said, because come on, man. Let me just show you. All right, so this email here is what I got back from customer support, the Temu customer service team, and they said, we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Regrettably, we must inform you that your order has been refunded due to unusual payment activity. Oh my gosh, stop telling me this, man. What? Tell me something else. Why is this always your answer? Come on. But anyways, they send me that, say a bunch of other BS, and I respond back to them and say, like, can you give me some like real details? And this is what they say. As you can see, basically the exact same thing from a customer resolution senior specialist from Temu. It says literally the exact same thing as before. And then I respond back again, like, please give me more details. And they respond back yet again saying, while we are unable to provide specific details about the unusual payment activity, please be assured that we take the security of your account very seriously. Unfortunately, we are unable to disclose the requested address. Oh. Oh, I know why I said that. I just saw my reply. I said, give me an address and I'll literally send you 3 pennies in the mail for this order. And they said, we can't give you an address for that. I forgot I said that to him. I was kind of on an unhinged rant there. I'll show you some of those messages if I can find them again, because I was like, I almost thought about sending them this picture here, which I'll show you. I literally took this photo and was about to send it to their customer support to see what they would say, but I didn't. I refrained. But anyways, guys, it doesn't stop there. It continues to go. And all of a sudden, you know, a couple days later, what do you know? My Xbox got canceled as well. And it's not because they wanted to do the right thing. It got canceled because the seller was out of stock. Are you kidding me? It took you 3 or 4 days to figure out this thing was out of stock? Like, and then I click on the listing here. Let me show you that. The listing is just like completely gone now. The item was discontinued. Not even out of stock, it's just discontinued. Probably because they were selling at the wrong price, so they just to cancel my order and said, screw you, you can't have it. And I don't know, man, but that was like the icing on the cake. Is like, I guess it's nice they canceled my $800 order, but like, what? Come on, man. Seriously? This is how you did it? But guys, it doesn't stop here. You remember that wallet I bought, first of all, like the $12 wallet to try to get the 1 penny Switch? Well, I tried to cancel that, but nope, they rejected that cancellation request. So I had to reach out to Temu again, and their best thing was go back and press the cancel order item, the cancel order item button, which I said I've already done that. You guys rejected my request, but they said do it again. So I did it again, and they actually did cancel it this time. So like here we are a week later, and they've canceled everything I ordered. But it doesn't stop there. Let me show you the next thing that happens. So after that happened, I was like, I was fiending for another 1 penny Switch. I was like, how can I find another 1 penny Switch? So I clicked on something random on Temu, probably one of those spinny wheel things, and sure enough, after like one click, it is somehow automatically made me buy a Switch sword thing, a random phone camera thing, and a controller, all for a grand total of like $100. And I'm like, how did I place this order? I didn't press order or anything, but sure enough, they're all in my order history. So I have to go and cancel all of those, which is, that's something. And all the while, I was trying to figure out how I accidentally bought this item without actually like clicking the buy item button. So I went back into Temu for a third time to try to like figure out the system again and click on some sketchy stuff and see what happens. And sure enough, I found out what happened, and it's insane. Let me show you. So here I am in this app clicking a win $50 cash thing. I spun a wheel. I don't know what's happening here, but eventually it tells me I have $80 cash, which is not true because it's Temu $80 cash, which means nothing. It basically means they're stealing it from you for I can't explain how. It's Temu math here. You can see some more convoluted math. Cash bonus on all items. We've got whatever this stuff is here, and 98% progress. I'm top 1 in this round. Wow, mind blown. And oh, there it is. I actually have 66 cents of cash. What are they saying? But anyways, I'm like, let me just like select something and see what happens. So here I am in another little selection menu with that wallet again, the stupid wallet. Also Cuphead, a keyboard, an RGB keyboard with a headset and a mouse. So I'm like, you know what? Let's pick up this keyboard and see what happens. So guys, pay attention here because this happens really quickly, the whole scam. Okay, so as soon as I press pick it there, you can see for a split second it says your picks at the bottom. It shows my keyboard, and it also says checkout at the bottom. And so when I see the checkout button, I'm like, okay, let me click the checkout button, go to the checkout process, and enter my payment info and all that kind of stuff. But sure enough, what happens is it shows the checkout button for about half a second. As my thumb is going there, it swipes up to the credit card menu where it says submit order. So by the time my finger gets there and pressing checkout, it's actually on submitted order. So I have now submitted the order without actually wanting to. And sure enough, they go and add a note. I don't know what this is. They've now given me $98.14 of cash for whatever. Now it's $98.80 promo guarantee. I don't know what's going on here, but I cannot believe they just pulled the bait and switch on me again by clicking a button and immediately pulling up the submit order button. This is stooping to levels of like, is this fraud? Like, what is going on here? This is insane. So guys, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Let me know down below what you think about Temu. Don't buy from them. Just do not do it. But I'll keep doing it for your pleasure. You're doing pleasure if you want me to. But guys, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Number 3. So recently, I bought a Nintendo Switch from Temu for a grand total of 1 penny, and as you can probably guess, things went horribly sideways. And a couple weeks ago, I made a video on the whole situation explaining what went down, and in this video here today, I'm gonna give you an update because things have gone even more off the rails, and don't worry if you haven't seen that video, or if you have, I'm gonna give you a little recap right here. So here's what happened. Basically, I hopped on Temu, they're advertising a Switch for 1 penny, but to get that penny, I have to spend $800 on a wallet and an Xbox Series X, so I do that, and sure enough, I do actually get the Switch for 1 penny. But then the next day I wake up and my 1 penny Switch has been canceled, but they're still making me pay $800 for the Xbox, so rightfully so, I get really mad and start messaging their support, who do absolutely nothing. And then out of the blue, a couple days later, they also cancel the Xbox for being out of stock. But here I am still paying for the wallet that I didn't want, so then I have to hassle with them for a while to get that wallet canceled. But finally, after a while, it's finally all canceled, but I just wasted a bunch of time. But it gets even worse. After that's done, I decide to try another one of their dumb games to see what happens, and they decide to scam me by flashing the checkout button on the corner of the screen for about half a second, and as I'm pressing it, it swaps to the place order button, so I placed an order accidentally when I was just trying to see what would add to my cart. So that's another aspect of the scam. And now guys, this is where the new part of the story picks up, and pay attention because this somehow gets even crazier. Literally the day after I posted the original Temu video, somebody from their customer support reached out again after they saw the video. But before we get to that, I want to take a step back and explain what we tried on another Temu account, because the results were mind-blowing. Let me just show you what happened. Okay, so basically after the first original 1penny Switch got canceled, I wanted to find another 1penny Switch. So I had Danny, you might know Danny from Smoking Silicon or Cracking Carts or other channels. I had him go on his Temu account and try to get the 1penny Switch or a 1penny something. So here's what happened there, because it's a different outcome, and it's a little strange. Okay, so basically he hops into this whole 1penny thing just like I did, and he has actually different things for sale, or things he can pick, like tablets, retro game consoles, sports Switch as they call it. He's got Switch games, NVMe drives, guitars, smartphones, just random stuff. Unfortunately, as we're going through, there's no Nintendo Switch in sight, so at this point I'm like, okay, well we can get another 1penny thing, like maybe not a Switch, but something else, like maybe a phone, a tablet, a game or something. So we go through, and let me show you what we picked out. Okay, so first we see this 10-inch tablet, and we add that to cart for a grand total of 1penny. So that's our first item. And we're at 3 total items. And next up we add a phone, which looks like an S25, maybe the S26 Ultra or something, and we add that to the cart as well. And last but not least, we added one more tablet to the cart. So basically we have 3 items, 2 tablets, 1 phone, all for a grand total of 3 cents. So we're saving like 170 bucks. And now we're gonna see what the catch is here, because how are we getting these for 3 cents? And as always, they have these weird graphics that pop up saying like 150 cut, 42.25 cut, we got 53.35 cut. They just use these weird buzzwords things to start graphics are happening on screen. It says 2 items are ready, but actually you need to do some stuff because of our magnifying glass here. You need to buy some more stuff before you can actually get it for 3 pennies. Haha, gotcha. And they don't tell you in a plain text. They're like, oh, you need to scroll down, look at the fine text, maybe play a little more of these games. And here we have some more stuff popping up like -$3, hurry. Half these things that pop up, or actually 95% of the things that pop up on Temu don't make any sense. It's just random numbers, random like colors and stuff, trying to get you to play games. It's absurd. That's a whole tangent there. But anyways, basically we get to the 3penny, the whole 3penny thing, and it says we need to cut $22.13 more to get all 3 items. And basically it says price you cut equals 5% of the order amount. So I'll put on screen what that price is, like how much we need to spend to get $22 off. But let me show you what we try to buy, because what we bought I actually wish was the thing that was being sold for 1 penny. But yeah, let me just show you. So again, scrolling through a bunch of just like crap that honestly I don't want, like, you know, I don't know, keyboards, random $20 projectors, super fast charging cables, a folding cart, just random stuff, knockoff stuff I really do not want. And guys, we seriously scrolled through this whole list for like a minute and a half trying to find something halfway decent rather than just like pure crap. And eventually, as you can see, we find a Switch 2. So we're like, oh, great, let's buy a Switch 2. Now, unfortunately, it is $540, which is like $100 over retail. And this thing is probably like a Hong Kong Switch or Japanese Switch, not even a US-based Switch, which is unfortunate. But we're like, whatever, let's go ahead and buy it and see what happens. And what happens next is surprising, but also not surprising at the same time. So basically we add it, and it does the whole cutting thing. And then what do you, wait, hold on. What do we see here? It says it's capped at $12. Okay, so hold on. Now we're changing the game. So before they told us we only needed 5% of the item cost to equal like the 22 bucks, which is a $540 Switch does that. But then they're telling us, oh, actually, it's capped at $12. So you're only halfway there. So as you can see here, we actually spent $580 on that Switch 2 after tax and shipping or whatever. And you can see our $12 cut now occurs, and they're gonna give us this little graphic like, oh, you're almost there, you gotta pay us a little bit more money to get your 1penny Switch. But here we are, we're back to it, and first thing they advertise again is the Switch 2 at the top. So we're like, yeah, screw it, let's buy another Switch 2. And here we add the Switch 2 to the cart, and we'll see if it cuts our price or does some, what is this, magnifying glass thing. Almost there, oh, almost there, you gotta pay for it now. And luckily we go to check out, and it does say 100% off total, so we have 2 Switches now. And now we get to buy our 1penny phone, our 1penny tablet, and another 1penny tablet, and honestly just hope it all comes. So this is where things get really weird. Let me explain what happened next. So here I have a screenshot of the orders we placed here, and as you can see, 1 cent tablet, 1 cent phone, 1 cent tablet, and here's the real kicker: delivered to front door, delivered on September 3rd, delivered on September 2nd. They actually delivered our 1penny items? Huh? What? I was confused, but he got them. And yeah, I mean, here is one of the 1penny tablets. We will be making a video on Smoking Silicon, our other tech channel. I'll put a link on the screen, a link down below if you want to check that video out. It comes out in a couple days after this video comes out, but yeah, go check that out. And you'll never believe what happens next. So we get the 1penny consoles, and then they cancel and refund both of the Switch 2s. What? Hold on a second. You made me spend $1,000 on Switch 2s to get these 1penny items, and then you gave me the 1penny items but canceled the Switch 2s and refunded me. Like, hey man, I'll take it. But look, as you can see here, it says $0 refund automatically issued by Temu due to unusual activity. Well, you know what, guys? It doesn't stop there. You remember how I said the day after I posted the original Temu video, somebody from their customer service messaged me and said, hey, we saw your video. We want to fix this. Well, let me show you that situation because it's kind of wild as well. So here's the email that Jacinta from Temu sent me. They basically said, we recently came across your video sharing your experience with us, and first of all, thank you for taking the time to share such a detailed perspective. We really value feedback from users like you. It helps us understand what's working, what we can improve. They say, thank you for joining the promotional event. Regarding the order you mentioned being canceled, can you share either an order number or email a link to the Temu account you used for the promotion? And they said, I also noticed you mentioned reaching out to customer service before, and please rest assured, we'll take another close look at this and finding a proper solution. Basically, for reference, I reached out before and sent them a million messages, and they kept saying, oh, sorry, it was canceled due to unusual activity. We can't do anything. And then a bunch of blah, 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 questions, details, feedback, whatever. So I send the order number to them, just straight up order number saying like, here it is, fix it maybe. I don't know what'll happen here, but here's the order number. And that was September 5th, and you can see it's not until September 10th they finally follow up. So like zero urgency at all here. That the video is racking up hundreds of thousands of views. People are seeing the whole situation and being like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't buy from Temu. And they have no urgency to fix it. They just don't care. But here's what they say in reply. You can see they say, thanks for sending over your order number. I really appreciate your patience while I got back to you. I shared it with the team, blah, blah, blah. Your experience is important to us, blah, 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 whatever. So basically they open a support ticket, and let me show you the support ticket because that's where it goes off the rails and makes no sense. But let me show you. So here you can see September 10th, again, Temu is processing your request. You're assigned to an agent, blah, blah, blah. Customer service is handling your ticket as quickly as possible, blah, blah, blah. And here you can see on September 10th, I have a reply from Mark Steffen saying, dear valued customer, thank you for reaching out to us. We sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you've had regarding your canceled cut price to 1 penny order. Please be assured we have escalated this issue to the relevant department, blah, blah, blah. They're investigating, blah, 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 blah. They also actually mentioned, I guess they fully watched the video because they actually mentioned the whole checkout issue. So they say, we appreciate you bringing the issue with our checkout process to our attention. The unexpected change from checkout button to a submit order slide is certainly not the seamless experience we aim for, and we are grateful for your detailed feedback. Yeah, I'm sure it was totally not a part of the plan to do the checkout to submit button, but whatever, I'll take your word for it. Okay, so then a day later, after investigating or whatever they did in the background, they said, we understand your frustration regarding the cancellation of order, blah. We want to assure you we're taking your concerns very seriously. After reviewing the matter, we found that the cancellation was due to unusual payment activity. Unusual payment activity. Guys, this is, I don't know, the 25th time they've told me this. I'll flash some screenshots on the screen. Hopefully I can find all of them canceling orders due to unusual payment activity. And they don't tell me why. They don't tell me the real reason. They don't tell me if my credit card's borked or if my PayPal account doesn't work or if they don't want to ship to my address. They just won't tell me. They just say unusual payment activity. And guys, this is also the reason they gave me for originally canceling the 1 penny switch and why I kept following up with them saying like this is not a valid excuse. Like you can't just cancel my 1 penny switch, make me pay $800 for the Xbox Series X and call it unusual payment activity. I will send you 3 pennies in the mail. And now you do an entire process where you string me out for a whole week where somebody follows up, sees the video and says like, oh crap, they're getting hundreds of thousands of views on this video exposing our scam. Let me follow up with customer support and see if we can fix this. And your follow-up is that it's due to unusual payment activity. That was your investigation? What? Are you kidding me? And then in that same message, they just sent a whole chart of all the refunds I've gotten. And I'm like, guys, I know I've gotten refunds. That's fine. I just want to know why. Just tell me why. Like, it can't be that hard. And you can see here at the bottom, their solution is to give me a $20 credit and an additional $50 credit. So they're offering me $70 of Temu credit. So just forget about this and go away. But no, we're not taking that. Let me show you what I said in response. So I responded back and said, seriously, after all this time, the only details you can give me for the 10th time, 10th is actually underballing it. That's like, it's like 25th time, honestly, is the unusual payment activity excuse. You're still not going to give me any real details as to why you canceled my 1 penny order or why you cancel almost every order I place or why your place order button pops up almost instantly after the checkout button pops up. Like they didn't address that either. So that was my response. And then here was their response to that. So you can see a couple days later, they respond back and say, thank you for your continued communication and patience throughout the process. After verifying your case, we found the order was canceled due to unusual payment activity. Wow, I had no idea. Thank you for telling me. In addition to the $70 credit, we would also like to include a 20% off capped at $20 coupon. Then they say regarding your feedback regarding the checkout button at the bottom of the page, quickly citing the submit order, we further verify that this may be due to the rapid display of the promotional page, causing you to mistakenly click the submit order and then place order. They're basically saying like, sorry, that's due to design. I don't know what to say at this point. Like they're just intentionally scamming us, which is like not surprising. It's Temu. They're a scammy company. They're a scummy company. But like, why are you wasting customer support hours and my hours just to give me these BS responses? Like, I truly do not understand. And then at that point, I don't think I replied back, but then they replied back again 2 days later saying the same thing, like, we'll give you the 20% discount on top of the $70 credit, plus the check order, submit button thing, blah, blah, blah. It's by design, whatever. And then after that, I do actually respond. Let me show you what I said. And I kept it pretty simple, and I said, I just want the 1 penny Switch and the 2 games that I ordered that were wrongfully canceled. I don't want a million different promotional credits, which is, that's exactly what I want. So they actually replied back to me like a few minutes ago before making this video and said, we would like to, on top of the 20% off discount, capped at $20, we would also like to offer you a $100 credit as well. Wow, so they're just upping their game. So maybe I'll respond back again and they'll give me like $200. And guys, here's the thing. If they're only giving me $100, you know, the guy who made a video on YouTube that has 500,000 views exposing their scummy practices, if they're only giving me $100, what are they gonna give you? Like, absolutely nothing. They're gonna take your money and run, no product or anything. Like, guys, if you want to bribe me, send me more than $100. Like, what? I mean, there's not anything at this point that Temu could do to bribe me to not expose the situation, because they've offered me thousands and thousands of dollars worth of promotional deals over the years, which I have not accepted because it's Temu. But like, if you're trying to bribe me, like, I don't know, send me more than $100. Like, this is absurd. So basically, I followed up with Jacinta, the original, you know, person from Temu who emailed me, and I said my ticket was resolved with quite the disappointing response. I was again given the excuse of unusual payment activity with no real answer as to why my 1 penny Switch was canceled, or as to why the checkout and submit order buttons pop up in the same spot within a split second. I've been given the unusual payment activity response to basically every ticket I've ever opened with no real answer. Instead of fixing the actual issue, I was offered $70 worth of credits to your platform, and I'm sure my order will be canceled again if I try to use those credits, because yeah, I'm sure it will be, because it's Temu. And I thought having this scummy situation exposed to over 400,000 people would prompt an actual response or resolution, but I guess not. And that's the conclusion to the video. No response, no help. They don't care about you, they don't care about me. Just don't buy from them. I'll do it so I can do it for the videos and kind of show you guys the process, but like, just don't do it, guys. Buy from somewhere else. But guys, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Number 2. I bought PS5s from TikTok for way too cheap, and in this video, we're gonna unbox them, test them out, and see if it's a scam. Now here's the thing, TikTok has a sketchy store built into their app where you can buy really cheap stuff like an Xbox Series S for $90, or even a Galaxy S24 for only $100, so something weird is going on here. Let's find out what. Now we'll start with this PS5 here, which I only paid $355 for, and I don't know if it's used or new because the listing had no indication, so let's open up the box and just see what's inside. Wait, what is, hold on. What? First thing in this box is a HelloFresh meal kit coupon. And then sure enough, here it is. We have the Fortnite edition PS5 Slim. Let's go ahead and pull it out. Really not sure what the point of this is, but yeah, as you can see, it is a Fortnite edition PS5 Slim, and it's got some little bit of wear and tear on the box, but looking at the front, it looks pretty normal. I don't see any indication that this is like a fake box or like from another country. That looks like it's from the US, I believe. And flipping to the back, I'd say the same thing. Looks pretty good. Honestly, wow, I'm kind of surprised the seal's not broken. Wait, what is that? We have a warning here. I don't recall ever seeing this kind of warning on a PS5 box. But let's go ahead and open up the box and see if this thing is legit. All right, so sliding it out, of course, we have just the standard slipcover. I will say the slipcover looks kind of cool with Fortnite on it. I'm not a Fortnite savant, but it looks cool. Now let's check out this box here and see what's inside. All right, so in here we first have our power cord that looks standard. We also have our horizontal stands. Let's go ahead and see if they're the right ones. Okay, so these are short, so they do appear to be the correct ones for a digital console, which is good to see. Nobody has swapped them out, but we also got an HDMI cord down here, USB-C charging cord, and our controller. Now looking at the controller, it looks pretty good other than like a little bit of grime on it. So it's like, I don't know, man, just always looking for things like suspicious things here, because like, why was this thing so cheap if it's brand new? What is TikTok pulling? Because you'll see later, TikTok is just like, they're pulling so many scams. I'll have to show you, but like, let's go ahead and pull this out of the box and see what's in here. So we have a couple guides here, and then also our console. I'm not sure if Fortnite, yeah, there it is. So we got our code here, the Cobalt Star Bundle. Scratch here for pin. Good, well, it looks like it hasn't been used, which is a good sign. At least the code hasn't. Let's go ahead and pull this console out. And as always, the wrapping around the console looks very unprofessional. Like, this is straight from a factory. If it's brand new, it's like straight from a factory and it looks like that. Like, I don't know, man, just not a big deal, but you think they do a little better. What is that? Hold on. We got a big old string here on the top. Where'd that bad boy come from? That's a little suspicious, but we do have our blue tape here, which usually is how it comes from factory. But also, there's a lot of dust on the front piece there. That could just be from the inside of the box. But overall, you know, the bottom looks pretty good. I don't really see any scratching or anything on the plates itself. Also, the top looks pretty good. I do see some, like, again, more dirt and grime on these plates, which you won't be able to see because PS5s are horrible on camera. You can't see anything except for just white plates. But guys, let's go ahead and plug this console in and see if it turns on. All right, console plugged in, and one more thing to note on the bottom here is our voltage. So our input voltage is 100 to 240 volts, which is good because I want to check there and make sure they're not sending us like a European version of this console, or maybe Middle Eastern, or maybe Japanese. But guys, let's go ahead and see if this console turns on. So 3, 2, 1, we got power here. All right, console's booted up. Let's go ahead and set it up, and I'll come back when I'm on the home menu. So we are booted up here, and first I want to check the system software to see what version we're on. We can kind of get an indication of when this thing was manufactured. So we're on 9.4. Wow, okay, so this is like, this Fortnite bundle, I think is pretty new. So where they just, I guess they're just packaging in Slims that were manufactured like quite a while ago, because 9.4 is at least like 6 months old at this point, I believe. Guys, next up, let me check the network connection, and I'll sign in here and make sure that we're not banned, because I have seen that before where I got a return console that was somebody returned because it was banned, and they sold it as refurbished. So that was awesome. Let's go ahead and check that. But all right, guys, I had to update the console, and it looks like we are signed in here, so not banned, which is a great sign. So they're not sending out banned consoles, at least not this one. We'll check the other ones later in the video. But guys, let's try out Ash's Playroom here. I'll play for a little bit and just make sure it's good to go. Yeah. Hey, it works. All right, guys, it's been fooling around for a little bit, and the console's working fine. You know, I can't be for sure on the longevity of this console, but it's pushing out some hot air and stuff, and there's no GPU artifacting, so that's good to see. But guys, one other thing I want to try here on this console is I want to turn it off, break it down a little bit, and put a disk drive on it, and just make sure that port is working, and make sure that whole functionality is there. All right, so console off and flipped over. Let's go ahead and pop this plate off. All right, and taking it off. Wait. Oh, okay. For a second, I was scared. I did not see the warranty seal there on that screw, because that's where the PS5 Pro warranty seal goes, but I forgot the Slim's over here. Okay, for a second there, I thought the warranty seal was gone. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, because you can, you know, if you have the resources, you can easily add a warranty seal back to this thing, and could have opened this up, done something to it, who knows what, but it's coming from TikTok Man at a cheap price. So it's like, there's like a million things that could have been done to this thing, but we got the disk drive on now. Let's go ahead and turn it back on and just make sure it registers. Yeah, so there it is. All right, the port does work. Now, guys, next up, before we get to our next console, I want to kind of break down the list of consoles TikTok has screwed me on, because there's a lot. So let me just explain it to you. Now, guys, here in the TikTok app, let's start here. So in case you don't know, TikTok now has a shop functionality where you can basically buy stuff, you know, like Amazon, eBay, Temu, that sort of thing. And so if you come on here and search for, let's say, you know, Xbox, you'll see a bunch of listings for, you know, an Xbox Series S, Xbox Series X, and then you'll start seeing weird stuff like, hold on, this thing right here, an Xbox Series X for $1,200. And I see a lot of this on TikTok Shop, where it's a lot of stuff that's either really, really expensive or really, really cheap. And it's like, what is going on here? What kind of crap are you guys trying to pull? And it really gives me vibes of like Temu, Wish, AliExpress, that sort of thing, which has tons and tons of sketchy listings and just straight up scams. So like weird stuff going on here, but let me show you the other PS5s I've purchased from them that are just, that were all outright scams. All right, so first, earlier this year, I bought a $340 PlayStation 5. It looks like it's a fat PS5 with a blue controller and a white controller from somebody named Greg Henderson. And then I got a refund for it because they just never shipped it. And where it gets really strange is the interaction with the seller. Let me swipe over and show you what happened here. So as you can see, they say, we got your order, so to finalize it, where are you located, question mark, question mark. And so the first thing I noticed here is the seller is named Greg Henderson, which is like a singular person, and they say we, as in a company. So it's like, what is going on here? And that set off red flags in my head. And so I see that, I don't respond, because obviously when I place my order, it has my shipping address and all that kind of stuff, and they say hello. And basically I end up saying like, sorry, but I'm not gonna send you all that info. You have it through TikTok. Clearly they're trying to pull some kind of scam here where I send them the address outside of TikTok, and they like, I don't really know what the scam is, but there's some sort of scam here. And basically they end up not shipping it, and I got a refund. Now next up, I bought an Xbox 360. I got a refund for that because they just never shipped it. There was no more to that, just weird. And now next up, I bought an Xbox Series X Halo Infinite Edition for $650, which is actually a decent price. And this one also had a very weird interaction, and the seller just never shipped it. Let me show you what I got. Now this interaction was very similar to the very first one, where it's just like a very strange. This person actually started out by saying, "Are you still here?" And I was like, what are they talking about? So I just said okay. And they responded okay back. And then same as the first PS5, they said, kindly forward me your mail address so I can get it to you directly. And then I said, it's in my order. I'm not gonna send it to you outside of my order. There's clearly some scam going on here. And then they just never shipped it out. So I got a refund for it. Just strange stuff. Now next up, I bought another fat PS5 for $350, but that just still hasn't shipped. I bought it like a week or two ago, so I'm apparently about to get a refund on that one. And then last but not least, I bought a PS5 Slim 30th Anniversary Edition for $690, which is a decent price aftermarket, and that one has not shipped either. So it's like, there's like tons of just scams going on here in TikTok Shop. It's running rampant. But guys, let's go ahead and unbox the next cheap PS5 that I bought from TikTok Shop and see if it was a scam. Now guys, this one is the sketchiest one of all. I paid $330 for it. I think it's brand new, maybe used. It, again, did not say, but let's open it up and see what's inside. Yeah, right off the bat, got another Fortnite edition here. Let's go ahead and dump it out. And at first glance, the back looks good here. It's all in English and stuff, and the texture feels correct. Doesn't feel like a fake PS5 box, which is legitimately a possibility with these cheap prices. Now, flipping over to the front, also looks like it has the Fortnite artwork, actually in pretty nice condition. CFI 2015. I don't see any sign of it there being like Chinese writing on here, Japanese writing. You know, it's not like it doesn't look like it's a Middle Eastern console or anything. You know, last time I bought a Switch from TikTok, they sent me a Filipino Switch, which was interesting. But yeah, all this looks pretty standard. So let's go ahead and flip it over to the top, and the warranty seal is actually still intact. So let's go ahead and open it up. Let's see what's inside of here. Slip covers are the bane of my existence, man. Get out the box. Sony just wants you to destroy their boxes. This is pitiful. This is pissing me off. All right, 10 minutes later, after finally getting the slip cover off, we got the console here. Let's go ahead and open it up. All right, so inside here we got our power cord. Looks nice. We got our horizontal stands. Those look like the correct ones. Also got our HDMI cable, USB-C cable. Looks pretty standard. And of course, our PS5 controller. Let's go ahead and see if this thing's got any like wear and tear. And it looks pretty good. Yeah, if anything, somebody held it for like 10 seconds, but looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and pull this out. And yeah, indeed, we got our Fortnite code and everything. Let's go ahead and see if this thing's used. What do you think? You think it's used? 3, 2, 1, let's flip it over now. And well, scratch here for pin. Now, I guess to be completely honest, there's probably a way for scammers to buy codes like these in bulk, scratch them off, use the code, and then apply another like scratch here for pin number kind of thing here. I feel like that wouldn't be too hard to do, honestly. All the papers are in here. Console looks like it's wrapped up from factory, which is not a great wrapping, but let's go ahead and take a look inside of here. We got the console here. Looks pretty good at first glance. I see a couple little smudges, like maybe, I mean, there's like a little bit of dirt and grime there, but like I can't tell if that's from the box or somebody opening this up. I see like one fingerprint, which again, you can never see anything on the PS5s because they're so white, but I don't know. Well, let's plug it in and see if it turns on. All right, guys, console plugged in. Let's go ahead and turn it on. 3, 2, 1. All right, we got life, except there's no output. Console light is white here on the front, but there's no video output. Let me unplug and plug the HDMI back in. You've got to be kidding me. I just verified every connection, and sure enough, it is plugged in properly, but there's nothing. Now, I will say the HDMI connection is actually, it's very tight, which is usually good, but it's, I don't know, maybe it's extra tight this time, which is not good. Yes, the controller's connected up, and I don't remember if it vibrates on the main screen here when I'm setting it up or not, but I don't feel anything vibrating, so what in the heck, dude? Well, guys, watch this. So this right here is the TikTok PS5 from earlier, and as you can see, it's plugged into HDMI right now, and it's on the screen. Both these consoles are on, and just let me swap over to our other console that's having issues. Plug it in. Will it show up? Nope. So everything here is the same, but no output, and yes, output. I mean, like, you've got to be kidding me. I'll give it one more try. Just nothing. I'll try another HDMI cable just cause, but like, it worked fine on the other one. Yep, so using the official HDMI cable that came with the console now, and still, console's on, but not showing up on the screen. And then swapping back over to the other one, works fine. So yep, guys, I guess we know why this console is so cheap. It doesn't work. Let's go ahead and turn the console off, though, and take the plates off and try to take an inspection of this thing and see what they did to it, because like somebody did something to this thing, right? Had to. Now, one thing I was curious about is if the box serial number here matches up with the console, and as you can see, it does. So that's, yeah, it's in the right box. But yeah, let's go ahead and take these plates off and see what's inside of here. All right, so that plate looks normal. This one looks pretty normal as well. I don't really see any wear and tear like around the fan or anything. I don't see any dust in there, so it doesn't, like, if it has been used, it hasn't been used much. Flipping over to this side, same thing, fan. Oh, actually, ooh, wait, hold on. That's interesting. There's a big old, you probably can't see it. Yeah, there's a big old scratch right there. And like, I don't think we'd see a scratch there unless somebody was in here with a screwdriver and just accidentally scraped it, because that's a pretty big scratch right there for it to be from factory. Unless I scraped it with this plate, but I don't think that plate would have created that scratch. Last but not least, this one right here. Okay, so warranty seal still is intact, but again, that doesn't mean much because they could easily take that off and put a new warranty seal on. And yeah, other than that, looks fine. So I'm just frankly so confused at what's going on with TikTok. None of these purchases make any sense whatsoever. Yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you next time. Number 1. Have you ever noticed you can find things on TikTok Shop for way cheaper than they should be, like an Xbox Series X for $189 or even an Apple Watch for $15? Well, I bought some Xbox consoles from TikTok Shop that were suspiciously cheap, and in this video we're going to unbox them, test them out, and try to figure out what's going on here. So in here is the white Series X that I paid $415 for, which is $35 off of retail, which is kind of strange for a console that just came out 2 months ago. I also don't know if this console is new, used, or maybe some sort of repackaged scam, but let's see what's inside. And pulling it out, yep, definitely a white Series X, and at first glance it looks pretty new, but we'll take a closer look at it. First thing I notice is this sticker is a little bit loose, but that might just be how it is on this new white Series X. But let's go ahead and I guess pull this tab and see what happens. Oh, interesting. Yeah, definitely a completely different box from what I'm used to with the Series X, but we got our little white box there. We've got our console, I guess, down here with our white wrapping, and oh, this Things are just falling apart, I guess. And yeah, sure enough, there's our console. And we'll take a closer look at what's inside of this little white box here. All right, so first we have a little Xbox symbol, which is, oh, it's just part of that cardboard. Oh, that's nifty. Pretty nice packaging so far, honestly, with this new Xbox. And we have our power cable, HDMI cable. These both look clearly very brand new. Also have our controller here, which is a white Series X controller instead of the black one that comes with the normal Series X, because this is a white console, and looks pretty good as well. I don't see like any suspicious wear and tear inside of it, like it's been opened up. I don't see any gamer juice in the cracks or anything. Feels completely brand new. That's good to see. Also, oh, this nice little box for our batteries. Dude, this packaging is so much better than Sony's PS5 packaging. And then we have our white console here, which has this nice little wrapping around the outside. Dude, that's so nice. Let's go ahead and pop it off though and see what's inside of here. Yeah, it kind of just peels apart like so, and at first glance you can see our manufacture date is September 2024, which I think aligns with when this console came out. It's like a couple months before, because I think this came out in November of 2024, and wait, hold on. Oh, I just noticed something strange down here. On the bottom of the console, we almost have like some leakage, some spillage down there, but otherwise, you know, like front or top, whatever you want to call this right here, looks pretty good. The top piece right here looks good as well. It looks like we don't have the green hue inside of the console anymore like the black one did. Yeah, I mean, there's like a tiny bit of wear and tear like right there, so like this could have been taken out of the packaging and maybe used once. I don't know, but let's go ahead and plug it in and see what happens. All right, I got this bad boy plugged in. Let's go ahead and see if it turns on. 3, 2, 1. We got life, I think. All right, and yeah, booted right up. We got some air coming out the back. We got the setup screen, so let me go ahead and set it up and I'll come back. All right, guys, we'll boot it up. No problem so far, and there's really not a whole lot to test here because, in case you didn't notice, this is an all-digital console with no disk drive. As far as I'm aware, it's basically the same exact thing, but they literally just took the disk drive out and sold it for 50 bucks cheaper. And I am signed into Xbox Live, so it's not banned or anything. It is installing games, downloading from the internet. So honestly, I'm left with more questions than answers after opening this thing up. Let me show you one more thing. So my other thought was that maybe they sold me like a non-US or non-NTSC console here, but looking here on the box, it says for distribution in US/Canada, so it is the right region of console. So like, how is this being sold cheap on TikTok when this console just came out and nobody else is selling it for nearly this much? Unless they got this console in a non-legitimate way, so that's my only guess at how they could sell this for $35 off. But guys, let's move on to our next console. This could have also been like an open box console or something that they just repackaged really well and did some kind of scammy thing. I don't know, man. Now here we should have a white Xbox Series X that I paid $454, which is actually retail, except for the fact that I got this completely free mineral camo wrapping thing for the Series X, which retails for $45. So it's like getting $45 off this console unless it's used or maybe obtained in a non-legitimate way. I'm not quite sure, but let's go ahead and open these things up and see what's inside. All right, so first we have this little camo wrapping thing, and hold on, it looks like it's straight from Microsoft. What? Yeah, and oh, this is my first time looking at one of these things, and this is actually really nice. Wow. And next up we got this console, and at first glance, ooh, this is, yeah, I can kind of see why this might have been a little bit cheaper. Let me show you why. So first you can see the sides are bulging. You can see this thing is just like scratched up like crazy, which is not a huge deal if it actually is sealed. And yeah, this little sticker thing right here, I think is sealed. It's not been pulled off, so that's good. We also have some ripped edges on this box here, and yeah, checking the bottom here, it says for distribution in US and Canada, so it seems like it's the right model. But let's go ahead and pull this tab off, open it up, and see if there's something strange going on here. So we have our white box here, and hold on, was this Xbox logo around the other way before? If it was, maybe somebody came in here and flipped this thing around or put it back together wrong, or wait, oh yeah, wait, hold on, this is different. You can see our packaging is completely different here. It's like somebody wrapped it with, dude, this is definitely like repackaged. What is this? Dude, what? Somebody just wrapped this up randomly with whatever this is. What? Let me put this box to the side for a second, and let's take a closer look at this. And you can see it's kind of wrapped with like the same material they use on like PS5s. Maybe actually it's a little bit different, but it just like some random wrapping. And we also have, yeah, we have this same little cloth wrapping inside, but it's all like misaligned and stuff. Yeah, something's going on with this console. Let's see what's in this accessory box here. Yeah, wait, what? You can see these cables just have like Scotch tape on them. What? What? We also have the controller here, which seems to be, oh no, that's got some wear and tear on it as well. You can see here on the back, there's just some like dirt and grime on it. It's not like dirty, but it's definitely been used before. You can just tell. I don't know, not bad, but definitely not brand new. And we do have our batteries in here. Okay, let's take a closer look at the console. And the sketchy part is, like, the listing didn't specify new or used or anything, but everything was stock, brand new stock photos, so you'd assume it's brand new, but I guess not here. And yeah, we have, oh yep, there's a ding right there. Actually, there's some like, you'll never be able to see this on camera because of the colors, but there's like just like a little streak right there of something. And yeah, more just like very, very minor little dings and scratches and stuff. And looking at the back here, it looks like our warranty little tab there and our sticker are fully intact, so I don't think it's been opened up before. But let's go ahead and I guess plug this thing in and see what happens. All right, 3, 2, 1. You guys saw that, right? Okay, so I turned it on. It flashed on for a second, and then it just went back off. Let's try again. Okay, now it's turning on. I feel like somebody's gonna be signed into this console, because like that would just align with what I've seen so far. Maybe this is a brand new thing, but I have never seen a QR code on the screen like that. Never. Like I literally just set up another Xbox and it did not have the QR code on the screen. What? All right, well, the console may be signed in twice, which I don't think I've ever seen a Series X do. So at this point, I'm just convinced that there's some sort of like malware installed inside of this console. I don't know how that's possible on an Xbox, but it's the theory for now. Let's go ahead and keep booting it up though and see if it'll even work. All right, well, anyway, I am booted up, signed in, downloading a game, so it's clearly not banned or anything, and it seems fine. I don't know, man. This one's really strange. It kind of makes sense why it was cheaper now, but like something sketchy is going on here. Let's go ahead and move on to the next thing we have, which is actually, hold on. I forgot, we need to try out our little camo thing here next. Actually, I love how this thing has a slot for a disk drive where we have a digital console with no disk drive, but yeah, well, let's wrap it. All right, well, gotta say that thing is pretty nice. You can see here from the front, it just, yeah, it looks pretty cool. It's not too snug. But anyways, let's move on, because I have some more weird accessories I bought from TikTok. Let's try those out next. So next up, I'll show you a bunch of consoles I bought that were extremely cheap, and they were all just straight scams. Let me just explain and show you why. So here's the first listing on TikTok Shop. I did buy this one, so a Series X for $189, which is just like way too cheap. It never shipped. I eventually got a refund on that one. Next, I bought a Series S with 2 controllers for $190, which is like not terribly cheap, but pretty cheap. Of course, that one never shipped either. I got a refund on that one eventually as well. Now next up, we have this one. It's called a Microsoft Series S, but it's clearly a Series X, and $350 is definitely reasonable for a used Series X with a game. So like honestly, I thought I would get this one. They also actually shipped this one, but then after shipping, they sent me this message here. They said, kindly reach out to our seller management phone number for more details on how to order. And I should have just said no. And they say, what do you mean no? I said it straight up. I already paid you. I don't need to reach out to someone to order. Either send me my package or refund me, scammer. And then I checked back a few days later, their account was shut down. They never replied back, and eventually I got a refund on that one as well. Next up, I did not buy this one, but there was a Series S listed for $1,900, which is just strange. And next up, I did buy this one, what I would assume is a used Series X for $316. This one just also never shipped, so I got a refund on that one as well. And last but not least, I got this refurbished Xbox One S for $180, which is super expensive. I thought I'd get this one, but it just also never shipped. So yeah, things just keep getting stranger and stranger. And honestly, this next console could be the strangest one yet. It has the potential, because I bought a modded Xbox 360 from TikTok, and it actually arrived. Now on the listing, it showed a fat Xbox 360, but it said JTAG RGH, so I don't know if I'm getting a JTAG or an RGH or some weird combo thing that doesn't exist, but let's go ahead and open it up and see what's inside. And yep, that's definitely a 360 here, and this thing is, wow, this thing is beat to crap. Also, the hard drive is already just coming off. You can see it's like detached there. Well, that's actually a really bad sign. It's literally separating. Also, it's Magic Erase on the side, which is just, oh, even the bottom is Magic Erase. It's got a GameStop warranty sticker. You can't make that stuff up, man. Let me put that back on. Wow, it's just, whatever. Anyways, this console it's pretty grimy and dirty, which is kind of expected for a fat 360. Looks like we have a Falcon motherboard, I believe, from 2008, so not horrible. And wow, great, we got a chipped front faceplate, and then also these flaps are just straight up just missing. They're just gone, which is interesting. And also, by the way, this console was not cheap. I'd say it's a little bit more expensive than it should have been for a RGH or JTAG console. But let's plug it in and see what happens. All right, plugged in here. Let's try to turn it on. So 3, 2, 1, and okay, we got life. And it is booted up here. It looks pretty normal at first glance. Let me go ahead and scroll around here, and it looks like there's no profiles loaded up. Yeah, nothing here. Let me see what the hard drive says. So it looks like about a 50 gig hard drive with just nothing. We got some demos downloaded. Hold on. It's probably got something under the games. Yep, XEX menu. All right, let's try to boot that up. That is a modded menu. Let's go ahead and see if it just boots up and if this thing is actually modded. So yeah, sure enough, XEX menu boots up here, and you can see there are no games, but we do have some stuff here. So under content, it looks like we have Aurora Dash Launch XM360, which I'm not sure if I've ever used that before, but let's see if Aurora boots up here. And yeah, Aurora does boot up, so it looks like this thing is modded. It's just very bare bones with no games or anything loaded up on it. Next up, let's go ahead and see if this disk drive opens up, and then we will put a game inside, see if it reads up. So it, yeah, opens just very slowly, which is fine. Probably just has a new rubber band inside, which is good. Let's go back to the main menu, throw a disk inside and see if it reads up. And yeah, that boots up without an issue. So guys, next up I want to tear down this console and just take a look at the inside and see what was actually done to it, because again, not sure if it's an RGH or a JTAG or what else they did to it, so let's open it up. Alright, and guys, so flipping this motherboard out, sure enough, as you can see, there's like 3 wires here. So as far as I remember, I think what we're looking at is an RGH3 because there's no mod chip. Let me go ahead and let me just check. Yeah, so looking at a diagram, it does look like an RGH3, which is just one of the many variations of how you can mod your Xbox 360. Let's go ahead and move on to our next sketchy console I bought. And guys, here in this box, we have a refurbished Series X, and there's a couple of weird caveats here. First of all, the listing photo shows a Microsoft refurbished Xbox Series X, like straight from Microsoft. And second, I paid $440 for this instead of the direct from Microsoft cost, which is $450. So like, how is this random person selling it for $10? Like, it doesn't make sense. If you buy it for $450 and then resell it for $440, you lost money. Let's open it up and see what's inside. Okay, so that's interesting. Yeah, so first of all, in case you didn't know, Microsoft actually has their own boxes for the refurbished consoles, which look pretty nice. But the strange part is there's 4 seals here and all the seals are broken. This one's like partially still there, and that one's partially still there, but the rest of them are just like, I don't know, half peeled off. This one's completely gone. So I feel like this is refurbished from Microsoft, but then was used maybe. I don't know. Let's open it up and see what's inside. So we have our Series X here, which is wrapped up very nicely. Also have our cables, which appear to be direct from Microsoft, like not opened and used before. And then of course our controller here, which has batteries inside, and the controller appears to be pretty much brand new. And now pulling out the console itself, yeah, that looks really good. Honestly, looking at the packaging around the console here, it looks like it came directly from Microsoft and not, you know, through a third party or whatever. It says it was actually manufactured in October of 2024. So like, is this thing even refurbished or is it just brand new? Let's plug it in and see what happens. All right, guys, booted up, signed in and everything. Let's go ahead and toss a game inside the disk drive and see if that works. Yeah, and game is installing just fine. So again, more questions than answers, but guys, let's go ahead and move on to our last console. So here I should have a refurbished Xbox Series S, and there's a couple caveats here as well. So first of all, the photo also shows it's a Microsoft refurbished Xbox Series S, like directly from Microsoft. And this was $250, which is the normal Series S refurbished price directly from Microsoft. So I don't know. Let's open it up and see what's inside. And yep, sure enough, that looks like a Series S. And yeah, this one also has its own refurbished packaging here for the Series S. And this one actually has the same little tab here as the original white Series X's we saw earlier, which is interesting. Now here's the thing, you know, the outside of the console looks really good, but it could be like the second console we saw where it was clearly not brand new from the cables inside and other crap inside. But let's go ahead and open this one up and see what's inside of this bad boy. All right, first got a little box of accessories here. Also have what appears to be our Series S. And we'll put that to the side and first take a look at this box of accessories. So first we have the same little Xbox logo thing on top. Also have a white Series S controller or Series X controller. They're the same thing, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, the controller looks pretty good. I don't see like any signs of wear and tear. Honestly, kind of funny when the refurbished consoles look better than the new consoles. We also have the cables here as well, which look like they are from factory, which is good to see. And last but not least, got our Series S here, which looks perfect on the bottom, and top looks good as well. And the back also looks good with a manufacture date of 2024. So again, is this are they putting on new stickers when they refurbish these things, or is this just a new console? Let's plug it in and see what happens. All right, guys, so yeah, we are booted up, we're signed in and everything, and it seems to be perfectly fine. So honestly, I'm just more confused than when I started this video, and they clearly look like they came directly from Microsoft. So like, how is this middleman person making money at all between fees and selling for lower prices? I don't quite understand. Let me know down below if you do. Guys, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and hopefully you're not as confused as I am now. I'll see you next time. The world of refurbished Amazon consoles is a strange place with a common theme of high prices and scummy sellers, but the worst part is the massive number of one-star reviews left on every single item. And so in this video, I'm going to put these one-star reviews to the test on every single Xbox generation and see if they deserve it. Now first we have an original Xbox that I paid $164 for, which is really steep, and the reviews indicate that people got anything from consoles that don't turn on to consoles that don't read games, and worst of all, somebody said they'd rather buy from DK Oldie. So let's open it up and see what's inside. All right, so first we have our power cable, which looks correct. Also have an AV cable. Then we have, oh no, it begins. Here we go, guys. We have, yep, it's a third-party controller. You've got to be kidding me. For $160, you're sending out third-party controllers, dude. Honestly, it feels better than some I've felt, but that's not a great start. Here we have our console, and popping this sucker open, let's go ahead and see what it looks like. Now, this is supposed to be in excellent condition, and at first glance, the top looks pretty good. You've got some scuffs and scratching on here, especially around the logo there. That's interesting. The back looks pretty good, and then flipping to the bottom, this actually looks pretty nice in the bottom. All 4 rubber feet are intact. Now, these 2 stickers here appear to have never been removed, so like, has this console been opened up and actually cleaned and refurbished? We'll open the console up later, of course, and check out the inside and see if they did clean it. But anyways, let's go ahead and plug this console in and see if it even turns on. All right, console plugged in, and a handful of reviews said that console did not even turn on, so let's go ahead and put that to the test. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we got power. Seems louder than normal, but all right. And yes, we are booted up. That's a great sign. Let's go ahead and start by actually, I want to check out the, oh man, I'm using this third-party controller, and the D-pad is horrible, horrible. All right, let's start with the memory though. I'm kind of curious if they actually wiped the memory here or not. I doubt they did because it's not really easy to do, and honestly, I don't care if they do. It is kind of cool they leave behind old save data and stuff. You can see stuff like Batman Begins, Brothers in Arms, Brute Force. But you know, nothing too crazy here. Just there's honestly a ton of save data. And yeah, let's go ahead and see if there's any music on this thing. And nope, nothing there. All right, let's go ahead and put our next thing to the test. Lots of reviews said their disk drive got stuck, so let's see if this pops open. And yeah, seems pretty smooth. Let me take a look inside this disk drive, and ooh, actually, oh my gosh, there's so much dust and grime in there. Yeah, I'll show some photos here, but you know, for 160 being refurbished, you would think they at least clean out the disk drive a little bit and replace the rubber band so the disk drive opens nicely. Let's try it a few more times to make sure it opens smooth every time. And yeah, to be fair, the disk drive is smooth, but yeah, you'd like to see some of that cleaned up. Let's go ahead and pop a game inside and see if this one reads games. And yeah, game loads right up, so I guess we're one of the lucky ones that got a console that actually works. But guys, let's go ahead and tear down the console, open it up, see if the inside's clean, see if the clock capacitor is removed, because I'm a little concerned about that. Might be leakage all over the board, but let's go ahead and put that to the test. So flip it to the bottom here, you can see our manufacture date is 2002, which means we have a clock capacitor inside that needs to be replaced or at least removed so it doesn't leak all over the board. But let's go ahead and start taking this thing apart. And for original Xboxes, you really want to use a heat gun to get rid of these rubber feet, because otherwise you're just going to tear them up. All right, all screws are out. Let's go ahead and lift this bad boy up, and it looks pretty clean right there. Let's go ahead and check the other side here. Not bad, but there's definitely oh yeah, there's a bunch of dust coming off. Let me go ahead and take out the disk drive and hard drive here. All right, guys. Well, hard drive to the side and disk drive out. You can see very clearly in here this thing was not clean at all on the inside. There's tons of dust caked into the fan right there, into this heat sink, into the fan on the back as well. There's just dust all over the motherboard. You can see right there, I just kind of cleaned it with my fingertip because it's just so dusty. Now next up is to identify the clock capacitor, which I believe is this capacitor here. And it looks like this one is not leaking, which is a good sign, but it probably will leak eventually, so it should be removed. Now for the review here, I gotta give it 3 stars. Console did turn on, console did read games, console was very dirty inside. Refurbished? I don't think so, but I'd rather buy from here than DK Oldies. Now here we have a refurbished Xbox 360 that I paid $146 for, which is an absurd price for a fat 360, and even more absurd are the reviews. We have a lot of people that unfortunately say Red Ring of Death, Red Ring of Death, Red Ring of Death, and best of all was Kenny's review that says, worst thing I ever bought, I hate used items. Well, it kind of helped a little bit, Kenny, if you told us what was wrong with it. But guys, let's open up the box and hopefully we don't get screwed like Kenny did. And oh no, that's not a good sign. Our AV, we have AV cables here instead of an HDMI cable. Does that mean we got a 360 from like 2005? Oof, that's rough if so. Now for the controller, did we get a real, legit first-party controller? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm a little confused here. At first glance, it looks legit, but the thumbsticks feel off. Oh no, I think they just swapped the thumbsticks, which is not the end of the world, but they don't feel great. But otherwise, it does appear to be an OEM controller, which is good. Now for the console itself, let's do the reveal, and oh, I can already see it in the camera. Oh my goodness. Wait a second, hold on. I'm even more confused now. We have a console from 2008, but there's only an AV port. Oh, this is an Opus motherboard. So basically, either way, it's a very old console. It's got only the AV port, which is really rough here in 2025, especially because I paid $150 for this thing. You'd think they sent a little bit of a better console, but otherwise, the console actually looks really good. The top is very clean. I see like 1 or 2 little scratches or scuffs, which is not bad at all. And here on the front, the faceplate is cracked. I mean, it kind of matches up with the reviews I saw. I saw a handful of reviews that said the faceplate was cracked, so that's awesome. Let me actually just take this faceplate off and take a look underneath this thing. And you can see, yeah, warranty seal has definitely been removed, so this thing has been opened up at some point in time. And back to the back of the console, you can see we have a handful of stickers here, like no hard drive, 424 is when it was tested, I guess, and also some sort of warranty sticker here, which basically says you can't return if it's tampered with, which is just not true in the US. You can't actually do that. But guys, let's go ahead and plug this thing in, and hopefully, fingers crossed, it does not red ring. Guys, console's plugged in, and for the moment of truth, let's see if this thing red rings. And actually, hold on, I also just noticed our side piece right here is actually sticking out a bit because they didn't clamp it in. Anyways, let's try to turn this thing on. 3, 2, 1. Can't make this up, dude. Oh, I had to hold it up to the camera because I knew something was gonna happen there. That's just amazing. Let's see what code we got here. 0, 0, 2, 1. I'm seeing a handful of conflicting sources. It's either like GPU, RAM. Either way, it's something I can't fix. But let's just do one thing just in case. Let's turn this thing off. Take the hard drive off. Then plug it back in and turn it back on and just see if it happens to boot this time. Nope, still red ringed. Will the disk drive open? Okay, well, at least the disk drive opens. That's I guess a positive, but my goodness, I can't believe I paid $150 for a Red Ring of Death console. This is absurd. Now, for our review on this one, I gotta give it 1 star for obvious reasons. Red Ring of Death, Red Ring of Death, Red Ring of Death. I hate used items. Just do not buy this. Now, here I have a refurbished Xbox One console that I paid $350 for, which might sound expensive, but it's because it's a special edition Minecraft console that's actually worth about that much if it's in nice condition. And that's a big if, because oh boy, these reviews are bad. Let me just read to you what Leia had to say. She said, "Broke after second use. Shame on you for selling a broken console to people right before Christmas. I gave this to my 8-year-old as a gift from Santa, and now I'm being ghosted, no refund, nothing. Just a broken console and a devastated child for Christmas." So I'm sorry about that, but let's go ahead and open this up, and hopefully I'm not devastated for Christmas as well, even though it's 11 months away. But let's open it up. All right, so console on top. We also have our, ooh, that controller is just jammed in. Wow. Okay, so let me just pass over that for a second. First, we'll show the power cable, HDMI cable, which look fine, but here's the disappointing part. We just got a random controller here. It has nothing to do with the original. Bro, wait, hold on. What is this? First thing that sucks here is we did not get the special edition controller, and second of all, we have this disgusting sticker on the back, and look, you can just see all the gamer juice in those cracks there. Like, they did not clean this one lick, one iota. This thing is disgusting. That's not a great sign. Let's go ahead and take a look at this console. It's probably not even the limited edition console, but we'll check. All right, guys, does appear that we got the correct console, and this thing is actually sick. I mean, look at that. That's just a Minecraft player's dream. It looks pretty nice on top. There's a few scuffs and scratches, but not too bad. Now, what I'm really curious about is why there is a black piece of tape on top of the Xbox logo. What? Wait, what? What was that all about? Let's just leave that there, I guess. That's strange. And taking a look at the front, it looks pretty solid as well. And the bottom, oh yeah, the bottom is sick as well. Got the little bit of a see-through action there, and we've got our red stuff. I actually don't know what that is because I'm not a Minecraft player. Even have the little hello from Seattle right there, and also there's a little bit of something rattling around on the inside. Ooh, that's not great. Then here on the bottom, we also have our, wait, what? We have another piece of tape over the Xbox logo there. I'm not even gonna peel it off, but you can just tell that's an Xbox logo. Really strange, and the back looks fine, except it's missing the entire like sticker here that's usually there with just info about the console, and it looks like the warranty sticker has been removed, so somebody's opened this up before and done something to it. So this is an interesting console. I'm not sure what's going on here, but let's plug it in and see if we can find out. All right, plugged in. Let's see if it turns on. Got life to start with, that's a good sign. And while the console is booting, I'm gonna throw some batteries into this disgusting controller and see if this thing will turn on. All right, controller is on, connected up, and also the console is on. Let me go ahead and set it up, and we'll get to the main page and just test it out. And it appears that in classic Xbox fashion, this thing needs an update, so I'll come back once it's done. Now guys, we're finally updated and on the home menu, and so far so good. You know, we're pushing out air out the fan out the top, but let's go ahead and start by putting a game inside of this bad boy and see if it actually reads, because I've had a lot of issues with Xbox One's reading games in the past, so let's go ahead and test that functionality first. Put in the most expensive Xbox One game of all time, Anthem, and wow, that might be one of the fastest times I've ever seen an Xbox One load a game. Usually it just takes forever, but you can see it is installing now, which is a good sign. Next thing I want to check out is going to the store and just making sure we can browse around and download a game, because we want to make sure we're not banned, right? So let's try that out. So we are signed in, scrolling around here, and we did see some stuff downloading in the background, so I would assume we're not banned here, which is a good sign, because I'm a little confused on why we have these black bars here, the sticker missing off the back, and just some strange stuff here, but so far, so good. And last thing I want to check is our storage space. So we have 500 gigs. I could have sworn this one had 1 terabyte. Hold on, let me look that up. Yeah, what? Hold on. This is definitely supposed to be a 1 terabyte console. I'm looking at it, everywhere advertises it as a 1 terabyte console, and there's only 365 gigs available, which basically means it's probably a 500 gig hard drive, but even 365 seems really low for that. Wait, hold on. I think I know what they did. So we clearly have the stickers gone from the back, including the warranty seal. So what I'm thinking is they took a 500 gig Xbox One S like this one, just a regular old white one. They took the shell off of this one, and then they went and found a Minecraft Xbox One S that did not work, took the shell off that one, and replaced the shell over here. And now we have a 500 gig Xbox One S that is a Minecraft edition, but it's the wrong hard drive size. Now I would open this console up and dig around some more and try to figure some more things out, but this console is definitely going back to them because I got scammed, the controller is dirty, and also I got half the memory I was supposed to, so I'm just gonna return it to them. Now the review on this one's a little bit strange. I'm gonna go with 1 star. Controller had too much gamer juice. Console was 500 gigabytes and not 1 terabyte. Shame on you. It's 11 months till Christmas. Now guys, here I have a refurbished Xbox Series X that I paid about $425 for, and according to the description, the screen is like new with no visible scratches. And now I didn't know the Xbox Series X had a screen, but that's something, and even more concerning are the reviews that say stuff like, worked for 3 hours, broke down in 3 days, dead on arrival, and best of all is actually a 3-star review from a guy that says, y'all foul, had it for about 2 months and now it's starting to not turn on. So not great, but let's open it up and see what's inside. Oh goodness. All right, what? So this thing is in a Microsoft refurbished Xbox box, and the best part is the back here that's just demolished. Now, to be fair, they said that it might not include packaging at all, so I didn't expect this, but let's go ahead and see if the stuff inside of here looks okay. All right, and opening it up, wait a second. I gotta say, this Xbox packaging looks pristine. Like, has this even been taken out of the box? So we'll get to the console in a second. Let me see if we have all the accessories here. So we have our power cord and HDMI, which have definitely never been used. Wow. Also have our controller, which appears to be pretty much brand new. I don't know if I see any wear and tear on this thing. Wow, that looks good. Even have our original batteries still in the packaging. And yeah, pulling the box out of here, just like look at that packaging. It's pristine. All right, now pulling it out of the packaging here. At first glance, it looks pretty good. I see a few little scratches on the front, but nothing, they're all very minor. And all the other sides look fine as well. Let's take a look at the back here though, and take a look at this sticker. Looks like it was manufactured in June 2024, which is fine, makes sense, I guess. Doesn't look like this thing's been tampered with at all, or if they did, they used a heat gun, got it off nicely, and then put the sticker back on pretty nicely. And also there's some, what is this blue stuff? It almost looks like the thermal compound or paste or whatever they use on the SSD inside of the Xbox Series X. That's what it looked like to me, so that's a little suspicious. But let's go ahead and I guess pull this thing out, plug it in, and see if it turns on. There's no way. Oh, that was weird. Okay, so the first time I pressed it, it appeared to be DOA because I pressed it, it started turning on, and then it didn't finish, which is pretty suspicious, but let's go ahead and see if it boots up this time. All right, console's finally updated, signed in. I gotta say, Xbox's process to sign in is 10 times longer than PlayStation, so props to PlayStation on that, Sony on that one. I was gonna start by putting a game inside of this thing and see if it reads up. Bada bing, bada boom, and woo. All right, guys, so disk is installing, which is a great sign. And going back, you can also see we have 760 gigs of storage, which means it basically rounded up to a terabyte. So we actually have the right amount of storage in this console, unlike the last one, which is good to see as well. And I gotta say, y'all ain't foul for this one because it works fine. It looks brand new pretty much. And guys, for our final review, drum roll, please. Let's go 5 stars. Not dead on arrival, did not break after 2 hours, almost brand new, and y'all are not foul. Thanks Amazon. So thanks for watching this video. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you want to see more videos like this in the future, let me know down below, and I'll see you guys next time. All kinds of crazy things have happened over the past couple years. We're talking modded consoles chopped in half, even super sus discs. And today, I'm gonna take you through some of the top moments over the past couple years, and guys,
and just try again. Alright, yep, get started. English, please don't disappear this time. Thank you. United States. Setup is new. No accessibility. Yep. And I don't want to sign into an Apple account, but I do agree to their terms of service. And I don't want location services. Don't give me Siri. I don't need it. And yeah, we'll keep this light theme. We're gonna keep it alternating. Welcome to Mac. Continue. All right. So this is the fastest the VMs are gonna be, because they're just gonna get slower and slower from here. But at the moment we're doing pretty all right. So this is just using Apple's like official virtual machine stuff to, you know, make an actual virtual machine of the Mac. After this, we're gonna have to emulate an x86 processor and Hackintosh our way to a macOS install, which, oh boy, is gonna be quite the treat that I also need to figure out how to do. Me when I find out that my my camera's like fan thing that I've been using just died. It only works off of USB power now. The battery's just gone, apparently. That's awesome. I've only had this thing for like, what, 6 months, maybe? It says the battery is charging, and the fan speed is just fluctuating. Okay, so we're gonna be descending in versions here, so the next one I want is macOS Sonoma. So I think I'm gonna have to log into my Apple account so that I can download stuff from here. It just sends me to, yeah, download it. Do I not have to sign into an Apple account? Hell yeah. 59 minutes? Hell no. So if you've ever tried to make a macOS VM, you would know that you can't. It's awful and it sucks and it never works. But it's a whole lot easier to make a macOS VM on this thing than it is on a Windows PC. So I'm just gonna see how many macOS VMs I can install inside of each other. So, alright, so here's the MacBook.